Hi, beautiful souls. Welcome. Welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here because today we have something really special, something really magical lined up for you. We are going to be diving deep, into your divine plan. And it's all about understanding the bigger picture, like what the universe has in store for you and how to really align with your highest path. It's going to be beautiful. So, we're going to take a look at the energies surrounding your journey, the opportunities that are coming your way, and any challenges that might pop up and how to navigate them. It's all about empowering you to step into your destiny with confidence and grace, to really align with what's best for you, your highest possible timeline. We're going to be using these crystals to help guide us. So let's dive in and see what we have. For our first pile, we have this gorgeous Aventurine cluster. This one is all about protection, like shielding your destiny. It's about navigating challenges with grace, keeping you safe. Next up, for pile 2, we have this amazing ruby raw crystal. This is all about igniting your potential, embracing growth and change, total transformation. Then, for pile number 3, we have this beautiful aquamarine tree. This one is for flowing with purpose, aligning your actions with intention, Finally, for group number 4, we have the Labradorite pyramid. And this is for anchoring your vision, building a stable foundation for your dreams, like really grounding it all. So go ahead and take a moment to really connect with these crystals. Feel their energy. Which one are you most drawn to? Trust your intuition. There's no pressure. This reading is timeless, so whenever you're watching this, that's when it's meant for you. It's okay to check out multiple piles too. Just see what resonates. Now close your eyes, make a wish, and let's see what the divine plan has in store for you. I can't wait to get started. Okay, so Aventurine, right? It's all about protection. This Aventurine cluster is meant to create, like, a little bubble of safety around you, which is perfect because the theme of this reading is shielding your destiny, navigating challenges with grace. So, it's all about, going after what you want, but also, being smart about it and protecting your energy. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Okay, so first we have the 6 of Cups. This is about nostalgia. It's about, looking back, revisiting the past, childhood memories, old friends, things that feel familiar and comforting, Then we have the Empress. Oh, the Empress. This is all about abundance, nurturing, fertility, creativity. Just pure, unadulterated feminine energy, and creation, right? Bringing things into the world, making things beautiful. And then we have the 4 of Wands. This is about celebration, homecoming, stability, harmony. A sense of, finally being settled and safe, and celebrating your accomplishments. So right off the bat, this is feeling really good, but also, interesting. Okay, so what's the story here? The way I see it, it's like you're building something really beautiful, And stable that's the Empress and the Four of Wands, but it's rooted in the past, right? Like you're drawing on lessons from your childhood, maybe reconnecting with old friends, or rediscovering old passions. That's the Six of Cups coming in, and you're using all of that to create this really abundant and joyful life for yourself. You know, it's like you're taking the good stuff from the past and leaving the rest behind. But okay, here's where the Aventurine comes in, right? Like, why do we need to shield our destiny? What challenges are we navigating? Maybe. Okay, so maybe revisiting the past isn't all sunshine and rainbows, right? Like, maybe there are some old wounds that need to be healed, or some old patterns that you need to break, right? Like the Six of Cups can also be about, like, getting stuck in the past, or idealizing it, or, not seeing it clearly. So maybe the challenge here is to, like, look at the past with clear eyes, acknowledge the good and the bad, and then use that wisdom to build a better future, Like, don't get bogged down in the nostalgia, but also don't ignore the lessons that you've learned. And the Empress, she's amazing, but she can also be a little indulgent, Like, she loves to create and nurture, but sometimes she can get so caught up in that she forgets to, like, set boundaries, or take care of herself, or, say no. So maybe the challenge here is to, like, balance that creative energy with some self-care and some, like, healthy boundaries, right? Like, you can't pour from an empty cup, as they say. And the Four of Wands, this is usually a really positive card, but it can also be a little fragile, Like, it's about stability and harmony, but sometimes that can come at the cost of, like, growth and change, right? Like, you can get so comfortable in your little bubble that you're afraid to step outside of it. So maybe the challenge here is to, like, embrace change and growth, even if it feels a little scary, Like, don't let the fear of the unknown hold you back from reaching your full potential. Okay, so, like, how do you navigate these challenges with grace? Well, first of all, you have to be aware of them, right? Like, you have to be willing to look at the past honestly, set healthy boundaries, and embrace change, even when it's uncomfortable. And that's where the Aventurine comes in, right? Like, it's giving you that extra layer of protection and support to help you navigate these challenges with confidence and grace. Like, imagine you're, reconnecting with an old friend, right? That's the Six of Cups. But this friend, like, they weren't always the best influence on you, right? Like, maybe they encouraged you to make some bad decisions in the past. So you're excited to reconnect, but you're also a little nervous, right? Like, you don't want to fall back into those old patterns. So you wear your Aventurine, right? Like, metaphorically or literally, whatever works for you. And it helps you to, like, stay grounded and centered, and to, like, set those healthy boundaries, right? Like, you can enjoy the nostalgia and the connection, but you don't have to repeat the mistakes of the past. You can, like, be clear about what you want and what you don't want, and you can, like, protect your energy from any negative influences, Or, like, imagine you're starting a new creative project, right? That's the Empress. You're so excited to create something beautiful and share it with the world. But, like, you're also a little scared, right? Like, what if people don't like it? What if you fail? So, you keep your Aventurine close by, and it helps you to, like, trust in your own abilities and to, like, silence that inner critic, right? Like, you can embrace your creativity and your passion, and you can, like, put your heart and soul into your work without worrying about what other people think. You can, like, be true to yourself and create something that you're really proud of. Or, like, imagine you're finally feeling settled and stable in your life, right? That's the Four of Wands. You have a loving relationship, a comfortable home, a fulfilling career. Like, everything is going great. But, like, you're also a little bored, right? Like, you're starting to feel like you're stuck in a rut. So, you, like, listen to that little voice inside of you that's telling you to, like, try something new, right? Like, maybe you take a class, or travel to a new place, or start a new hobby. And you wear your Aventurine, and it helps you to, like, embrace that change and to, like, step outside of your comfort zone, right? Like, you can maintain that stability and harmony, but you can also, like, keep growing and evolving as a person. Okay, so, like, that's the general idea, right? Like, you're building this beautiful, abundant life, but you're also facing some challenges along the way. And the Aventurine is there to help you navigate those challenges with grace and confidence. It's like your little shield, protecting you from anything that might try to hold you back from reaching your full potential. But okay, I'm also getting this feeling that there's something specific that you need to be protecting yourself from. Like, it's not just general challenges, but something more targeted, you know. Like someone or something that's trying to drain your energy or sabotage your efforts, or, you know, just generally make your life difficult. Maybe it's a toxic person in your life, right? Like someone who's always negative or critical, or, you know, just brings you down. Or maybe it's a negative thought pattern, right? Like self-doubt or fear, or, you know, just a general sense of unworthiness. Or maybe it's even something external, right? Like a difficult situation at work or a challenging family dynamic. Whatever it is, the Aventurine is telling you to be aware of it and to protect yourself from it. Like, don't let it drain your energy or sabotage your efforts. Set boundaries, say no, and, you know, just generally prioritize your own well-being. And the Six of Cups. This could also be telling you to, like, protect your inner child, right? Like that innocent, playful part of you that still believes in magic and possibilities. Don't let the world harden you or make you cynical. Keep that spark alive and protect it fiercely. And the Empress, she's all about nurturing and creation, but she also knows how to protect her own. Like a mother bear protecting her cubs, you know. So tap into that fierce, protective energy. And, you know, don't be afraid to stand up for yourself and for what you believe in. And the Four of Wands. This is about creating a safe and harmonious environment, but it's also about defending it. Like, you've built this beautiful life for yourself, and you're not going to let anyone take it away from you. You're going to protect it fiercely and defend it with everything you've got. Okay, so, that's the overall message, right? Build your beautiful life, but protect it fiercely. And the Aventurine is there to help you do just that. It's your shield, your protector, your guide. Trust in its energy, and you'll be able to navigate any challenges that come your way with grace and confidence. Now, I'm also feeling like, with this Six of Cups being so prominent, that this might be about ancestral healing too. Like, there might be patterns in your family that you're trying to break, or wounds that you're trying to heal. And the Aventurine is helping you to protect yourself from those negative influences and to, create a better future for yourself and for your descendants. Like maybe there's a history of, I don't know, addiction in your family, right? And you're determined to break that cycle. So, you're working on your own healing, and you're also setting boundaries with family members who might be struggling with addiction. And the Aventurine is helping you to stay strong and to, protect yourself from falling into those old patterns. Or maybe there's a history of, abuse in your family, right? And you're determined to create a safe and loving environment for yourself and for your children. So, you're working on healing from the trauma, and you're also setting boundaries with family members who might be abusive. And the Aventurine is helping you to stay safe and to, protect yourself and your loved ones from harm. Or maybe there's just a general history of, negativity and dysfunction in your family, right? And you're determined to create a more positive and healthy dynamic. So, you're working on communicating effectively, setting healthy boundaries, and just generally creating a more loving and supportive environment. And the Aventurine is helping you to stay grounded and to, protect yourself from getting sucked into those old patterns. Okay, so, that's another layer to this reading, right? It's not just about protecting yourself in the present, but also about healing the past and creating a better future for yourself and for your family. And the Aventurine is there to help you every step of the way. And this Four of Wands, it's not just about celebrating your accomplishments, but also about creating a legacy. What do you want to leave behind? What kind of world do you want to create for future generations? And how can you use your gifts and talents to make that happen? Maybe you want to create a business that helps people, right? Or maybe you want to write a book that inspires people. Or maybe you just want to be a good role model for your children. Whatever it is, the Four of Wands is telling you to think about the bigger picture and to, use your life to make a positive impact on the world. And the Empress, she's all about creating life, right? Literally bringing children into the world, but also creating art, creating businesses, creating relationships. Just generally bringing beauty and abundance into the world. So, tap into that creative energy and don't be afraid to create something amazing. And the Six of Cups, it's telling you to remember where you came from and to, honor your ancestors. Learn from their mistakes and build on their successes. And, just generally appreciate the journey that they've taken to get you where you are today. Okay, so, that's the final message, right? Protect yourself, heal the past, and create a better future. And the Aventurine, the Six of Cups, the Empress, and the Four of Wands are all working together to help you do just that. It's a powerful combination of energies, and I'm so excited to see what you create. But okay, I'm also getting this feeling that there's something specific that you need to be aware of in the near future. There's a potential challenge or obstacle that's coming your way, and you need to be prepared for it. Maybe it's a financial challenge, right? Like an unexpected expense or a job loss. Or maybe it's a relationship challenge, right? Like a conflict with a loved one or a betrayal by a friend. Or maybe it's a health challenge, right? Like an illness or an injury. Whatever it is, the Aventurine is telling you to be prepared and to protect yourself. Save your money, set boundaries, and take care of your health. And just generally be proactive and do what you can to mitigate the potential risks. And the Six of Cups is telling you to learn from your past mistakes. Have you been in this situation before? What did you do wrong? What did you do right? And how can you use that knowledge to make better decisions this time around? And the Empress is telling you to trust your intuition. Your gut feeling is usually right. So pay attention to your inner voice and don't ignore any red flags. And the Four of Wands is telling you to lean on your support system. You don't have to go through this alone. Reach out to your friends and family and let them help you. Okay, so, that's the final warning, right? Be prepared, trust your intuition, and lean on your support system. And you'll be able to weather any storm that comes your way. But okay, I'm also getting this feeling that this challenge is actually an opportunity in disguise. It's going to force you to grow and evolve, and it's going to lead you to something even better. Maybe it's going to force you to, let go of something that's no longer serving you right. Like a toxic relationship or a dead-end job. Or maybe it's going to force you to, step outside of your comfort zone and try something new. Or maybe it's just going to force you to, appreciate what you already have. Whatever it is, the Aventurine is telling you to embrace the challenge and to see it as an opportunity for growth. Don't be afraid to let go of the old, and don't be afraid to step into the unknown. And the Six of Cups is telling you to remember the lessons that you've learned in the past. You've overcome challenges before, and you can do it again. And the Empress is telling you to trust in your own abilities. You have everything you need to succeed. And the Four of Wands is telling you to believe in yourself. You're worthy of love and happiness and success. Okay, so, that's the final encouragement, right? Embrace the challenge, trust in yourself, and believe in your worth. And you'll be able to turn this obstacle into an opportunity. And I'm just feeling so much. hope for you right now. Like, I know that you're going to get through this, and I know that you're going to come out stronger and better than ever. You have so much potential, and you're capable of so much. Just keep believing in yourself and keep moving forward. Okay, so, that's the reading for now. I hope it resonated with you, and I hope it gave you some clarity and guidance. Remember to protect yourself, heal the past, and create a better future. And trust in the power of the Aventurine to help you every step of the way. But okay, one last thing is tickling my intuition here. It's almost like the thing you need protection from is yourself. Not in a bad way, but your own self-sabotaging tendencies, your own fears, your own limiting beliefs. The Aventurine isn't just protecting you from external forces, but also from your own internal obstacles. You're your own worst enemy sometimes, you know. So maybe the challenge here is to, get out of your own way, to stop doubting yourself, to stop fearing failure, and to start believing in your own potential. And the Six of Cups is telling you to, forgive yourself for your past mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. It's okay. Just learn from them and move on. And the Empress is telling you to, love yourself unconditionally. You're worthy of love and acceptance, just as you are. And the Four of Wands is telling you to, celebrate your own accomplishments. You've come so far, and you deserve to be proud of yourself. Okay, so, that's the final message, right? Get out of your own way, forgive yourself, love yourself, and celebrate yourself. And you'll be able to achieve anything you set your mind to. Okay, I'm done now. For real. But I'm so excited for what's coming next for you. This feels like the start of something amazing, and I can't wait to see what happens. Okay, next card. Okay, I'm done now, for real. But I'm so excited for what's coming next for you. This feels like the start of something amazing, and I can't wait to see what happens. Okay, next card. Ooh, oh, the Chariot. Okay, so, the Chariot is all about, willpower, determination, and control, right? It's about, taking charge of your life and moving forward with confidence, even when things are tough, you know. It's about harnessing your inner strength and, directing your energy towards your goals. So, if you've been feeling stuck or stagnant, this is a really good sign, because it means that you have the power to, break free and, start moving in the direction you want to go. You're not just a passenger in your own life. You're the driver, you know. You're the one who's in control. And the Chariot is also about overcoming obstacles, right? It's not always going to be easy. There are going to be challenges along the way. But you have the strength and the determination to, push through them and, come out on top. It's you're driving a chariot, right? You're not just sitting there. You're actively steering it. You're controlling the horses. You're navigating the road. You're making sure you get to your destination. So, you have to be really focused and disciplined and, willing to put in the work. but the rewards are totally worth it. And like, the chariot is also about, like, victory and success, right? Like, it's not just about overcoming obstacles. It's about actually achieving your goals and, like, creating the life you want. It's about, like, reaching that finish line and feeling that sense of accomplishment and, like, knowing that you did it, you know? Like, you made it happen. So, like, this is a really powerful card. And it's telling you that you have the ability to, like, create anything you want in your life, as long as you're willing to put in the effort and, like, stay focused on your goals. You know? Okay, so, like, how does this connect to everything else we've been talking about? Well, like, first of all, the chariot is, like, a really good complement to the Aventurine, right? Because the Aventurine is all about protection, and the chariot is all about, like, taking action. So, it's like, you're not just protecting yourself, you're also, like, actively moving towards your goals, you know? You're not just sitting there waiting for things to happen, you're, like, making things happen. And, like, that's a really powerful combination because it means that you're, like, both safe and effective, you know. You're protecting yourself from harm, but you're also, like, achieving your goals and creating the life you want. And, like, the chariot also connects to the Six of Cups, right? Because the Six of Cups is all about the past, and the chariot is all about the future. So, it's like you're taking the lessons you've learned from the past and using them to, like, create a better future for yourself, you know. You're not just dwelling on the past, you're, like, using it as a springboard to launch yourself forward. And, like, that's a really important distinction because it means that you're not letting the past hold you back. You're, like, using it to empower yourself. And, like, the chariot also connects to the Empress, right? Because the Empress is all about creation and abundance, and the chariot is all about, like, taking action and achieving your goals. So it's like you're using your creative energy to, like, manifest your desires and, like, create a life of abundance for yourself, you know. You're not just dreaming about it, you're, like, actually making it happen. And, like, that's a really powerful message because it means that you have the ability to, like, create anything you want in your life as long as you're willing to, like, take action and, like, stay focused on your goals. And, like, the chariot also connects to the Four of Wands, right? Because the Four of Wands is all about stability and harmony, and the chariot is all about, like, moving forward and overcoming obstacles. So it's like you're creating a stable and harmonious foundation for yourself, but you're also, like, willing to step outside of your comfort zone and, like, take risks in order to achieve your goals, you know. You're not just staying in your little bubble. You're, like, actively pursuing your dreams and, like, creating a life that's both stable and exciting. Okay, so, like, remember how we were talking about needing to protect yourself from, like, self-sabotaging tendencies, right? Well, the chariot is, like, the perfect antidote to that because it's all about taking control of your life and directing your energy towards your goals. So it's instead of letting your fears and doubts hold you back, you're harnessing your willpower and pushing through them. You're not letting your inner critic win. You're taking charge and proving to yourself that you can do it. And that's a really powerful message, because it means that you have the ability to overcome any obstacle that's standing in your way, as long as you're willing to believe in yourself and take action. And the Chariot is also about discipline and focus, right? It's not just about randomly charging forward. It's about carefully planning your route and staying focused on your destination. So it's you need to identify your goals, create a plan, and then stick to it even when things get tough. You need to stay disciplined and focused, and don't let yourself get distracted by shiny objects or negative thoughts. And that's a really important message, because it means that you have the ability to achieve anything you want in your life, as long as you're willing to put in the work and stay focused on your goals. And the Chariot is also about balance, right? It's not just about pushing forward at all costs. It's about finding a balance between action and rest, and between logic and intuition. You need to listen to your body and take breaks when you need them. And you also need to trust your gut feeling and follow your intuition. And that's a really important message, because it means that you have the ability to create a life that's both successful and fulfilling, as long as you're willing to find a balance between all the different aspects of your life. It's like those horses pulling the chariot, right? You can't just let one horse run wild, or only control one, or they'll be pulling in different directions and you won't get anywhere. Okay, so let's talk about that protective aspect again, right? Because the Aventurine is all about shielding your destiny, and the Chariot is all about navigating challenges. So it's how can you use your willpower and determination to protect yourself from harm? Well, one way is to set boundaries, right? If you know that someone or something is draining your energy, or sabotaging your efforts, you need to set a boundary and protect yourself from it. You need to say no to things that don't serve you, and you need to distance yourself from people who are toxic or negative. And that's a really important message, because it means that you have the ability to create a safe and supportive environment for yourself, as long as you're willing to set boundaries and protect your energy. And another way to protect yourself is to trust your intuition, right? Your gut feeling is usually right, so you need to pay attention to it and follow its guidance. If something feels off, It probably is. So you need to, trust your instincts and, take action to protect yourself. And, that's a really important message because it means that you have the ability to, avoid dangerous situations and, make good decisions as long as you're willing to, trust your intuition and, follow its lead. And, another way to protect yourself is to, be prepared, right? If you know that there's a potential challenge or obstacle coming your way, you need to, prepare yourself for it, you know. You need to, gather information, develop a plan, and then, take action to mitigate the potential risks. And, that's a really important message because it means that you have the ability to, overcome any challenge that comes your way as long as you're willing to, be prepared and, take action. It's you wouldn't go into battle without armor, right? The chariot needs to be ready for anything, and the armor is the Aventurine. Okay, so, the chariot can also be about, travel, right? Literally getting in your car or on a plane or, whatever, and going somewhere. And, with the Aventurine, that could be, protected travel, making sure you're safe on your journey, whether it's a physical journey or, a spiritual journey. And, with the Six of Cups, maybe it's a trip down memory lane, visiting your childhood home or reconnecting with old friends or, going back to a place that's special to you. And, with the Empress, maybe it's a trip to, a place of beauty and abundance, a tropical island or a beautiful garden, or a place where you can connect with nature and feel the energy of creation. And with the Four of Wands, maybe it's a trip to a place of celebration and homecoming, a wedding or a family reunion, or a place where you can feel loved and supported and celebrated. But even that travel could be metaphorical. Maybe you're traveling to a new phase in your life, right? That's when the chariot's willpower comes in to get you through the change. You have the power to navigate these changes safely with the Aventurine's protection, and you can use the lessons of the past to build a better future and to create a life of abundance and celebration. It's all connected. But okay, let's get back to this idea of self-sabotage, right? Because I feel that's a really important part of this reading. So, how can the chariot help you to, overcome your own self-sabotaging tendencies? Well, one way is to, identify your triggers, right? What are the things that, cause you to self-sabotage? Is it fear of failure? Is it low self-esteem? Is it a need for control? Once you know what your triggers are, you can start to develop strategies for managing them, You can practice self-care or talk to a therapist or use affirmations or whatever works for you. And that's a really important message because it means that you have the ability to break free from your self-sabotaging patterns as long as you're willing to identify your triggers and develop strategies for managing them. And another way to overcome self-sabotage is to challenge your negative thoughts, right? Like when you start to have negative thoughts about yourself or your abilities, you need to challenge them and ask yourself if they're really true. Are you really a failure? Are you really not good enough? Are you really incapable of achieving your goals? Usually, the answer is no. So you need to replace those negative thoughts with positive ones, You need to remind yourself of your strengths, your accomplishments, and your potential. And that's a really important message because it means that you have the ability to change your mindset and start believing in yourself. As long as you're willing to challenge your negative thoughts and replace them with positive ones. And another way to overcome self-sabotage is to focus on your goals, right? When you're feeling tempted to self-sabotage, you need to remind yourself of what you're working towards and why it's important to you, You need to visualize your success and feel the excitement and joy of achieving your goals. And that's a really important message because it means that you have the ability to stay motivated and focused as long as you're willing to keep your goals in mind and visualize your success. The Chariot is all about forward motion, so keep your EYESONTHE road. And don't let those negative thoughts pull you off course. You are in control here. Okay, so what if the obstacle that the Chariot is helping you overcome is a specific person, right? Someone who's actively trying to hold you back or sabotage your efforts. Well, in that case, the Chariot is telling you to stand your ground and don't let them win, You need to be assertive and tell them to back off. And you need to protect yourself from their negativity and their attempts to control you. And that can be really hard, especially if it's someone you care about. But it's really important to prioritize your own well-being and protect yourself from harm. The Aventurine is there to help you, but the Chariot gives you the strength to enforce those boundaries. And the Chariot can also be telling you to take control of the situation, right? Instead of just reacting to what this person is doing, you need to take the initiative and create your own path forward. You need to set your own goals, make your own plans, and then start moving towards them, regardless of what this person is doing. And that can be really empowering because it means that you're not letting this person control your life. You're taking charge and creating your own destiny. It's your Chariot, not theirs. Okay, so the last thing I'm getting here is that the Chariot is telling you to trust your own judgment, right? You have the ability to make good decisions and navigate your own life. So you need to trust yourself and don't let other people tell you what to do. You need to listen to your own inner voice and follow your own intuition, even if it's different from what other people are telling you. And that can be really scary, especially if you're used to relying on other people's opinions. But it's really important to develop your own sense of self and trust your own judgment. The Chariot is about independence. You're driving this thing, so start making your own decisions and taking control of your own life. The Aventurine is there to protect you, but the Chariot is there to empower you. Okay, so all of this is making me think that maybe the next card is going to be about what direction you're supposed to be heading in, you know. The Chariot is all about moving forward, but where are you going? What's your destination? And I'm also wondering if it's going to be about what kind of obstacles you're going to face along the way, you know. The Chariot is all about overcoming challenges, but what specific challenges are you going to have to deal with? And I'm also wondering if it's going to be about what kind of support you're going to need, you know. The Chariot is all about willpower and determination, but you can't do it all alone. So who's going to be there to help you? So many possibilities. I'm so excited to see what's next. Okay, next card. Ooh, okay, so the Devil. Whoa. Okay, so the Devil card is all about temptation and addiction and feeling trapped, right? It's about those things that are holding you back, those chains that you can't seem to break, even though you know they're not good for you, you know. It's about those unhealthy attachments and those patterns of behavior that just keep repeating themselves, even though you're consciously trying to change them. So this is definitely adding a whole new layer to this reading, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely something to pay attention to, you know. Okay, so how does this connect with everything we've already got, right? Okay, so first of all, the Aventurine, right? It's all about protection. So if the Devil is showing up, it's what are you needing protection from? You know, what are those temptations, those addictions, those things that are trying to keep you chained down? The Aventurine is girl, I got you. But you gotta be aware of what you're protecting yourself from. It's shining a light on the darkness so you can see what's really going on. And then the Six of Cups, right? Nostalgia, the past, childhood memories. So maybe these chains, these temptations, these patterns, maybe they're rooted in the past, you know. Maybe there's something from your childhood, or from a past relationship, or from some past experience that's still affecting you today, you know. Maybe you learned some unhealthy coping mechanisms as a kid, or maybe you're still carrying around some baggage from a past relationship. The Six of Cups is look back, but don't get stuck. See where these chains came from so you can break them, you know. And then the Empress, right? Abundance, creativity, nurturing. So maybe the Devil is showing up because you're not fully embracing your Empress energy, you know. Like maybe you're like suppressing your creativity, or you're not nurturing yourself properly, or you're like not allowing yourself to receive abundance. The devil can be like a block to all that good Empress energy, like it's telling you that you're not worthy or that you don't deserve it. And like, that's a lie. The Empress is like, girl, you are worthy. You are deserving. Don't let the devil tell you otherwise. It's about reclaiming your power and like stepping into your full potential. And then the Four of Wands, right? Stability, harmony, celebration. So, like, maybe the devil is showing up because there's like something that's disrupting your stability or your harmony, you know. Like maybe there's some kind of conflict in your relationships, or maybe there's some kind of instability in your career, or maybe there's some kind of chaos in your home environment. The devil can be like a wrecking ball, threatening to tear down everything you've built. And the Four of Wands is like, protect your home, protect your peace. Don't let the devil steal your joy. It's about creating boundaries and like maintaining your sense of stability, even when things are chaotic around you. And then the Chariot, right? Willpower, determination, control. So, like, the devil is trying to, like, take away your control, right? It's trying to make you feel powerless and, like, trapped in these unhealthy patterns. But the Chariot is like, no, you are in control. You have the power to break these chains. You have the willpower to overcome these temptations. It's about, like, taking charge of your life and, like, directing your energy towards your goals, even when the devil is trying to pull you in the opposite direction. The Chariot is like, I'm driving this thing, devil, so get out of the way, and I'm driving it towards the light. Okay, so, like, putting it all together, it's like you're building this beautiful, abundant life, but there are these, like, underlying temptations and unhealthy attachments that are threatening to sabotage everything, right? And the Aventurine is there to protect you, but you also need to, like, use your willpower and determination to, like, break free from these chains and, like, reclaim your power. It's like you're driving your chariot towards your goals, but the devil is trying to, like, pull you off course, and you need to, like, stay focused and, like, resist those temptations. It's a battle, girl. A battle for your soul. Okay, so, like, let's dive a little deeper into what the devil actually represents, right? Because it's not just about, like, literal demons and stuff. It's more about, like, those internal struggles and those unhealthy attachments that are keeping you from living your best life, you know. So, like, one of the main things that the devil represents is, like, materialism, right? Like, being overly focused on material possessions and, like, external validation. It's about, like, thinking that you need to have all the latest gadgets and all the fancy clothes and all the expensive cars in order to be happy, you know. Like, it's about chasing that external validation and, like, trying to fill that void inside with material things. And, like, the problem with that is that it's never enough, you know. Like, You can buy all the things in the world, but it's not going to make you truly happy, because true happiness comes from within, you know. It comes from connecting with your soul and living in alignment with your values and pursuing your passions. So if you're feeling trapped by materialism, the devil is telling you to let go of that attachment and start focusing on what truly matters, you know. What brings you joy? What makes you feel alive? What are you passionate about? Those are the things that are going to bring you true happiness, not material possessions. And the Aventurine can help you with that, right? Because it's all about protecting your energy, and materialism is a huge energy drain, you know. It's constantly making you feel like you're not good enough, and that you need to buy more things in order to be happy. So the Aventurine can help you to resist those temptations and stay focused on what truly matters. And the Chariot can help you too, right? Because it's all about willpower and determination, and it takes a lot of willpower to resist the allure of materialism. So you can use your Chariot energy to steer yourself away from those temptations and stay on the path towards true happiness. Okay, so another thing that the devil represents is addiction, right? Not just drug addiction or alcohol addiction, but also addiction to anything that's unhealthy for you, you know. Addiction to work, addiction to social media, addiction to food, addiction to drama. Anything that you're using to numb your feelings or to escape from reality. And the problem with addiction is that it's a temporary fix, you know. It might make you feel good in the moment, but it's not actually solving the underlying problem. And it's often making things worse in the long run. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, you know. It might cover it up for a little while, but it's not actually healing it. So if you're feeling trapped by addiction, the devil is telling you to face your demons and start dealing with the underlying issues that are driving your addiction, you know. What are you trying to escape from? What are you trying to numb? What are you afraid to feel? Those are the questions you need to ask yourself. And the Six of Cups can help you with that, right? Because it's all about looking back at the past and understanding where these patterns came from. Maybe you developed these addictions as a way to cope with trauma or with difficult emotions in your childhood. So the Six of Cups can help you to heal those wounds and break free from those patterns. And the Empress can help you too, right? Because it's all about nurturing yourself and finding healthy ways to cope with your emotions. So instead of turning to addiction, you can turn to creativity or to nature or to spending time with loved ones or to anything that makes you feel good and that nourishes your soul. Okay, so another thing that the devil represents is feeling trapped, right? Feeling stuck in a situation that you can't get out of, whether it's a relationship, a job, a living situation, or whatever. It's about like feeling powerless and like thinking that you have no control over your own life. And like the problem with feeling trapped is that it's like incredibly disempowering, you know? Like it makes you feel like you're a victim and that you have no agency. And like that can lead to all sorts of problems like depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. So like if you're feeling trapped, the devil is telling you to like take back your power and like start looking for ways to create change, you know? Like, what are your options? What steps can you take to improve your situation? Even if it seems impossible, there's always something you can do. And like, the Chariot can help you with that, right? Because it's all about willpower and determination. And it takes a lot of willpower to break free from a feeling of being trapped. So, you can use your Chariot energy to like start taking action and like creating a new path for yourself. And like the Four of Wands can help you too, right? Because it's all about creating stability and harmony. And sometimes that means making difficult choices, like leaving a relationship or a job that's no longer serving you. So, you can use your Four of Wands energy to, like, create a new foundation for yourself. One that's based on freedom and empowerment. Okay, so, like, let's connect this back to those self-sabotaging tendencies we were talking about, right? Because I feel like that's a really important part of this reading. So, like, how might the devil be manifesting in terms of self-sabotage? Well, like, maybe you're, like, sabotaging your own success by, like, procrastinating or by, like, not following through on your commitments, you know? Like you have all these great ideas and all these amazing goals, but you just can't seem to, like, get your act together and, like, actually make them happen. And the devil is, like, whispering in your ear, you're not good enough. You're going to fail anyway. Why even try? And, like, the problem with that is that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. Like, if you keep telling yourself that you're going to fail, then you're probably going to fail. So, like, the devil is telling you to, like, break free from that negative mindset and, like, start believing in yourself, you know. Like, you are good enough. You can succeed. You just need to, like, take action and, like, stay committed to your goals. Or, like, maybe you're, like, sabotaging your relationships by, like, being too clingy or by, like, pushing people away, you know. Like, you're afraid of getting hurt, so you either, like, smother people with your love or you, like, create distance between yourself and others. And the devil is, like, whispering in your ear, you're going to get hurt anyway. People are going to leave you. Don't even bother trying to connect. And, like, the problem with that is that it prevents you from forming genuine connections with others, you know. Like, you're either, like, suffocating people or you're, like, isolating yourself. So, like, the devil is telling you to, like, break free from that fear and, like, start opening yourself up to love, you know. Like, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to get hurt. That's part of being human. Or, like, maybe you're, like, sabotaging your health by, like, overeating or by, like, not exercising, you know. Like, you're using food or lack of exercise as a way to cope with stress or with difficult emotions. And the devil is like whispering in your ear, you deserve it. You've had a hard day. Just relax and indulge. And like, the problem with that is that it's like harming your body and your mind, Like, it's making you feel sluggish and unhealthy, and it's preventing you from living your best life. So, like, the devil is telling you to, like, break free from those unhealthy habits and, like, start taking care of yourself, Like, nourish your body with healthy food. Move your body with exercise. Treat yourself with kindness and compassion. Okay, so, like, how can the Aventurine help with all of this? Well, like, as we've been saying, it's all about protection, right? So, it's about protecting you from those temptations, those addictions, those self-sabotaging tendencies. It's about creating a shield around you that keeps those negative influences at bay. But like, it's not just about passively protecting you. It's also about, like, actively empowering you to make better choices, Like, it's helping you to, like, see through the devil's lies and, like, recognize your own strength and power. It's reminding you that you are worthy of love and happiness and success, and that you do have the ability to overcome these challenges. And like, that's why the Chariot is so important too, right? Because it's all about willpower and determination, and it's about, like, taking action to create the life you want. So, you can use your Aventurine and your Chariot energy to, like, break free from those chains and, like, start moving towards your goals, even when the devil is trying to hold you back. So it's like the Aventurine is giving you the strength to resist temptation, and the Chariot is giving you the drive to move forward, even when things are tough. And like, that's a really powerful combination, because it means that you have the ability to, like, overcome anything that's standing in your way, as long as you're willing to, like, believe in yourself and, like, take action. It's like the ultimate tag team. Okay, so, like, what's the final message here? I think it's that you have the power to break free from whatever is holding you back, whether it's internal or external. You have the power to overcome your temptations, your addictions, your self-sabotaging tendencies. You have the power to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and abundance. You just need to, like, believe in yourself and, like, take action. And like, the Aventurine is there to help you every step of the way, protecting you from harm and empowering you to make good choices. And the Chariot is there to give you the strength and the drive to move forward, even when things are tough. So, like, trust in these energies and trust in yourself, and you'll be able to create anything you want. But okay, I'm also getting the sense that, like, this isn't the end of the story, Like, there's still one more card to pull, and I feel like that card is going to reveal, like, what the ultimate lesson is here, Like, what are you really supposed to be learning from all of this? Is it about, like, forgiving yourself for your past mistakes? Is it about, like, embracing your shadow side? Is it about, like, learning to love yourself unconditionally? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out. And I'm also getting the sense that this final card is going to give you, like, a specific action step, like something you can do right now to start moving towards your goals and to start breaking free from those chains. So, like, stay tuned, because this is about to get really good. Okay, next card. Okay, next card. Ooh-oh. Okay, wow, death. Okay, like, don't freak out. I know, death sounds scary, but it's, like, not usually about physical death, It's more about, like, endings and transformations, and, like, shedding the old to make way for the new. It's about, like, closing one chapter of your life so you can start a new one, Like, it's a big change, but it's usually a necessary one, like it's, like, something that has to happen. So, like, yeah, don't panic. This could be good. Okay, so, like, how does this fit in with everything else we've got going on here? Okay, so, like, first of all, the Aventurine right. Protection. So, like, what are you being protected from? Well, maybe you're being protected from, like, clinging to something that needs to end, Like, maybe there's a situation or a relationship or a belief system that's no longer serving you. And the Aventurine is helping you to, like, let go of it gracefully, Like, it's protecting you from the pain and the resistance that can come with change. And it's helping you to, like, trust that this ending is actually a good thing. Even if it doesn't feel like it right now, It's like, I've got you. I'll keep you safe while you're dying to the old self. And then the Six of Cups, right? The past, nostalgia, childhood. So, like, maybe this ending is connected to something from your past, Like, maybe you're finally ready to let go of some old baggage or some old wounds that you've been carrying around for a long time, Maybe you're realizing that some of your beliefs or behaviors are rooted in your childhood experiences and that they're no longer serving you as an adult. So, like, death is coming in to, like, help you to release those old patterns and to, like, create a new foundation for yourself. One that's based on your present needs and desires, not on your past traumas, Like, it's not about forgetting your past, but it is about not letting it control your future. It's like, okay, thanks for the lessons past, but I'm moving on. And then the Empress, right? Creation, abundance, nurturing. So, like, maybe this ending is making way for something new and beautiful to be born, Like, maybe you need to clear out some old energy and some old space in order to create room for new opportunities and new experiences to come into your life, Like, it's like cleaning out your closet, You gotta get rid of the old stuff that you don't wear anymore so you can make room for new clothes that actually fit and that make you feel good. So, like, death is coming in to, like, help you to declutter your life and to, like, make space for more abundance and more creativity, It's like, I'm clearing the way for your Empress to shine. And then the Four of Wands, right? Stability, harmony, celebration. So, like, maybe this ending is actually creating more stability and more harmony in your life, Like, maybe there's something that's been disrupting your peace and your happiness. and death is coming in to, remove it from your life so you can finally feel settled and secure, you know. It's like getting rid of a toxic relationship or a stressful job, you know. It might be painful in the short term, but it's ultimately going to lead to more peace and more stability in the long run. So, death is coming in to, help you to create a more harmonious and balanced life for yourself, you know. It's like I'm protecting your Four of Wands vibes. And then the Chariot, right? Willpower, determination, control. Okay, so this is interesting, right? Because the Chariot is all about control, and death is all about letting go. So, maybe this is about learning to surrender and to trust the process, even when you don't understand what's happening, you know. Maybe you've been trying to control everything in your life, and death is coming in to, show you that you can't control everything, and that sometimes you just need to let go and let the universe take the reins, you know. It's okay, Chariot, you can't steer everything. Sometimes you need to trust the road. It's about recognizing the difference between true control, which is about setting intentions and taking action, and the illusion of control, which is about trying to micromanage every little detail, you know. And then the devil. So the thing that needs to die is that devil energy, right? Those chains, those addictions, those temptations. That's what death is coming to take away. It's not about destroying your life. It's about destroying the things that are keeping you from living your best life, you know. It's about, breaking those chains and, stepping into your power. It's okay, devil, your time is up. Death is here to take you away. It's the ultimate cleansing, you know. Getting rid of all the gunk and the grime so you can finally shine, you know. It's a spiritual detox. Okay, so putting it all together, it's you're on this journey to create a beautiful, abundant, stable life for yourself. But there are these old patterns and these unhealthy attachments that are holding you back. And death is coming in to help you to release them so you can finally move forward with freedom and joy, you know. It's a process of transformation, and it can be scary and uncomfortable at times, but it's ultimately going to lead to something amazing, you know. It's trust the process, even when it's hard. Death is making way for something better. Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into what death actually means, right? Because it's not just about endings. It's also about, transformation and rebirth, you know. It's when one door closes, another one opens, you know. It's when a caterpillar dies, it turns into a butterfly, you know. It's when a seed dies, it sprouts into a plant, you know. So death is not just about saying goodbye to the old. It's also about saying hello to the new, you know. It's about embracing change and trusting that something beautiful is going to emerge from the ashes. And that's why it's so important to let go of the fear and the resistance that can come with change, you know. Because fear and resistance will only hold you back and prevent you from fully embracing the transformation. Like, if you're clinging to the old, you're not going to be able to receive the new, you know. It's like trying to pour water into a cup that's already full, you know. It's just going to overflow and make a mess. So you need to empty your cup so you can receive the new blessings that are coming your way, you know. You need to create space for the new. You need to trust that the universe has got your back, even when things seem scary or uncertain. And that's where the Aventurine comes in, right? Because it's all about protection, and it's protecting you from those fears and those doubts that can hold you back. It's helping you to trust that this transformation is actually a good thing, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. It's I'm shielding you from the bad vibes so you can embrace the good stuff. And the Chariot can help you too, right? Because it's all about willpower and determination. And it takes a lot of willpower to overcome your fears and to embrace change. So you can use your Chariot energy to push through those feelings of resistance and to move forward with confidence, even when you're feeling scared. It's okay, I'm scared, but I'm still gonna do it. Okay, so let's talk about some specific examples of what this transformation might look like, right? Because it's always helpful to have some concrete ideas to work with. So, maybe you're going through a career change, you know. Maybe you're realizing that your current job is no longer fulfilling you, and that you need to find something that's more aligned with your passions and your values. And that can be a really scary thing, you know. It can be scary to leave a stable job and to step into the unknown. But death is telling you that it's time to let go of that old career and to embrace a new path, one that's more authentic and more fulfilling. And the Six of Cups is reminding you of what you loved to do as a child, you know. What were your passions back then? What made you feel alive? Maybe it's time to reconnect with those old interests and to find a way to incorporate them into your new career. Or maybe you're going through a relationship breakup, you know. Maybe you're realizing that your current relationship is no longer healthy or fulfilling, and that it's time to move on. And that can be a really painful thing, you know. It can be painful to let go of someone you love and to face the prospect of being alone. But death is telling you that it's time to let go of that old relationship and to create space for a new love to come into your life, one that's more supportive and more fulfilling. And the Empress is reminding you of your own worth, you know. You are worthy of love. You are worthy of happiness. You deserve to be with someone who treats you with respect and kindness. Or maybe you're going through a spiritual awakening, you know. Maybe you're starting to question your old beliefs and to explore new ways of connecting with the divine. And that can be a really confusing thing, you know. It can be confusing to let go of everything you thought you knew and to embrace the unknown. But death is telling you that it's time to let go of those old beliefs and to, open yourself up to new possibilities, you know. It's time to explore different spiritual practices and to find what resonates with you. And the Chariot is reminding you to trust your own intuition, you know. You have the power to discern what's true for you and to create your own spiritual path. Okay, so, let's get back to this idea of letting go of control, right? Because I think that's a really important part of this death card, especially after the Chariot. So, what does it actually mean to let go of control? Well, it doesn't mean giving up on your goals or becoming passive and apathetic. It just means, surrendering to the flow of life and trusting that things are unfolding in the way they're meant to, even when you don't understand why, you know. It means, accepting that you can't control everything and that sometimes you just need to let go and let the universe take the reins. And that can be really hard, especially for those of us who are used to being in charge and calling the shots, you know. It can be scary to relinquish control and to trust that things are going to work out, even when we don't have all the answers. But death is telling us that it's necessary to, release that need for control in order to fully embrace the transformation that's coming, you know. It's you gotta let go to grow. It's you can't control the weather. You can only control how you respond to it. So, you can't control what happens in your life, but you can control how you react to it. And that's where your power lies, you know. It's not about controlling the external world. It's about controlling your internal world. And how can you do that? Well, one way is to practice mindfulness, you know. To pay attention to your thoughts and your feelings without judgment. To observe them as they arise and to let them pass without getting caught up in them. And that can help you to detach from your need for control and to see things more clearly. Or another way is to practice gratitude, you know. To focus on the things you're grateful for in your life, even when things are tough. And that can help you to shift your perspective and to appreciate the good things that are already present in your life. Or another way is to practice self-compassion, you know. To treat yourself with kindness and understanding, especially when you're struggling. And that can help you to forgive yourself for your mistakes and to move forward with more self-love and self-acceptance. Okay, so what are some practical things you can do to embrace this death energy and to move forward with confidence, right? Because it's not enough to just understand the theory. You also need to take action. So one thing you can do is to declutter your life, you know. Get rid of anything that's no longer serving you, whether it's physical possessions, toxic relationships, or outdated beliefs. And that can create space for new opportunities and new experiences to come into your life. Or another thing you can do is to forgive yourself and others, you know. Like, let go of any resentment or anger that you're holding on to, and choose to forgive those who have hurt you, including yourself. And like, that can free you from the chains of the past and allow you to move forward with more peace and more freedom. Or like, another thing you can do is to like embrace change, you know. Like, stop resisting the inevitable and start welcoming new experiences into your life. And like, that can open you up to new possibilities and new adventures. And like, remember that you're not alone in this, you know. Like, the Aventurine is there to protect you. The Six of Cups is there to remind you of your past. The Empress is there to nurture you. The Four of Wands is there to support you. The Chariot is there to empower you. And Death is there to transform you. So, like, trust in these energies and trust in yourself, and you'll be able to navigate this transformation with grace and ease. And like, don't be afraid to ask for help, you know. Like, reach out to your friends, your family, your therapist, or your spiritual advisor for support. And like, remember that this is just a temporary phase, and that something amazing is waiting for you on the other side. Okay, so like, the final message here is that death is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, you know. It's a natural part of life, and it's a necessary step in the process of transformation. It's about letting go of the old to make way for the new, and it's about trusting that something beautiful is going to emerge from the ashes. So, like, embrace the change, trust the process, and know that you are loved and supported every step of the way. Okay, so like, I'm feeling like the next card is going to like show us what that something beautiful is, you know. Like, what's waiting for you on the other side of this transformation. And like, I'm also wondering if it's going to like give us some more specific guidance on how to navigate this process, you know. Like, what are some things you can do to make this transformation easier and more joyful? I'm so excited to find out. Okay, next card. Okay, next card. Ooh-oh. Okay, wow, the Two of Cups. Oh, that's beautiful after all that intense energy, you know. Okay, so, like, the Two of Cups is all about like partnership, connection, harmony, love, right? It's like seeing yourself reflected in another person and like creating something beautiful together, you know. It's like that feeling of like, I see you, you see me, and we're in this together. So like, this could be a romantic partnership, of course, but it could also be like a really close friendship, or a business partnership, or any kind of relationship where there's like mutual respect, understanding, and like a shared vision, you know. It's all about like finding your other half, or your soulmate, or your like partner in crime. It's about finding someone who just gets you, and who supports you, and who loves you for who you are. Okay, so like, how does this connect with all the other cards we've pulled? Okay, so like, first of all, the Aventurine, right? Protection. So like, maybe the Aventurine is protecting this connection, you know. Like, maybe it's helping you to attract the right kind of partner, someone who's good for you. someone who's supportive and loving, someone who's not going to, drain your energy or, take advantage of you. It's like I'm shielding this connection from any negativity, you know? And then the Six of Cups, right? The past, nostalgia. So, maybe this connection is with someone from your past, you know? Maybe it's an old friend or a childhood sweetheart or someone you used to work with, you know? And maybe you're reconnecting with them now and you're realizing that there's a really strong connection there, a connection that's been there all along, but you just didn't realize it until now, you know? It's wow, we've known each other forever, and now we're finally seeing each other in a new light, you know? Or maybe this connection is helping you to heal some old wounds from the past, you know? Maybe you had some difficult relationships in the past, and this new connection is helping you to see that not all relationships are like that, that there are people out there who are capable of love and kindness and support. It's this is what a healthy relationship actually looks like, you know? And then the Empress, right? Abundance, creativity. So maybe this connection is sparking your creativity, you know? Maybe you're feeling more inspired and more motivated to create things, whether it's art, music, writing, or whatever, you know? It's being around this person makes me want to create something beautiful, you know? Or maybe this connection is bringing more abundance into your life, you know? Maybe you're feeling more financially secure, or more emotionally fulfilled, or more spiritually connected, you know? It's this person is bringing so much good into my life, you know? It's like a creative partnership that just flows. And then the Four of Wands, right? Stability, harmony. So maybe this connection is bringing more stability and more harmony into your life, you know? Maybe you're feeling more grounded and more secure and more at peace with yourself and with the world, you know? It's this person makes me feel safe and loved, you know? It's like coming home. Or maybe this connection is helping you to create a more harmonious environment in your home or in your workplace, you know? Maybe you're resolving conflicts and creating more understanding and more cooperation. It's we're creating a space where everyone feels welcome and respected, you know? And then the Chariot, right? Willpower, determination. So maybe this connection is giving you the strength and the motivation to pursue your goals, you know? Maybe you're feeling more confident and more determined to achieve your dreams because you know that you have someone who believes in you and who's supporting you every step of the way. It's I can do anything with this person by my side, you know? Or maybe this connection is helping you to overcome some obstacles that you've been facing, you know? Maybe you're working together to solve problems and to create a better future for yourselves and for others. It's we're a team and we can overcome anything together. You know, it's about harnessing the power of two. And then the Devil, right? Temptation, addiction. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting, right? Because, the Two of Cups can be a really positive card, can also have a shadow side, Like, it can be about codependency or unhealthy attachments, or like losing yourself in the relationship. So, maybe the devil is warning you to be careful not to fall into those traps, you know. Maybe you need to make sure that you're maintaining your own individuality and your own boundaries in this relationship, and that you're not sacrificing your own needs and desires for the sake of the other person. It's don't lose yourself in this connection. Remember who you are, Or maybe the devil is warning you to be careful not to repeat some old patterns from the past, Maybe you've had some codependent relationships in the past, and you need to make sure that you're not falling into those same patterns again with this new connection. It's learn from your past mistakes. Don't repeat them. It's about balance. And then death, right? Endings, transformations. So, maybe this connection is helping you to let go of some old baggage and to transform yourself into a better person, Maybe you're learning to be more open, more honest, more vulnerable, and more loving. It's this relationship is helping me to grow and evolve, Or maybe this connection is helping you to let go of some old relationships that were no longer serving you, Maybe you're realizing that you need to distance yourself from some toxic people in your life in order to make room for this new, healthy connection. It's I'm letting go of the old to make way for the new. It's about embracing change. Okay, so, putting it all together, it's you're attracting this amazing new connection into your life, but you need to be careful not to fall into some old traps or to repeat some old patterns, You need to maintain your own individuality and your own boundaries, and you need to let go of any baggage from the past that's holding you back. But if you can do that, then this connection has the potential to bring so much joy, abundance, and stability into your life. It's this could be the real deal, but I need to be smart about it. Okay, so, let's talk more about the positive aspects of this Two of Cups connection, right? Because, it's not all about potential pitfalls and warnings. It's also about, the amazing potential for growth and happiness, So, one of the most beautiful things about the Two of Cups is that it represents, mutual respect and understanding, It's about seeing the other person for who they truly are and accepting them, flaws and all. It's about recognizing their strengths and celebrating their accomplishments. And it's about supporting them through their challenges and their struggles. And that kind of mutual respect and understanding is so essential for any healthy relationship, If you don't respect and understand the other person, then you're not really seeing them. You're just seeing a projection of your own needs and desires, And that's not a recipe for a lasting connection. So, the Two of Cups is telling you that this connection has the potential to be based on a really solid foundation of mutual respect and understanding. And that's something to be really grateful for, It's we see each other we get each other, and we love each other for who we are. You know, it's a true meeting of souls. And like another beautiful thing about the Two of Cups is that it represents like emotional intimacy, you know. Like it's about being able to share your deepest thoughts and feelings with another person without fear of judgment or rejection. It's about feeling safe and secure enough to be vulnerable and authentic. And like that kind of emotional intimacy is so essential for creating a strong and lasting bond, you know. Like, if you can't be emotionally intimate with someone, then you're not really connected to them on a deep level. You're just skimming the surface, you know. And that's not a recipe for a truly fulfilling relationship. So like, the Two of Cups is telling you that this connection has the potential to be incredibly emotionally intimate, and that that's something to really cherish, you know. It's like, I can tell this person anything, and they'll still love me. You know, it's a safe space for your heart. And like another beautiful thing about the Two of Cups is that it represents like shared values and goals, you know. Like it's about being on the same page about the things that are most important to you in life and working together to create a future that aligns with those values and goals. And like that kind of shared vision is so essential for creating a sense of purpose and direction in a relationship, you know. Like, if you're not aligned on your values and goals, then you're going to be pulling in different directions, and that's going to create conflict and frustration. So like, the Two of Cups is telling you that this connection has the potential to be based on a really strong foundation of shared values and goals. And that's something to really cultivate, you know. It's like we're both working towards the same things, and we're supporting each other every step of the way. You know, it's a partnership with a purpose. Okay, so like, what are some specific ways that this Two of Cups connection might manifest in your life? Right? Because, like, it's always helpful to have some concrete examples to work with. So, like, maybe you're starting a new romantic relationship with someone who really gets you, you know. Like, someone who sees you for who you are and who loves you unconditionally. And like this relationship is based on mutual respect, emotional intimacy, and shared values. And it's bringing so much joy, abundance, and stability into your life. Or like, maybe you're forming a really close friendship with someone who's like a kindred spirit, you know. Like someone who understands you on a deep level and who supports you through thick and thin. And like this friendship is bringing so much laughter, companionship, and emotional support into your life. It's like finding your soul sister or your soul brother. Or like maybe you're starting a new business partnership with someone who shares your vision and your values, you know. Like someone who's just as passionate about your work as you are, and who's committed to creating something amazing together. And like, this partnership is bringing so much creativity, productivity, and financial success into your life. It's like finding your perfect business partner. Okay, so, now let's talk about the potential challenges, or the shadow side of this Two of Cups connection, right? Because, every card has its challenges, and it's important to be aware of them so you can avoid falling into those traps. So, one of the biggest challenges of the Two of Cups is codependency, you know. It's when you become so enmeshed with the other person that you lose your own sense of self, and you start to rely on them for your happiness and your validation. And that's not a healthy way to be in a relationship, you know. You need to maintain your own individuality and your own boundaries, and you need to be able to find happiness and fulfillment within yourself, regardless of what's going on in the relationship. So, if you're feeling like you're becoming too codependent on this person, the devil earlier warns you to take a step back and to reconnect with yourself, you know. Spend some time alone, pursue your own interests, and remember what makes you happy outside of the relationship. And remember that you are a whole and complete person on your own, and that you don't need someone else to make you whole. The Two of Cups is about complementing, not completing. And another challenge of the Two of Cups is idealization, you know. It's when you put the other person on a pedestal and you only see their good qualities while ignoring their flaws and their imperfections. And that's not a realistic way to view someone, you know. Everyone has flaws and imperfections, and it's important to accept them for who they are, warts and all. So if you're feeling like you're idealizing this person, the Death card reminds you to try to see them more realistically, you know. Acknowledge their flaws and their imperfections, and accept them for who they are, not for who you want them to be. And remember that you're not perfect either, and that it's okay to have flaws and imperfections. It's what makes you human. And another challenge of the Two of Cups is possessiveness, you know. It's when you become overly jealous or controlling of the other person, and you try to keep them all to yourself. And that's not a loving or respectful way to treat someone, you know. Everyone needs their own space and their own freedom, and it's important to respect that. So if you're feeling like you're becoming too possessive of this person, Chariot energy encourages you to step back and to give them some space, you know. Trust that they love you and that they're not going anywhere, and allow them to have their own experiences and their own relationships outside of your connection. Okay, so how can you avoid falling into these traps and create a healthy and balanced Two of Cups connection? Right? Because it's not enough to just be aware of the challenges. You also need to know how to overcome them. So, one thing you can do is to communicate openly and honestly with the other person, you know. Talk about your feelings, your needs, and your boundaries, and listen to theirs as well. And that can help you to avoid misunderstandings and to create a stronger sense of trust and intimacy. Or another thing you can do is to maintain your own individuality and your own interests, Like, don't give up the things that make you happy just because you're in a relationship. And like, that can help you to avoid becoming too codependent and to maintain a sense of balance in your life. Or, like, another thing you can do is to respect each other's boundaries, Like, don't try to control or manipulate the other person, and don't allow them to control or manipulate you. And like, that can help you to create a relationship that's based on mutual respect and freedom. And like, remember that the Aventurine is there to protect you from any negativity or any unhealthy influences in this connection, So, like, trust in its power and allow it to guide you towards a healthy and balanced relationship. The key is to stay grounded and centered in yourself so you can come to that connection as a whole. It starts within. Okay, so, like, the final message here is that the Two of Cups represents the potential for a beautiful and fulfilling connection. But it's important to be aware of the potential challenges and to take steps to avoid falling into those traps, Like, maintain your own individuality, communicate openly and honestly, respect each other's boundaries, and trust in the power of the Aventurine to protect you. And if you can do that, then this connection has the potential to bring so much joy, abundance, and stability into your life. Okay, so, like, I'm feeling like the next card is going to, like, give us some more specific guidance on how to navigate this relationship, Like, what are some things you can do to make this connection even stronger and more fulfilling? And like, I'm also wondering if it's going to, like, reveal what the ultimate purpose of this relationship is, Like, why did you attract this person into your life? What are you supposed to learn from them? What are you supposed to create together? I'm so excited to find out. Okay, next card. Okay, so, like, here we are, the final card, right? It's been quite the journey, hasn't it? We started with the Aventurine, all about protection, shielding your destiny, right? And then we went back to the Six of Cups, looking at the past, those nostalgic feelings, maybe some childhood memories popping up, right? And then the Empress, bursting onto the scene with all that abundance, creativity, and nurturing energy, followed by the Four of Wands, bringing in that sense of stability, harmony, and celebration, like you're building a solid foundation for your life. But then, the Chariot shows up, reminding you to take control, to harness your willpower, and to move forward with determination, right? But then bam, the Devil crashes the party, bringing in those temptations, those addictions, those feelings of being trapped, those chains holding you back, right? And then Death, swooping in to clear out the old, to make way for the new, to transform everything, And now, finally, we arrive at the Two of Cups, connection, partnership, harmony, love, like finding your other half, your soulmate, your partner in crime, right? It's been a roller coaster. So, like, the core story here is about you building this amazing life, but also facing some internal and external challenges, right? withdrawing on your past, embracing your creativity, creating stability, and taking charge of your destiny. But you're also battling some demons, breaking free from old patterns, and transforming yourself along the way, right? And ultimately, you're finding connection, partnership, and love. It's like you're on this epic quest, and the Two of Cups is the treasure you find at the end, right? But it's not just about finding the treasure. It's about what you do with it, right? It's about how you nurture this connection, how you avoid the pitfalls, and how you create a lasting and fulfilling partnership. And that's what we're going to dive into now. So, like the Two of Cups, right? It's such a beautiful card. It's all about seeing yourself reflected in another person and creating something beautiful together, you know. It's that feeling of, like, I get you, you get me, and we're in this together. It's about mutual respect, understanding, emotional intimacy, shared values, and a shared vision, right? It's about finding someone who just gets you, who supports you, and who loves you for who you are. But it's not just about finding someone. It's also about being someone, right? It's about being the kind of person who can create a healthy and fulfilling partnership. It's about being a good partner, a good friend, a good lover, a good collaborator, you know. And that starts with self-love, right? You can't truly love someone else until you truly love yourself. And the Aventurine is here to remind you of that, right? It's protecting you from those negative thoughts and those self-sabotaging tendencies that can prevent you from fully loving yourself. It's helping you to see your own worth and your own potential, so you can come to this connection as a whole and complete person, right? So, the Two of Cups can manifest in so many different ways, right? It could be a romantic relationship, of course, but it could also be a close friendship, a business partnership, a creative collaboration, or even a connection with a family member, right? It's really about any kind of relationship where there's that mutual respect, understanding, and shared vision. And it doesn't even have to be a new connection, right? It could be an existing relationship that's deepening and becoming more meaningful, right? Maybe you're reconnecting with an old friend, or maybe you're finding a new level of intimacy with your partner, or maybe you're starting a new project with a colleague, right? The Two of Cups is about recognizing the potential for connection and partnership in all areas of your life. And remember the Six of Cups, right? The past, nostalgia. So, maybe this Two of Cups connection is with someone from your past, right? Maybe it's an old friend you're reconnecting with, or a childhood sweetheart who's suddenly back in your life, or a former colleague who reaches out with a new opportunity, right? It's like the universe is bringing you back together for a reason, right? Maybe you have some unfinished business, or maybe you're meant to learn something from each other, or maybe you're just meant to be in each other's lives, right? Or maybe this Two of Cups connection is helping you to heal some old wounds from the past, right? Maybe you had some difficult relationships in the past, and this new connection is showing you what a healthy and supportive relationship looks like, right? It's like you're finally getting the love and support you deserve. And it's helping you to heal from those old hurts. The Six of Cups can be like a guide to the perfect Two of Cups partner. And then the Empress, right? Abundance, creativity. So maybe this Two of Cups connection is sparking your creativity and bringing more abundance into your life, right? Maybe you're feeling more inspired and motivated to create things, whether it's art, music, writing, or whatever, right? It's like being around this person makes you feel alive and inspired, and it's unleashing your creative potential. Or maybe this Two of Cups connection is bringing more financial abundance into your life, right? Maybe you're starting a new business together, or maybe you're collaborating on a project that's bringing in a lot of money, or maybe you're just supporting each other in your careers, right? It's like you're both helping each other to achieve your financial goals and to create a more abundant life. The Empress energy is amplifying the Two of Cups. And then the Four of Wands, right? Stability, harmony. So, maybe this Two of Cups connection is bringing more stability and harmony into your life, right? Maybe you're feeling more grounded and secure and more at peace with yourself and with the world, right? It's like this person makes you feel safe and loved, and it's creating a sense of stability and security in your life. Or maybe this Two of Cups connection is helping you to create a more harmonious environment in your home or in your workplace, right? Maybe you're resolving conflicts, communicating more effectively, and creating a more supportive and collaborative atmosphere, right? It's like you're both working together to create a more peaceful and harmonious world around you. The Four of Wands is like a safe haven for your Two of Cups connection to thrive. And then the Chariot, right? Willpower, determination. So maybe this Two of Cups connection is giving you the strength and the motivation to pursue your goals, right? Maybe you're feeling more confident and more determined to achieve your dreams because you know that you have someone who believes in you and who's supporting you every step of the way, right? It's like you're both driving each other forward towards success and fulfillment. Or maybe this Two of Cups connection is helping you to overcome some obstacles that you've been facing, right? Maybe you're working together to solve problems, to break through barriers, and to create a better future for yourselves and for others, right? It's like you're both harnessing your willpower and your determination to overcome any challenges that come your way. The Chariot energy empowers you to drive that Two of Cups connection forward. But then we have the Devil, right? Temptation, addiction. So, this is where we need to be careful, right? Because the Two of Cups can be a really positive card, but it can also have a shadow side, right? It can be about codependency, unhealthy attachments, and losing yourself in the relationship. So, maybe the Devil is warning you to be careful not to fall into those traps, right? Maybe you need to make sure that you're maintaining your own individuality and your own boundaries in this relationship, and that you're not sacrificing your own needs and desires for for the sake of the other person, right? It's like the devil is whispering in your ear. Don't lose yourself in this connection. Remember who you are. Don't let this person control you, right? Or, maybe the devil is warning you to be careful not to repeat some old patterns from the past, right? Maybe you've had some codependent relationships in the past, and you need to make sure that you're not falling into those same patterns again with this new connection, right? It's like the devil is reminding you of those old wounds and those unhealthy attachments, and it's urging you to break free from them and to create a healthier relationship this time around. The devil is like, I see those red flags. Don't ignore them. And then death, right? Endings, transformations. So maybe this Two of Cups connection is helping you to let go of some old baggage and to transform yourself into a better person, right? Maybe you're learning to be more open, more honest, more vulnerable, and more loving, right? It's like this relationship is a catalyst for personal growth and transformation, and it's helping you to become the best version of yourself. Or maybe this Two of Cups connection is helping you to let go of some old relationships that were no longer serving you, right? Maybe you're realizing that you need to distance yourself from some toxic people in your life in order to make room for this new, healthy connection, right? It's like you're clearing out the old to make way for the new, and it's creating space for this Two of Cups connection to thrive. The Death card is about making room for the Two of Cups to blossom. Okay, so, putting it all together, it's like you're attracting this amazing new connection into your life. But you need to be careful not to fall into some old traps or to repeat some old patterns, right? You need to maintain your own individuality, communicate openly and honestly, respect each other's boundaries, and trust in the power of the Aventurine to protect you. But if you can do that, then this connection has the potential to bring so much joy, abundance, stability, and transformation into your life, right? It's like you're on this incredible journey, and this Two of Cups connection is a key part of it, helping you to grow, to heal, and to create a better future for yourself and for others. So, what are some specific things you can do to nurture this Two of Cups connection and to avoid the pitfalls, right? Because, it's not enough to just know what the cards mean. You also need to take action and to create a relationship that's aligned with your values and your desires. So, first and foremost, communication is key, right? You need to be able to talk openly and honestly with the other person about your feelings, your needs, and your boundaries, right? You need to be able to listen to them with compassion and understanding, and to create a safe space where you can both be vulnerable and authentic, right? It's like communication is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and it's something you need to be constantly working on. And that doesn't just mean talking. It also means listening, right? It means really hearing what the other person is saying and trying to understand their perspective, even if you don't agree with them. And it also means being willing to compromise and to find solutions that work for both of you, right? It's like you're both working together to build a bridge between your hearts and your minds. And like, another thing you can do is to prioritize quality time together, right? Like, make sure you're setting aside time to connect with each other, whether it's going on dates, having meaningful conversations, or just cuddling on the couch, right? It's like you need to nurture your connection and to create shared experiences that will strengthen your bond. And like, it doesn't have to be anything fancy or expensive, right? It's really about the intention and the connection, right? You could just be going for a walk in the park, or cooking dinner together, or watching a movie, right? It's the quality of the time, not the quantity, that matters most. Put your PHONES down. And like, another thing you can do is to show appreciation for each other, right? Like, tell the other person how much you appreciate them and show them through your actions, right? It's like you need to make them feel loved and valued and to remind them why you're grateful to have them in your life. And like, it doesn't have to be anything big or elaborate, right? It could just be saying thank you for something they did, or giving them a compliment, or doing something thoughtful for them, right? It's the little things that often mean the most. Like, if they usually do the dishes, offer to do them one night as a surprise. And like, another thing you can do is to support each other's goals and dreams, right? Like, encourage the other person to pursue their passions and offer your help and support along the way, right? It's like you need to be each other's biggest cheerleaders and to help each other to achieve your full potential. And like, that doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they do, right? It just means that you support their right to choose their own path and to pursue their own dreams. It's about being a partner. And like, another thing you can do is to maintain your own individuality and your own interests, right? Like, don't give up the things that make you happy just because you're in a relationship. And like, that can help you to avoid becoming too codependent and to maintain a sense of balance in your life. It's like you need to remember that you're two separate individuals and that you each have your own needs and desires. And it's important to honor those needs and desires, even when you're in a relationship. The Two of Cups isn't about losing yourself. And like, another thing you can do is to forgive each other for your mistakes, right? Like, everyone makes mistakes, and it's important to be able to forgive each other and to move on, right? It's like you need to let go of any resentment or anger that you're holding onto and to choose to forgive those who have hurt you, including yourself. And like, that doesn't mean you have to forget what happened, right? It just means that you choose to release the negative emotions associated with it and to move forward with more compassion and understanding. It's about healing. And like, remember the Aventurine, right? It's protecting you from negativity. So like, if you're feeling like you're falling into some old patterns or some unhealthy behaviors. The Aventurine is there to help you, right? It's helping you to see through those illusions and to make healthier choices. It's like having a little guardian angel whispering in your ear, reminding you of your worth and your potential. Keep that Aventurine close. Whether it's literal or metaphorical, whatever works for you. Remember its protective energy. And the final message here is that you are worthy of love. You are capable of creating a beautiful and fulfilling relationship. And you have all the tools you need to make it happen, right? You've been through so much on this journey, and you've learned so much along the way. You've embraced change, you've overcome challenges, and you've transformed yourself into a stronger and more resilient person. And now, you're ready to embrace this Two of Cups connection with open arms and a clear heart, right? So, trust in yourself, trust in the process, and trust in the power of love. You've got this. Okay, so, I'm feeling so much excitement for you right now. This Two of Cups connection is such a beautiful gift, and I know you're going to make the most of it. You're going to create a relationship that's based on mutual respect, understanding, emotional intimacy, shared values, and a whole lot of love. And it's going to bring so much joy, abundance, stability, and transformation into your life. So, go out there and embrace it. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to be open. And don't be afraid to love with all your heart. You deserve it. The Aventurine will keep you safe. And remember, I'm here for you if you ever need anything. Okay, that's it. For real this time. I'm sending you all my love and all my best wishes. Go. Hi, Pile 1. Welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for choosing the Ruby Raw crystal. This crystal is all about transformation. So this reading is really focused on igniting your potential and embracing growth and change. It's like unlocking a new level of yourself. Let's see what the cards have to say about that. Okay, so we have the Moon, the Four of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. Interesting combination. At first glance, it feels like a journey from maybe a little bit of confusion or uncertainty. That's the Moon into a period of rest and reflection with the Four of Swords. And then finally blossoming into a new emotional beginning with the Ace of Cups. It's like you're starting in a place where things aren't quite clear. Then you're taking a step back to recharge. And then bam. New love, new creativity, new emotional fulfillment comes pouring in. Remember, the Ruby is all about transformation. So each of these stages, even the resting one, is vital for your growth. Okay, let's really dive into this Moon card first. The Moon, it's such a mysterious card, isn't it? When I see the Moon, I immediately think of intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. It's about things that are hidden, things that aren't always what they seem on the surface. It's that feeling of walking in the dark, not quite sure where you're going, but trusting that inner voice to guide you. Now, this could mean a lot of different things, right? For some of you, the Moon might be highlighting a situation in your life where you're not seeing the full picture. Maybe there's some deception going on, either from someone else or even from yourself. Are you being honest with yourself about what you truly want? Are you maybe wearing rose-colored glasses and ignoring some red flags? The moon is urging you to trust your gut, to pay attention to those little whispers of intuition that you might be dismissing. Think of it like this. Have you ever had that feeling where something just doesn't sit right, even though you can't quite put your finger on why? That's the moon talking to you. It's saying, hey, there's something here that needs your attention. Dig a little deeper. It could be in a relationship, a job, a creative project, really anything where you feel a sense of unease or uncertainty. Or, on the flip side, the moon can also represent your own hidden talents and potential. Maybe you have a creative gift that you've been ignoring, or a passion that you're too afraid to pursue. The moon is encouraging you to embrace those hidden aspects of yourself, to explore your imagination and allow yourself to dream. Because remember, the ruby crystal wants you to transform. It wants you to step into your full potential, and that might mean uncovering some hidden parts of yourself. I remember years ago, I was working a job that was fine. It paid the bills, but I wasn't passionate about it. I kept having these dreams about writing, about creating my own tarot deck, but I dismissed them as just silly fantasies. Then, one day, I pulled the moon card in a reading for myself, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was ignoring my true calling. It was scary, but I started writing in the evenings after work, and slowly but surely, I built up the courage to pursue my dreams. So, the moon can really be a powerful catalyst for change. Now, let's think about how this connects to the ruby raw crystal. The ruby is all about igniting passion and courage. It's about taking that leap of faith, even when you're scared. So if you're seeing the moon in your reading, and you're drawn to the ruby, it's like a double dose of encouragement to trust your intuition and pursue your hidden desires. Don't let fear hold you back. The ruby is here to give you the strength to step into the unknown. But also, let's not forget the shadow side of the moon. It can also represent anxiety, fear, and illusion. Are you letting your fears control you? Are you getting caught up in negative thought patterns? The moon can be a warning to be mindful of your mental state and to not let your anxieties get the best of you. It's about recognizing those fears, acknowledging them, and then choosing to move forward anyway. Easier said than done, I know. But again, the ruby is here to help you transform those fears into fuel. Okay, so we've talked about hidden things, intuition, dreams, and fears. What else could the moon be telling you? Well, it could also be about a need for more self-care. Are you taking care of yourself, both mentally and physically? Are you getting enough sleep? Are you eating well? Are you spending time in nature? The moon is connected to the cycles of the moon, which are all about ebb and flow. It's reminding you that you can't be on all the time. You need to take time to rest and recharge, just like the moon waxes and wanes. And this brings us nicely to the next card, the Four of Swords. See how that flows. The moon might be highlighting a need for rest and reflection. And then bam, here comes the Four of Swords, confirming that message. The Four of Swords is all about taking a break, stepping back from the chaos of life, and finding some inner peace. It's about meditation, contemplation, and allowing yourself to heal. When I see the Four of Swords, I imagine someone retreating to a quiet sanctuary, away from all the noise and distractions of the world. They're lying down, eyes closed, just breathing and being present. It's about giving yourself permission to do absolutely nothing. And let me tell you, that can be harder than it sounds. We live in a society that values productivity and constantly being busy. But the Four of Swords is a reminder that rest is just as important as action. It's not being lazy, it's being strategic. So what could this mean for you? Well, if you've been feeling stressed, overwhelmed, or burnt out, the Four of Swords is a clear message to take a break. You need to step away from whatever is causing you stress and give yourself time to recover. This could mean taking a vacation, spending a weekend in nature, or simply carving out some time each day to meditate or relax. It's about finding what works for you and making it a priority. I know it can be hard to prioritize self-care, especially when you have a million things on your to-do list. But trust me, you'll be more productive and more effective in the long run if you take time to rest and recharge. Think of it like charging your phone. If you let your battery completely die, it takes longer to recharge. But if you plug it in before it's completely dead, it charges much faster. The same is true for your energy levels. Now, let's connect this back to the moon. Maybe the moon was highlighting some hidden anxieties or fears that are contributing to your stress levels. The Four of Swords is then offering you a way to address those anxieties. By taking time to rest and reflect, you can gain clarity and perspective on your fears. You can start to see them for what they are, often just illusions or stories that you're telling yourself. And with the ruby crystal fueling your transformation, you can break free from those negative patterns and create a more peaceful and fulfilling life. But the Four of Swords isn't just about physical rest. It's also about mental and emotional rest. It's about quieting the chatter in your mind and finding some inner stillness. This could involve meditation, journaling, or simply spending time in silence. It's about creating space for your thoughts and feelings to surface without judgment. Have you ever noticed how your best ideas often come to you when you're not trying to think of them? That's because when you're relaxed and your mind is quiet, you're more open to inspiration and intuition. The Four of Swords is helping you to create that space for inspiration to flow. It's about turning off the outside world so you can hear your inner voice. For some of you, the Four of Swords might be a sign that you need to forgive yourself or someone else. Maybe you're holding onto resentment or anger that's weighing you down. The Four of Swords is encouraging you to release those negative emotions and find some peace. Forgiveness is not about condoning someone's actions. It's about freeing yourself from the burden of anger and resentment. Again, the ruby crystal can be a powerful ally in this process. It can help you to release those old wounds and transform them into strength and compassion. It's about recognizing that everyone makes mistakes and that holding onto anger only hurts you in the end. Let the ruby's transformative energy help you let go. Now, let's think about the potential downsides of the Four of Swords. It's important to remember that balance is key. While rest and reflection are essential, you don't want to get stuck in a state of stagnation. The Four of Swords can sometimes indicate a fear of taking action or a tendency to procrastinate. Are you using rest as an excuse to avoid dealing with your problems? Are you hiding from the world instead of engaging with it? If that resonates with you, the ruby crystal is here to give you a kick in the pants. It's reminding you that transformation requires action. You can't just sit around and wait for things to change. You have to take steps to create the life you want. The Four of Swords is a temporary retreat, not a permanent escape. Okay, so we've talked about rest, reflection, forgiveness, and potential stagnation. What else could the Four of Swords be telling you? Well, it could also be a sign that you need to simplify your life. Are you trying to do too much? Are you spreading yourself too thin? The Four of Swords is encouraging you to let go of anything that's not essential and focus on what truly matters. This could mean decluttering your home, saying no to commitments that don't align with your values, or simply spending less time on social media. It's about creating more space in your life for the things that bring you joy and fulfillment. The goal is not to become a hermit, but to create a more balanced and intentional life. And that intention brings us right into our third card, the beautiful Ace of Cups. Ah, the Ace of Cups. What a lovely card to end on. This card is all about new beginnings in love, compassion, and emotional fulfillment. It's about opening your heart to new possibilities and allowing yourself to receive love in all its forms. When I see the Ace of Cups, I imagine an overflowing cup filled with pure, unconditional love. It's like the universe is saying, here you go. Here's a fresh start, a chance to experience love and joy in a whole new way. It's a gift, a divine offering. The question is, are you ready to receive it? Now, this doesn't necessarily mean romantic love, although it certainly could. The Ace of Cups can also represent new friendships, a deeper connection with family, or simply a greater sense of self-love and acceptance. It's about opening your heart to all forms of love and recognizing the abundance of love that already exists in your life. So, how does this connect to the moon and the Four of Swords? Well, maybe the moon was highlighting some old emotional wounds or limiting beliefs that are preventing you from fully embracing love. And maybe the Four of Swords was a necessary period of rest and reflection to heal those wounds and release those beliefs. Now, with the Ace of Cups, you're finally ready to move forward and experience love in a new and more authentic way. It's like you've been through a period of darkness and uncertainty with the moon. Then you took some time to rest and heal with the Four of Swords. And now you're emerging into the light, ready to receive the blessings of the Ace of Cups. And remember, the ruby crystal is fueling your transformation every step of the way. It's about recognizing that even the difficult experiences in life can lead to growth and ultimately to greater love and fulfillment. For some of you, the Ace of Cups might be a sign that you're about to meet someone new who will have a significant impact on your life. This could be a romantic partner, a close friend, or a mentor. It's about being open to new connections and trusting that the universe is bringing the right people into your life at the right time. But remember, the Ace of Cups is also about self-love. Before you can truly receive love from others, you need to love yourself. This means accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It means being kind and compassionate to yourself, even when you make mistakes. It means valuing your own worth and recognizing that you are deserving of love and happiness. If you've been struggling with self-esteem issues, the Ace of Cups is a gentle reminder that you are worthy of love. You are beautiful inside and out. You are talented and capable. You have so much to offer the world. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The ruby crystal can help you to cultivate self-love by reminding you of your own inner strength and passion. It's about recognizing your own unique gifts and talents and using them to make a positive impact on the world. When you love yourself, you're better able to love others and to create meaningful connections in your life. Now, let's think about some potential challenges associated with the Ace of Cups. It's important to remember that new beginnings can sometimes be scary. Stepping outside of your comfort zone can feel uncomfortable, even if it's ultimately for your own good. Are you afraid of getting hurt? Are you afraid of being vulnerable? The Ace of Cups is encouraging you to embrace those fears and to take a leap of faith. It's about trusting that the universe has your back and that you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. The ruby crystal is here to give you the courage to step into the unknown and to embrace the transformative power of love. Another potential challenge is getting caught up in unrealistic expectations. The Ace of Cups represents the potential for love, but it doesn't guarantee a perfect or easy relationship. Every relationship has its challenges, and it's important to be realistic about what you can expect. Don't fall into the trap of thinking that love will solve all your problems. Love is a beautiful and powerful force, but it's not a magic cure-all. You still need to work on yourself, to communicate effectively, and to compromise with your partner. Okay, so we've talked about new beginnings, self-love, potential challenges, and realistic expectations. What else could the Ace of Cups be telling you? Well, it could also be a sign that you need to express your emotions more openly. Are you holding back your feelings? Are you afraid of showing vulnerability? The Ace of Cups is encouraging you to let your emotions flow freely. Don't be afraid to cry, to laugh, to express your joy, your sadness, your anger. Emotions are a natural and healthy part of being human. Suppressing them can lead to all sorts of problems, both physical and emotional. Find healthy ways to express your emotions, such as talking to a friend, writing in a journal, or engaging in creative activities. The ruby crystal can help you to tap into your emotions and to express them in a way that's authentic and empowering. It's about allowing yourself to feel the full range of human emotions without judgment or shame. So, to wrap it all up, these cards, the Moon, Four of Swords, and Ace of Cups, are really painting a picture of a journey. A journey from uncertainty and hidden things through a period of rest and reflection, and finally into a new beginning filled with love and emotional fulfillment. And with the ruby raw crystal guiding you, you have the power to transform any challenges into opportunities for growth and to embrace the beautiful potential that lies within you. Trust your intuition. Take time to rest and heal, and open your heart to love. You've got this. Okay, the Fool. Wow, this is a big one. The Fool card, right? It's like the epitome of new beginnings, just jumping off a cliff with no parachute, but like complete faith that everything is gonna be okay. It's so exciting. So after all this rest and newfound love, or maybe not love, but at least the opportunity for love, here comes this new adventure for you. When I see the Fool, I immediately think of just pure potential, limitless possibilities, right? It's that feeling of standing at the edge of something new, not knowing exactly what's going to happen, but just being so incredibly excited about it. It's like, okay, universe, I'm ready. Throw whatever you've got at me. I'm gonna handle it. And with the ruby raw crystal, oh my gosh, this is just like a turbo boost of transformation. The ruby is all about igniting your potential, remember? So the Fool showing up now is like, okay, all systems go. It's time to launch. So, what could this mean for you specifically? Well, let's think about it in the context of the cards we've already pulled. We had the Moon, right, which was all about uncertainty and hidden things. Maybe you've been feeling lost or confused about your path, not really sure where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing. And then we had the Four of Swords, which was a call to rest and reflect, to take a break from the chaos and find some inner peace. So maybe you've been using that time to really get clear on what you want, to connect with your intuition and figure out what truly lights you up. And then the Ace of Cups, this beautiful, loving card. And now, here comes the Fool saying, okay, you've done the inner work. You've rested, you've reflected, you've opened your heart. Now it's time to put it into action. It's like you've been preparing for this moment, even if you didn't realize it. All those experiences, all those challenges, all those moments of doubt and uncertainty They've all been leading you to this point. And now you're ready to take that leap of faith. You're ready to embrace the unknown and see where it takes you. I feel like I'm getting goosebumps right now. This is so exciting. But let's not get too carried away, right? Because the Fool can also have a shadow side. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes the Fool can be a bit naive, a bit reckless. It's like jumping off that cliff without even checking to see if there's water at the bottom. So, it's important to balance that sense of adventure and excitement with a little bit of caution and common sense. You don't want to be completely blind to the potential risks, right? You want to be aware of what you're getting into, but not so afraid that you don't take any risks at all. It's a delicate balance. So, how do you find that balance? Well, I think it comes back to trusting your intuition. The moon was all about intuition, remember? So, you've already been working on developing that inner guidance system. You've been paying attention to those little whispers, those gut feelings that tell you whether something is right or wrong. And now, with the Fool, it's time to put that intuition to the test. It's time to trust that you know what you're doing, even if you don't have all the answers. It's like you might not know exactly where you're going, but you know that you're on the right path. You can feel it in your bones. And that's where the ruby raw crystal comes in again. The ruby is all about courage, about taking that leap of faith even when you're scared. It's about igniting your inner fire and saying, okay, I'm doing this. I'm not going to let fear hold me back. It's like the ruby is your personal cheerleader, giving you that extra boost of confidence when you need it most. I remember when I first started my tarot business. Oh my gosh, I was terrified. I had no idea what I was doing. I had never run a business before. I had no clients, no website, no clue. But I just had this feeling, this deep knowing that this was what I was meant to do. And so I just jumped in head first, like the Fool. And yeah, I made a lot of mistakes along the way. I stumbled, I fell, I learned a lot. But you know what? It was the best decision I ever made. Because if I hadn't taken that leap of faith, I wouldn't be here today, talking to you, sharing my passion with the world. So, what is your cliff? What is that thing that you've been wanting to do, but you've been too afraid to try? Is it starting a new business? Is it ending a toxic relationship? Is it moving to a new city? Is it pursuing a creative dream? Whatever it is, the Fool is saying, now is the time. Don't wait any longer. Take that leap. But let's go back to the Ace of Cups for a second, right? Because that card was all about love, about opening your heart to new possibilities. So, how does the Fool fit in with that? Well, maybe this new beginning involves a relationship, a new love interest. Maybe you're ready to open yourself up to someone new after a period of healing and reflection. The Fool could be saying, okay, you've cleared out the old baggage. You've healed your heart. Now you're ready to love again. But it could also be about self-love, about embracing your own unique quirks and imperfections. The Fool is all about authenticity, about being true to yourself. So, Maybe this new beginning is about learning to love yourself unconditionally, flaws and all. It's about accepting yourself for who you are and not trying to be someone else. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love, just as you are. And the ruby raw crystal can really help with that, too. It can help you to see your own inner beauty, your own strength and resilience. It can help you to embrace your individuality and to celebrate what makes you unique. It's about recognizing that you are a valuable and important person and that you deserve to be loved and cherished. But again, let's not get too carried away with the romance of it all, right? Because the Fool can also be a bit impulsive when it comes to love. It's like falling head over heels for someone after just one date. So it's important to temper that enthusiasm with a little bit of discernment. You don't want to jump into a relationship without really getting to know the other person. You want to make sure that they're a good fit for you, that they share your values and your goals. So, how do you do that? Well, again, it comes back to intuition. The moon was all about trusting your gut, remember? So pay attention to those little red flags, those warning signs that something might not be right. Don't ignore your intuition just because you're caught up in the excitement of a new romance. It's okay to take things slow, to get to know someone gradually. There's no rush. The Fool is all about the journey, not the destination. So enjoy the process of getting to know someone new, of exploring your feelings, and discovering what you truly want in a relationship. And remember, the Four of Swords was all about rest and reflection. So don't forget to take time for yourself, even when you're caught up in the whirlwind of a new romance. It's important to maintain your own sense of identity, to continue pursuing your own interests and goals. You don't want to lose yourself in the relationship. You want to be two whole people coming together to create something even better. I'm really feeling like there's some big choices coming, and that you might have been putting them off. The kind of choices that could change your life, really. Okay, so we've talked about new beginnings, adventure, taking a leap of faith, trusting your intuition, balancing enthusiasm with caution, self-love, romantic love, and the importance of maintaining your own identity. Phew, that's a lot. But what else could the Fool be telling you? Well, it could also be about travel, about exploring new places and experiencing new cultures. The Fool is often depicted with a backpack and a walking stick, ready to embark on a journey. So, maybe this new beginning involves a literal trip, a vacation to a place you've always dreamed of visiting. Or maybe it's a metaphorical journey, a journey of self-discovery, a journey into the unknown. I'm telling you, get ready for an adventure. It's kind of like when you go traveling. You're forced to step outside of your comfort zone. You're exposed to new ideas, new perspectives, new ways of living. And that can be really transformative. It can help you to see the world in a new light, to challenge your own beliefs and assumptions. It can help you to grow as a person. And the ruby raw crystal can be a great companion on your travels, both literally and metaphorically. It can help you to stay grounded and centered, even when you're feeling overwhelmed or disoriented. It can help you to connect with the energy of the places you're visiting, to appreciate the beauty and wonder of the world. It can help you to open your heart to new experiences and to embrace the unknown. But again, let's not be completely naive about travel, right? Because it can also be challenging. It can be stressful. It can be exhausting. It can be lonely. So, it's important to be prepared for the potential difficulties and to have realistic expectations. Don't expect everything to be perfect. Be open to the unexpected, be flexible, and be willing to go with the flow. And remember, the moon was all about hidden things. So, pay attention to your surroundings, be aware of your safety, and trust your intuition if something doesn't feel right. Don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. There are always people who are willing to lend a hand. And the Four of Swords was all about rest and reflection. So, don't forget to take time to relax and recharge, even when you're on the go. It's important to listen to your body and to give yourself the rest you need. Don't try to do too much. Pace yourself and enjoy the journey. Okay, so we've talked about travel, self-discovery, new experiences, potential challenges, and the importance of rest and reflection. Wow, this card is really packed with possibilities. I think I'm seeing that this is about to get really interesting for you, and in a wonderful way. But what if you're not able to physically travel right now? What if you're stuck at home, dealing with the same old routines and responsibilities? Does that mean that the Fool has no relevance for you? Absolutely not. The Fool can also represent a journey of the mind, a journey of the spirit. It can be about exploring new ideas, new philosophies, new ways of thinking. It can be about breaking free from limiting beliefs and expanding your consciousness. I feel like the universe is wanting you to really listen to this reading, so you can get ready. You can travel the world without ever leaving your home by reading books, watching documentaries, and connecting with people from different cultures online. You can learn a new language, study a new subject, or explore a new spiritual practice. You can challenge your own assumptions and open yourself up to new perspectives. And the ruby raw crystal can be a powerful tool for this kind of inner exploration. It can help you to tap into your intuition, to connect with your higher self, and to access your own inner wisdom. It can help you to break free from old patterns of thinking and to create new neural pathways in your brain. It's like the ruby is your personal guide, leading you on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. But again, let's not get too caught up in the esoteric stuff, right? Because the Fool can also be a bit scattered and unfocused. It's like jumping from one idea to another without really digging deep into anything. So it's important to ground your spiritual explorations in reality, to connect them to your everyday life. You don't want to get lost in the clouds. You want to bring your newfound wisdom down to earth and use it to make a positive impact on the world. And remember, the moon was all about hidden things. So, be careful about the information you're consuming. Not everything you read online is true. Do your research, check your sources, and trust your intuition if something seems fishy. And the Four of Swords was all about rest and reflection. So, don't forget to take time to disconnect from the digital world and connect with nature, with your loved ones, and with yourself. It's important to balance your online explorations with real-world experiences. I think you might even meet a new friend online. Okay, so we've talked about inner exploration, expanding your consciousness, breaking free from limiting beliefs, grounding your spiritual practices, and the importance of balance. Wow, this card just keeps on giving. It's like, no matter what your current situation is, the Fool is always relevant. It's a card that speaks to the human spirit, to our innate desire for adventure, for growth, for transformation. It's a reminder that life is a journey, not a destination, and that the most important thing is to embrace the unknown, to trust our intuition, and to take that leap of faith, even when we're scared. And with the ruby raw crystal by your side, you have all the courage and strength you need to make that leap. So, what are you waiting for? The world is waiting for you. I feel like you're teetering on the edge of something really big, and it's time to just do it. But let's take a step back for a second and think about the bigger picture, right? Because the Fool isn't just about individual journeys. It's also about collective journeys, about the evolution of humanity. It's about the constant cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It's about the continuous quest for knowledge, for understanding, for enlightenment. I'm getting that this change will affect more than just you. The Fool reminds us that we're all connected, that we're all part of something larger than ourselves, and that we all have a role to play in the unfolding of the universe. It's a call to embrace our shared humanity, to work together to create a better world for everyone. And the ruby raw crystal can be a powerful tool for collective transformation. It can help us to connect with our shared values, to find common ground, and to build bridges across divides. It can help us to heal the wounds of the past and to create a more just and equitable future. But again, let's not be naive about the challenges we face. The world is a complex and messy place. There are a lot of problems to solve, a lot of injustices to overcome. And it's easy to feel overwhelmed, to feel like our individual actions don't matter. But the Fool reminds us that every journey starts with a single step. Every act of kindness, every gesture of compassion, every effort to make a difference, it all adds up. We may not be able to solve all the world's problems overnight, but we can each do our part to make a positive impact. And remember, the moon was all about hidden things. So, be aware of the forces that are working against us, the systems of oppression, the powers that be. Don't be afraid to challenge the status quo, to speak truth to power, to stand up for what you believe in. And the Four of Swords was all about rest and reflection. So don't forget to take care of yourself, to nourish your soul, to stay grounded in your values. It's important to balance your activism with self-care. You can't pour from an empty cup. I feel like this is going to bring you closer to the real you, like a shedding of the old. Okay, so we've talked about collective journeys, the evolution of humanity, our shared responsibility, the challenges we face, and the importance of self-care. Phew, I'm getting tired just talking about all this. It's like the Fool is a card that encompasses the entire human experience. It's a card that reminds us that we're all on a journey, that we're all connected, and that we all have the potential to make a difference. And with the ruby raw crystal guiding us, we can embrace the unknown, trust our intuition, and take that leap of faith, knowing that we're not alone. We're all in this together. I'm telling you, you are about to feel so good. I think you're going to be moving soon, or maybe that's metaphorical for you. So, as we wrap up this exploration of the Fool, I want you to take a moment to reflect on what this card means to you personally. What is that new beginning that you're being called to embrace? What is that leap of faith that you're being asked to take? What is that adventure that awaits you? Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and connect with the energy of the ruby raw crystal. Feel its warmth, its power, its transformative potential, and know that you are not alone. The universe is supporting you, guiding you, and cheering you on every step of the way. You've got this. Are you ready to see what other exciting things are in store for you? Because, honey, with all this energy coming your way, it can be hard to keep track. It's like, wow, just wow. You are really about to go on a new journey. Okay, are you ready for the next card? I am so excited for you. Okay, wow, so Ace of Swords. Oh my gosh, pile one. Okay, this is exciting. I think you are about to have a major breakthrough, like a total light bulb moment. I mean, we just had the Ace of Cups and the Fool, and that was all about new beginnings in love and life, right? But sometimes you need a little bit of mental clarity to really get those things going. And that's what this Ace of Swords is all about. It's not enough to just feel the feels, you know. You've got to be able to think clearly, too. Okay, so the Ace of Swords, it's like bam. A sword appears out of nowhere. Clarity just hits you. This card is all about new ideas, new perspectives, and cutting through confusion. It's about making a decision, taking action, and standing up for what you believe in. It's raw mental energy, you know. When I see the Ace of Swords, I think of a sword, right? It's like super sharp, super precise. It can cut through anything, even the toughest obstacles. But it can also be dangerous if you're not careful. But this ace is offering you this amazing mental clarity that you need right now. Okay, so what could this mean for you specifically? Well, let's think about it in the context of the other cards we've already pulled. Okay, so first we had the Moon, which was all about hidden things, uncertainty, and intuition. Maybe you've been feeling confused about something, not really sure what's going on and relying mostly on your intuition. The moon can be so tricky because it's all about those subconscious things, and it is the time for listening to those little whispers. But it can be hard if you don't have anything concrete to latch onto, right? And then we had the Four of Swords, which was all about rest, reflection, and taking a break from the chaos. A mental health vacation, right? Maybe you've been using that time to really get clear on what you want, to connect with your inner self and figure out what truly matters to you. And then we had the Ace of Cups and the Fool. So much exciting, new, juicy energy. The Ace of Cups is all about new beginnings in love, compassion, and emotional fulfillment. And the Fool is all about taking risks, embracing the unknown, and jumping into new adventures, but like blindly sometimes. You know what I mean? So now, here comes the Ace of Swords, and it's like, okay, you've rested, you've reflected, you've opened your heart, you've embraced the unknown. Now it's time to get clear on what you want and go after it with confidence. The Ace of Swords is here to give you that mental edge you need to succeed. And it's the perfect partner for the Fool, you know. Like, maybe you've been feeling drawn to a new career path, but you're not really sure if it's the right move. The Ace of Swords is here to help you weigh the pros and cons, to assess the risks and rewards, and to make a decision that's based on logic and reason, not just emotion. Or maybe you've been struggling in a relationship, not really sure if it's worth saving. The Ace of Swords is here to help you communicate your needs clearly, to set boundaries, and to stand up for yourself, even if it means ending the relationship. This really helps with that Ace of Cups energy and knowing what you deserve, you know. Or maybe you've been wanting to start a new creative project, but you're feeling blocked or uninspired. The Ace of Swords is here to help you break through those creative blocks, to generate new ideas, and to find the motivation to get started. It's like you've been gathering all these different pieces of information, all these different emotions, and all these different experiences. And now, the Ace of Swords is here to help you put all the pieces together, to see the big picture, and to create a clear and concise plan of action. You've been working through all these things. Now it's time to really see it and let the convictions guide you. For some of you, the Ace of Swords might represent a legal matter. Maybe you're dealing with a contract dispute, a lawsuit, or some other kind of legal issue. The Ace of Swords is here to help you fight for your rights, to present your case clearly and persuasively, and to achieve a fair and just outcome. Or maybe the Ace of Swords represents a new opportunity to learn something new, to expand your knowledge, and to develop your skills. Maybe you're considering going back to school, taking a new course, or attending a workshop. The Ace of Swords is here to help you succeed in your studies, to absorb information quickly, and to apply your knowledge in practical ways. But the Ace of Swords isn't just about intellectual pursuits. It's also about standing up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult or unpopular. It's about having the courage to speak your truth, to challenge injustice, and to fight for a better world. Maybe you've been feeling frustrated with the current political climate, the social inequalities, or the environmental destruction. The Ace of Swords is here to help you become an advocate for change, to organize protests, to write letters to your representatives, and to make your voice heard. Or maybe you've been witnessing discrimination or prejudice in your own community. The Ace of Swords is here to help you confront those biases, to educate others, and to create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for everyone. It's like the Ace of Swords is giving you the power to cut through all the noise, to see things clearly, and to take action that's aligned with your values. It's about using your mind, your voice, and your actions to make a positive difference in the world, for real. Okay, but let's not get too carried away, right? Because the Ace of Swords can also have a shadow side. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes the Ace of Swords can be a bit harsh, a bit aggressive, a bit judgmental. Like cutting through everything without caring who you might hurt along the way, you know. It's important to balance that mental clarity with compassion and empathy. You don't want to be so focused on being right that you forget about the feelings of others. So, how do you find that balance? Well, I think it comes back to the moon, which was all about intuition and empathy, right? So, you've already been working on developing your emotional intelligence. You've been paying attention to the feelings of others, trying to understand their perspectives, and showing compassion and kindness. And now, with the Ace of Swords, it's time to put that emotional intelligence to the test. It's time to use your mental clarity to understand the needs of others, to communicate with them effectively, and to find solutions that benefit everyone. It's like you might have a brilliant idea that could solve a major problem. But if you present that idea in a way that's insensitive or condescending, people are not going to be receptive to it. You need to be able to communicate your ideas in a way that's respectful, compassionate, and understanding. Or maybe you're dealing with a conflict with someone, and you're tempted to just lash out and say whatever's on your mind. But that's not going to solve anything. You need to be able to listen to the other person's perspective, to understand their feelings, and to find a compromise that works for both of you. It's about using your mind and your heart together to create solutions that are both logical and compassionate. It's about being a force for good in the world, not just a force for being right. This helps to make sure that your Ace of Cups can thrive and is getting the type of love it deserves, you know. For some of you, the shadow side of the Ace of Swords might manifest as anxiety or overthinking. Maybe you're constantly analyzing everything, worrying about every possible outcome, and unable to make a decision. The Ace of Swords is supposed to give you clarity, but if you're not careful, it can actually make things worse. You can get so caught up in the details that you lose sight of the big picture. So, how do you overcome that anxiety and overthinking? Well, I think it comes back to the Four of Swords, which was all about rest and reflection, right? So you've already been practicing mindfulness, meditation, or some other form of relaxation. You've been learning how to quiet your mind, to focus on the present moment, and to let go of your worries. And now, with the Ace of Swords, it's time to apply those techniques to your decision-making process. It's time to take a deep breath, to step back from the situation, and to look at it from a more objective perspective. It's time to trust your intuition, to let go of your fears, and to make a decision that feels right for you. It's like you might be facing a difficult choice, and your mind is racing with all sorts of possibilities. But instead of getting caught up in the what-ifs, take a moment to just breathe. Close your eyes, focus on your breath, and let your mind quiet down. And then, when you're feeling more calm and centered, ask yourself what you truly want. What is the best outcome for you? What is the most aligned with your values? Trust that your intuition will guide you to the right answer. Then that Ace of Cups can relax knowing you are making decisions that serve you and will make you happy. Okay, so we've talked about new ideas, clarity, cutting through confusion, standing up for what you believe in, the shadow side of the Ace of Swords, balancing logic with compassion, overcoming anxiety and overthinking, and trusting your intuition. Phew, that's a lot. But what else could the Ace of Swords be telling you? Well, it could also be about communication, about expressing yourself clearly and effectively. Maybe you've been having trouble getting your point across, or maybe you've been feeling misunderstood. The Ace of Swords is here to help you find the right words, to articulate your thoughts and feelings, and to communicate with confidence and conviction. Maybe you're preparing for a presentation, a job interview, or some other kind of public speaking engagement. The Ace of Swords is here to help you organize your thoughts, to structure your message, and to deliver it in a way that's engaging and persuasive. Or maybe you're writing a book, an article, or some other kind of written communication. The Ace of Swords is here to help you clarify your ideas, to refine your language, and to create a piece of writing that's both informative and compelling. The Fool told you this was a time for new adventure. Maybe that means you need to get your voice out there in the world. It's like the Ace of Swords is giving you the power to communicate your message with clarity and impact. It's about using your words to inspire, to educate, and to motivate others. Okay, so how does the ruby raw crystal fit into all of this? Well, remember, the ruby is all about transformation, about igniting your potential, and about embracing change. The ruby can help you to see the truth, to stand up for what you believe in, and to take action that's aligned with your values, no matter how scary. The ruby crystal is like a laser beam pointed at your mind, helping you to focus your thoughts, to clarify your intentions, and to cut through any mental clutter. It's like, okay, I'm done with the confusion. I'm done with the self-doubt. I'm done with the procrastination. It's time to get clear on what I want and go after it with full force. The ruby is here to give you that extra boost of confidence, that extra bit of courage, that extra spark of inspiration that you need to make your dreams a reality. It's like, okay, I'm ready to transform my life, to step into my power, and to create a future that's filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. And to be able to communicate that clearly is going to be so important. But let's not forget about the importance of self-love, right? Because the Ace of Cups was all about opening your heart to new possibilities. And that includes loving yourself unconditionally. It's like you can't really use the Ace of Swords effectively if you don't love yourself. You can't really stand up for what you believe in if you don't believe in yourself. So, how do you cultivate self-love? Well, I think it comes back to the Four of Swords, which was all about rest and reflection, right? So, you've already been practicing self-care, setting boundaries, and prioritizing your well-being. You've been learning how to treat yourself with kindness, compassion, and respect, and letting that Ace of Cups overflow and remind you how important and deserving you are. And now, with the Ace of Swords, it's time to apply those principles to your mental life. It's time to challenge your negative self-thoughts, to replace them with positive affirmations, and to create a mental environment that supports your growth and well-being. It's like you might be facing a challenging situation, and your mind is filled with self-doubt and criticism. But instead of letting those thoughts consume you, take a moment to step back and challenge them. Ask yourself if those thoughts are really true. Are they based on facts or just on assumptions? Are they helpful or harmful? And then replace those negative thoughts with positive affirmations. Tell yourself that you are capable, that you are strong, that you are worthy of love and success. You are worthy of the love that Ace of Cups promised. And then create a mental environment that supports your growth and well-being. Surround yourself with positive people. Read inspiring books. Listen to uplifting music, and engage in activities that bring you joy. It's about creating a mental sanctuary where you can feel safe, loved, and supported. It's about nourishing your mind, just like you nourish your body, and creating a foundation for a happy and fulfilling life. So to wrap it all up, the Ace of Swords is a card about new ideas, clarity, cutting through confusion, standing up for what you believe in, the importance of balancing logic with compassion, overcoming anxiety and overthinking, trusting your intuition, effective communication, and the power of self-love. It's a card that reminds us that we all have the potential to create a life that's filled with purpose, meaning, and joy. And that, with the ruby raw crystal by our side, we have all the tools we need to make that dream a reality. You've got this. Okay, but wait, there's one more thing. The Ace of Swords can also represent a new beginning in your spiritual life. Maybe you've been feeling disconnected from your spiritual path, or maybe you're searching for a new way to connect with the divine. The Ace of Swords is here to help you find clarity, to cut through any spiritual confusion and to discover a path that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Maybe you're considering exploring a new religion, a new philosophy, or a new spiritual practice. The Ace of Swords is here to help you research different options, to weigh the pros and cons, and to make a decision that's based on your own inner guidance, the thing the moon was encouraging you to do. Or maybe you're feeling called to deepen your existing spiritual practice. The Ace of Swords is here to help you find new ways to connect with the divine, to expand your consciousness, and to experience greater levels of peace, joy, and fulfillment. It's like the Ace of Swords is giving you the power to create a spiritual life that's authentic, meaningful, and transformative. It's about using your mind, your heart, and your spirit to connect with something larger than yourself, to find your place in the universe, and to live a life that's aligned with your highest potential. Okay, I am so excited for you. The Ace of Swords is really bringing in some serious momentum, right? You've got the new love from the Ace of Cups, the leap of faith from the Fool, and now the clarity and focus from the Ace of Swords. It's like you're unstoppable. I mean, who knows? Maybe you will start a spiritual journey that leads you to writing a book. That would be amazing for you, wouldn't it? But seriously, the Ace of Swords is a powerful card, and it's showing up for you right now because the universe wants you to know that you have the power to create the life you want. You have the power to overcome any obstacles, to achieve any goal, and to live a life that's filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. You just need to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to take action that's aligned with your values. And with the ruby raw crystal by your side, you have all the courage, strength, and inspiration you need to make it happen. So, are you ready to embrace your full potential? Are you ready to step into your power? Are you ready to create a life that's truly amazing? I think you are, and I am so excited to see what happens next. I mean, with all this amazing energy coming your way, it's hard to even imagine what the last card could be. It's like you're already on top of the world. You just need to see the situation for what it is, not for what it could be, you know. And the Ace of Swords will really help with that. But I know that the universe always has more in store for us, and I can't wait to see what the final card reveals. It's like we've been building up to this moment, and now we're about to reach the climax of the reading. Are you ready? I know I am. Okay, let's do this. What could it even be? Could it be another ace? That would be insane. Or maybe it's a major arcana card that's going to give us some even deeper insight into your journey. I have no idea, but I'm so excited to find out. Let's see what the cards have to say. It will be really exciting. Okay, are you ready for the last card? I am so excited for you. Okay, here we go. Get ready because the card we have is Strength. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting, especially after all that energy we just talked about. You know, with the Fool and the Ace of Swords, It's like you're ready to conquer the world. And now we have strength. It's like the universe is saying, hold on a second. Before you go running off, let's talk about what it really means to be strong. This is gonna be good. So when I see the strength card, I don't immediately think of, like, physical strength, right? I think of inner strength, courage, compassion, and resilience. It's about taming your inner demons, controlling your impulses, and facing your fears with grace and dignity. It's not about overpowering others. It's about mastering yourself. You know, and with the ruby raw crystal we chose in mind, it's like transforming your weaknesses into your strengths. So cool. So, like, what does this mean for you specifically, right? Well, let's think about all the other cards we've pulled. We started with the moon, which was all about uncertainty and hidden things. Maybe you've been feeling lost or confused, not really sure what's going on, trusting your intuition, but not really having any concrete evidence, like we said. And then we had the Four of Swords, which was a call to rest and reflect. You've taken a break from the chaos, gone on a mental health vacation, and connected with your inner self. You were really able to just chill. Then the Ace of Cups showed up, and you were able to let love in and promise love to yourself. I think it is really wonderful when people focus on loving themselves and being good to themselves. Then came the Fool, and you dove headfirst into new beginnings, embraced the unknown, and took a leap of faith, even though it was a little bit reckless. You totally sent it, like a rocket ship, just hopping for the best. And then Ace of Swords, and you got all this mental clarity, cut through the confusion, and decided to go after your goals with confidence. You found your logical, reasoning brain again, and decided you were going to put some intention behind those new goals and that new love. So now here's strength, and it's saying, okay, you've got all this energy, all this excitement, all this clarity, but you need to make sure you're using it wisely. It's like you can't just go charging into battle without a plan, right? You need to have inner strength, self-control, and compassion. Those are so important. It's like the universe is saying, okay, the Ace of Swords gave you the sword, but it's strength that's teaching you how to wield it. You know, I think this is really cool to see come up. And now, it makes sense we chose that ruby raw crystal, right? Okay, so let's dive deeper. How does this strength card connect back to the moon and the Four of Swords? Well, the moon was all about those hidden fears and anxieties, right? It was about those things lurking in the shadows, the things you don't want to face. And the Four of Swords was about taking a break to heal and recover from those anxieties. I feel like it made you feel a little better and lighter. But strength is saying that you can't just hide from your fears forever. You're also strong, but you can rest when you need to. You have to face them head on, but with compassion and understanding. It's about finding the courage to confront those inner demons, not with brute force, but with gentle strength. Think of it like this. Imagine you're afraid of public speaking. The moon might be highlighting that fear, making you feel anxious. and insecure whenever you have to get up in front of a crowd. The Four of Swords might be telling you to avoid public speaking altogether to protect yourself from that anxiety. But Strength is saying that you can't let that fear control you. You need to find the inner strength to face it, to practice your presentation, to visualize success, and to speak with confidence and authenticity because you are so great. It's like you can acknowledge your fear. You can even feel it in your body, but you don't have to let it define you. You can choose to move forward anyway, with compassion for yourself and for your audience. Or let's say you're struggling with addiction. The moon might be revealing the underlying trauma or emotional pain that's fueling your addiction. The Four of Swords might be suggesting that you isolate yourself from triggers and temptations. But Strength is saying that you need to find the inner strength to confront those triggers, to seek help from others, and to develop healthy coping mechanisms. It's about recognizing your own vulnerability, but also believing in your own capacity for healing and recovery. You can be so great just the way you are. It's like the Strength card is teaching you how to be a compassionate warrior, someone who fights for their own well-being and for the well-being of others, but does so with kindness and understanding. This can really help in the future with your Ace of Cups to remind you that you are worthy of love. So, it's about transforming your fears and anxieties into sources of strength and resilience. And it's about recognizing that true strength comes not from overpowering others, but from mastering yourself. I think this is so cool to see. I am so happy we pulled this card. Okay, so how does Strength relate to the Ace of Cups and the Fool, right? Because those cards were all about new beginnings, love, and taking risks. Well, Strength is saying that you can't just jump into a new relationship or a new adventure without having a solid foundation of self-love and self-control. You need to have the inner strength to set boundaries, to communicate your needs, and to walk away from situations that are not healthy for you. It's about being both brave and wise. Think of it like this. Imagine you meet someone new and you're immediately head over heels, like the Ace of Cups is promising. The Fool is urging you to just jump in and go for it, without thinking about the consequences. But Strength is reminding you to take a breath, to get to know this person, to assess whether they're truly a good fit for you, and to set healthy boundaries from the beginning. It's about loving yourself enough to not settle for anything less than you deserve. I feel like this is just such an important message. This Ace of Cups needs to be taken seriously and protected. Or, let's say you decide to start a new business, like the Fool is encouraging you to do. You're excited, you're passionate, and you're ready to work hard. But Strength is reminding you that you also need to have self-discipline, perseverance, and the ability to manage your stress and emotions. It's about being able to handle the inevitable challenges and setbacks that come with starting a business without burning out or losing your passion. You want to be able to enjoy it. It's like The Strength card is teaching you how to be both adventurous and responsible. Someone who takes risks, but also knows their limits. It's about finding the balance between following your heart and using your head, especially with that Ace of Swords energy pushing you forward. And it's about recognizing that true success comes not just from achieving your goals, but from becoming the best version of yourself along the way. I love this so much for you. And remember, the Ace of Swords was all about clarity and making decisions, but it could be very headstrong. That is why you have to pair that with the emotional balance of the Strength card. You need to use your clarity of mind along with your emotional intelligence in order to make the best decisions. You can't let one part of you take over. You need all of you to work together. Now, let's talk about the potential challenges and the shadow side of the Strength card, right? Because every card has its downsides. Sometimes strength can manifest as stubbornness, as an unwillingness to compromise or to see other people's perspectives. It's like you're so convinced that you're right that you refuse to listen to anyone else, and you end up alienating the people around you. I don't want this for you. Or strength can become a form of repression, where you're so focused on controlling your emotions that you end up suppressing them altogether. You become a master of disguise, always appearing calm and collected on the outside, but secretly struggling with intense feelings on the inside. You are human, and that is so great. I don't want you to forget that. Think of it like this. Imagine you're in a relationship and you're constantly trying to control your partner, to mold them into the person you want them to be. You might think you're doing it out of love, but really, you're just trying to avoid your own insecurities and fears. You're not allowing your partner to be themselves, and you're not allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Or let's say you're working on a project, and you're so determined to succeed that you push yourself to the point of exhaustion. You refuse to take breaks. You ignore your own needs, and you become irritable and resentful. You might achieve your goal, but at what cost? Is it really worth sacrificing your well-being for the sake of success? It's like the Strength card is reminding you that true strength is not about control or repression. It's about finding a balance between assertiveness and surrender, between discipline and self-compassion. It's about recognizing that you can't control everything, and that sometimes the best thing you can do is to let go and trust the process, and that it is all going to be okay. With that beautiful Ace of Cups, you are deserving of the best love for yourself and from others. So, how do you avoid these pitfalls? How do you harness the positive energy of the Strength card without falling into its shadow side? Well, I think it comes down to self-awareness, which that Moon card was encouraging you to listen to. You need to be honest with yourself about your own motivations, your own fears, and your own limitations. You need to be willing to look in the mirror and see your flaws without judgment or self-criticism. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect, that you're going to make mistakes, and that's okay. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all, and loving yourself unconditionally. Because the Ace of Cups promised you so. Once you have that self-awareness, you can start to make conscious choices about how you want to use your strength. You can choose to use it to empower yourself and others, to create positive change in the world, and to live a life that's aligned with your values. But first, that starts with being honest with yourself. And that can be hard. And that Four of Swords really helps this all, to make sure that you are giving yourself enough time to take a step back and look at everything you know. I really think this is a great card for you. It feels really good. Okay, so let's connect this back to the ruby raw crystal, right? Because that crystal is all about transformation, about igniting your potential, and about embracing change. So, how can the ruby help you to harness the energy of the Strength card and to avoid its pitfalls? Well, I think the ruby can help you to connect with your inner fire, with your passion, and with your determination. It can help you to overcome your fears, to break through your limitations, and to step into your full potential. It's like the ruby is reminding you that you have all the strength you need inside of you. You just need to tap into it. It can also help you to transform your weaknesses into strengths. Maybe you're someone who struggles with anxiety, like we talked about earlier. The ruby can help you to transform that anxiety into a source of motivation and creativity. It's about recognizing that your anxiety is not a flaw, but a sign that you care deeply about something. Or, let's say you're someone who's prone to anger. The ruby can help you to transform that anger into a source of passion and advocacy. It's about recognizing that your anger is not a bad thing, but a sign that you're passionate about justice and fairness. The ruby is gonna bring you a lot of good stuff. I can feel it. The ruby crystal is like a catalyst for change. It's helping you to transmute the heavy things into something helpful and useful. The ruby can really help you step into yourself and use that power of the Ace of Swords to really make big moves. You are a powerful person, and you can do this. The love that Ace of Cups offered you is nothing to scoff at. You need to be loving and caring to yourself in this time as you transition into a new powerful person. So, what are some practical steps you can take to harness the energy of the Strength card and to connect with the transformative power of the ruby? Well, I would suggest starting with self-reflection. Take some time to journal, to meditate, or to simply sit in silence and connect with your inner self. Ask yourself what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and what fears are holding you back. And then ask yourself how you can use your strengths to overcome your weaknesses and to face your fears with courage and compassion. Listen to the whispers that the moon gave you the power to hear. Don't forget that. I really feel that is important. Next, I would suggest setting some clear intentions. What do you want to achieve? What kind of person do you want to become? What kind of impact do you want to have on the world? Write down your intentions, make them specific and measurable, and review them regularly. Then use the strength of that Ace of Swords to help you achieve this. Finally, I would suggest taking action, which the Fool will love. Start small, but start somewhere. Don't wait for the perfect moment or for all the stars to align. Just take one step at a time and trust that the universe will support you along the way. With that new love from the Ace of Cups backing you, you are ready to go. The Strength card is like a reminder that you have everything you need inside of you to create the life you want. You just need to believe in yourself, to trust your intuition, and to take action with courage and compassion. And with the ruby raw crystal by your side, you have all the support and guidance you need to make your dreams a reality. The power of the Strength card is like your seatbelt. With the Ace of Swords sword in hand, you are careening into a new you. So, are you ready to embrace your inner strength? Are you ready to transform your fears into fuel? Are you ready to create a life that's filled with purpose, meaning, and joy? I think you are, and I am so excited to see what happens next, really. I mean, we've gone from uncertainty to clarity to strength. It feels like we're building towards something big, doesn't it? It's like all these pieces are coming together to form a complete picture, and you're just about ready to see it. But what's the final piece of the puzzle, right? What's the card that's going to tie it all together and give you the final push you need to step into your full potential? It's hard to even imagine at this point, right? I am really excited to see what is in store for you. Okay, here we go. Get ready because the card we have is the Lovers. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting, especially after all that strength we just talked about. You know, with the Ace of Swords giving you a sword, it's like you're ready to conquer the world. And now we have the Lovers. It's like the universe is saying, hold on a second. Relationships require compromise and communication. This is gonna be good. So when I see the Lovers card, I don't immediately think of just romantic relationships, right? I think of choices, partnerships, alignment, values, and harmony. It's about making important decisions, connecting with others on a deeper level, and finding balance in your life. It's not just about finding your soulmate. It's about aligning with your soul's purpose. You know. And with the ruby raw crystal we chose in mind, it's like transforming your relationships into something truly fulfilling. So cool. So, what does this mean for you specifically, right? Well, let's think about all the other cards we've pulled. We started with the Moon, which was all about uncertainty and hidden things. Maybe you've been feeling lost or confused, not really sure what's going on, trusting your intuition, but not really having any concrete evidence, like we said. And then we had the Four of Swords, which was a call to rest and reflect. You've taken a break from the chaos, gone on a mental health vacation, and connected with your inner self. Then the Ace of Cups showed up, and you were able to let love in and promise love to yourself. I think it is really wonderful when people focus on loving themselves and being good to themselves. Then came the Fool, and you dove headfirst into new beginnings, embraced the unknown, and took a leap of faith even though it was a little bit reckless, hopping for the best. And then Ace of Swords. And you got all this mental clarity, cut through the confusion, and decided to go after your goals with confidence. You decided you were going to put some intention behind those new goals and that new love. So now, here's Strength, and it's saying, okay, you've got all this energy, all this excitement, all this clarity, but you need to make sure you're using it wisely. And now we have the Lovers saying relationships are also key, and you need to have inner strength, self-control, and compassion. So now, here's the Lovers, and it's like, okay, you've got all this strength and clarity, but how are you applying it to your relationships and choices? It's like the universe is saying, okay, the Ace of Swords gave you the sword, but the Lovers are teaching you to use it to create strong partnerships. Now you can choose them and be good to them, in the end making sure you can be good to yourself. You know, I think this is really cool to see come up. This also means not just romantic relationships, but the relationships you have with your family and friends. Okay, so let's dive deeper. How does this Lovers card connect back to the Moon and the Four of Swords? Well, the Moon was all about those hidden fears and anxieties, right? It was about those things lurking in the shadows, the things you don't want to face. The Moon may be that you fear that you are going to make the wrong choices and are unsure about which path to take. And the Four of Swords was about taking a break to heal and recover from those anxieties. I feel like it made you feel a little better and lighter. But Strength is saying that you can't just hide from your fears forever. You have to face them head on, but with compassion and understanding. The Lovers is coming in and telling you these fears may come up when you are choosing which relationships to be in. The Lovers is saying that you can use your intuition and that mental vacation to help you choose the right path. It's about finding the courage to trust your gut and make decisions that align with your values, not with your fears. It's about seeing all sides of a situation and making a conscious choice based on what's best for you. It really wants to align with what you want, what you really, really want. Think of it like this. Imagine you're at a crossroads in your career. The Moon might be highlighting your fear of failure, making you feel anxious and uncertain about which path to take. The Four of Swords might be telling you to avoid making a decision altogether, to stay in your comfort zone and avoid the risk of failure. But the Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to make that move. And Strength is saying that you can't let that fear control you. The Lovers are saying that you need to weigh your options, consider your values, and make a choice that aligns with your soul's purpose. It's about recognizing that both paths have potential risks and rewards, but only one will lead you to true fulfillment. Strength will give you the courage to pursue what you want, and the Lovers are aligning you to that path. It's like you can acknowledge your fear. You can even feel it in your body, but you don't have to let it define you. You can choose to move forward anyway, with compassion for yourself and for the potential outcomes. Or let's say you're in a relationship and you're facing a difficult decision about its future. The moon might be revealing the underlying issues and insecurities that are causing conflict and disharmony. The Four of Swords might be suggesting that you take a break from the relationship to gain clarity and perspective. The Ace of Swords giving you the clarity to communicate and the strength to listen. The Lovers are saying that you need to have clear communication, honesty, and willingness to work through the issues, or choose to let go and move on. It's about recognizing your own needs and desires, but also being willing to compromise and find common ground with your partner. It's like the Lover's card is teaching you how to be a conscious and compassionate partner, someone who honors their own truth, but also respects the truth of others. Strength will provide you the courage to make these decisions and the ability to take things slow and steady. And what about all that energy that the Ace of Cups and the Fool brought in, right? Because those cards were all about new beginnings, love, and taking risks. How does the Lovers mesh with that? Well, it can be easy to get swept away. But the Lovers are saying that you can't just jump into a new relationship or a new adventure without considering the long-term implications. You need to be aligned with your partner. You need to share similar values, and you need to be willing to work through the challenges together. Otherwise, you are running in circles and being that fool once more. And the Strength is going to help to take things slow to make sure all things are aligned for all parties. It's about being both brave and discerning. Think of it like this. Imagine you meet someone new and you're immediately head over heels, like the Ace of Cups is promising. The Fool is urging you to just jump in and go for it, without thinking about the consequences. But the Lovers are reminding you to take a breath, to get to know this person on a deeper level, to assess whether they're truly aligned with your values and your life goals, and to communicate openly and honestly about your expectations. The Strength in you will keep you grounded in these times of emotional turmoil. It's about loving yourself enough to not settle for anything less than true compatibility and partnership. And don't forget the Ace of Swords, letting you be sure about your decisions in this time. Or, let's say you decide to start a new business, like the Fool is encouraging you to do. You're excited, you're passionate, and you're ready to work hard. But the Lovers are reminding you that you need to find the right partners, the right investors, and the right team members, people who share your vision, complement your skills, and are committed to working together towards a common goal. You can't do it all alone. Teamwork makes the dream work. The Strength in you will always give you the power to make decisions about who is or isn't good for the team. It's like the Lover's card is teaching you how to be both independent and collaborative. Someone who can take initiative and lead the way, but also knows how to delegate, compromise, and work effectively with others. It's about finding the balance between following your own passions and contributing to something larger than yourself. You have to make sure that all the elements of your life work together and create something bigger and better for the future. It may take a lot of hard work and dedication, but it will work out in the end. You just have to always have that strength inside of you to know what is going on and what you need to do. And don't forget the mental power of the Ace of Swords in these times. That mental power paired with strength is going to make you unstoppable. The power of love and teamwork in your life will always lead you to success. And now, let's think about the potential challenges and the shadow side of the Lover's card, right? Because every card has its downsides. Sometimes the Lovers can manifest as indecision, as a constant struggle to choose between two options. You're torn between your head and your heart, between your values and your desires, and you can never seem to make up your mind. You need to rely on what the Ace of Swords taught you. Or the Lovers can become a symbol of codependency, where you're so focused on your relationships that you lose sight of your own identity and needs. You become overly reliant on your partner for validation and support, and you're afraid to be alone. And with that strength from earlier, you can take a step back and see the situation for what it is. You can be in codependent relationship with friends, family, and romantic partners. Take the time you need to remember that you don't need people's validation to have value. Think of it like this. Imagine you're in a relationship and you're constantly second-guessing your decisions, wondering if you're making the right choices for yourself and for your partner. You're afraid of hurting their feelings, but you're also afraid of sacrificing your own needs. This is what the Strength card was prepping you for. You need to be strong and make the decisions that are best for you. You can't always worry about hurting others' feelings. This can really cloud the clarity of the Ace of Swords. You need to have your wits about you in these times. Or, let's say you're working on a project and you're constantly seeking approval from others, afraid of being judged or criticized. You might compromise your own vision or values just to please someone else, losing sight of what truly matters to you. If it doesn't align with the love that you promised yourself from the Ace of Cups, then it isn't worth doing. It's like the Lover's card is reminding you that true alignment comes not from pleasing others or avoiding conflict, but from honoring your own truth and making conscious choices that are in alignment with your values. It's about finding the courage to be yourself, even if it means disappointing someone else. You have the power to make everyone happy, and you need to worry about making yourself happy. All the power that the Ace of Cups, the Fool, Strength, and Ace of Swords will only get you far if you chose yourself first. And that is okay. So, how do you avoid these pitfalls? How do you harness the positive energy of the Lover's card without falling into its shadow side? Well, I think it comes down to self-love and self-awareness, and accepting the uncertainty from the moon. You need to be willing to explore your own values, your own desires, and your own needs, and to make choices that are in alignment with your authentic self. You need to be honest with yourself about what you want and what you don't want, and to communicate those needs clearly and respectfully to others. You need to be willing to walk away from relationships or situations that are not serving your highest good. The strength that you learned will help with this. Once you have that self-awareness, you can start to create healthy boundaries in your relationships and to cultivate partnerships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and alignment. The decision-making power of the Ace of Swords, combined with the caring nature of the Strength card, will make you a force to be reckoned with. You will know what you want, and you will be able to create it. So let's connect this back to the ruby raw crystal, right? Because that crystal is all about transformation, about igniting your potential, and about embracing change. So, how can the ruby help you to harness the energy of the Lover's card and to avoid its pitfalls? Well, I think the ruby can help you to connect with your passion, with your creativity, and with your sense of purpose. It can help you to align your relationships with your values, to make conscious choices that are in alignment with your soul's mission, and to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. It can also help you to transform your relationships into catalysts for growth and evolution. Maybe you're in a relationship that's facing challenges or setbacks. The ruby can help you to transform those challenges into opportunities for deeper connection, greater understanding, and renewed commitment. It's about recognizing that every relationship has its ups and downs, but with conscious effort, you can use those experiences to grow stronger and more resilient together. The transformation of your relationships into something big and good in your life. Your ability to manifest things will be impeccable. Lean into what the ruby is giving you. So, what are some practical steps you can take to harness the energy of the Lover's card and to connect with the transformative power of the ruby? Well, I would suggest starting with some conscious decision-making. Take some time to reflect on the choices you're facing in your life, whether it's in your relationships, your career, or your personal life. Weigh your options, consider your values, and make a decision that's in alignment with your highest good, with the power that the Ace of Swords provides. What things make you feel good, and what things make you feel bad? What things leave you feeling inspired and ready for more? Pay attention to all the aspects of your life and choose the path that feels right for you. And the next thing to do is to use that strength that you know you have inside of you. Next, I would suggest practicing open and honest communication in all of your relationships. Be willing to share your thoughts, your feelings, and your needs with others, and be willing to listen with compassion and empathy to their perspectives. Create a safe and supportive space where you can both be vulnerable and authentic without fear of judgment or criticism. If that is what the Ace of Cups means to you, that love and acceptance, you need to make sure that you have that in your relationships. You need to create healthy boundaries with people and stand up for what you want. Use all that power that you have inside of you. Finally, I would suggest creating a vision for your ideal relationships. What kind of partnerships do you want to create in your life? What values do you want to share with others? What kind of impact do you want to have on the world? Write down your vision, make it specific and inspiring, and review it regularly. Then, take action towards creating those relationships, one step at a time. These can be romantic and platonic relationships. The Lover's card is like a reminder that you have the power to create meaningful and fulfilling relationships in your life. Relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and alignment. You just need to be willing to make conscious choices, to communicate openly and honestly, and to align your relationships with your values. And with the ruby raw crystal by your side, you have all the support and guidance you need to make that dream a reality. What could be better than that? And what can be more meaningful than creating healthy and loving relationships in your life? You need to manifest those dreams. So, are you ready to embrace the energy of the Lovers? Are you ready to make conscious choices that are in alignment with your soul's purpose? Are you ready to create relationships that are filled with love, joy, and fulfillment? I think you are, and I am so excited to see what happens next, really. I am so excited to see what good things you are able to create with this power. I mean, we've gone from uncertainty to clarity, to strength to alignment. It feels like we're building towards something truly powerful, doesn't it? It's like all these pieces are coming together to form a complete masterpiece, and you're just about ready to unveil it to the world. All the steps in your life are coming together to make something great. But what's the final piece of the puzzle, right? What's the card that's going to tie it all together and give you the final push you need to step into your full potential? It's hard to even imagine at this point, right? I am really excited to see what is in store for you. I am excited to see how great things end up in the future for you. So, get ready for the next card. Okay, here we go. Get ready, because the card we have is the Six of Wands. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. After all that inner work, after all that growth, after all that transformation, you deserve this. You really, really do. You've truly earned it. I am seriously getting chills. This is gonna be amazing. And what does the Six of Wands really mean, right? When I see the Six of Wands, I don't just think about winning a contest or getting a promotion, right? I think about something way deeper. I think about recognizing your own worth, celebrating your achievements, and inspiring others with your success. It's about walking your path with confidence, knowing that you're making a positive impact on the world. It's about letting your light shine brightly and encouraging others to do the same, With the ruby raw crystal in mind, it's finally, transforming all that potential into tangible results and sharing your gifts with the world. This is gonna be so good. Let's talk about what the Six of Wands means in the context of all the other cards we've pulled, right? We started with the Moon, which was all about uncertainty hidden things, and trusting your intuition, even when you couldn't quite see the path ahead. Remember all those fears that the moon was talking about, all those anxieties lurking in the shadows. Well, the Six of Wands is like shining a light on all those fears and saying, you know what? I faced them, I overcame them, and now I'm standing here victorious. It's like you've proven to yourself that you're capable of anything, even when you're feeling lost or confused. And with that rest from the Four of Swords, you are ready to take on the world. And then we had the Four of Swords, which was a call to rest, reflect, and recharge your batteries. You took that time to connect with your inner self, to heal your wounds, and to gain clarity about what you truly wanted. The Six of Wands is like saying, okay, I took that time for myself, I nourished my soul, and now I'm ready to share my gifts with the world. It's like you recognize that self-care is not selfish. It's essential for success and fulfillment. This rest will help you to succeed now. That mental vacation from the Four of Swords is really going to pay off. Now, we have the Ace of Cups showing up, and you are open to all types of love. I feel like it is really nice when the Ace of Cups shows up, because it means that you are open to the world and want to find the good in everything. If you want to make the world a better place, then it all starts with you. To see that after all this stuff has happened, that you are ready to move forward into a new phase, it means you are on the right path. With the power of the Ace of Cups supporting you, you are going to be amazing. The success of the Six of Wands can be you. Having success, finding real love that is good for you. And then came the Fool, urging you to take a leap of faith, to embrace the unknown, and to jump into new adventures. You may have felt a little reckless at the time, but you trusted your intuition and you went for it. The Six of Wands is like saying, okay, I took that leap, I faced my fears, and now I'm reaping the rewards. It's like you recognize that taking risks is essential for growth, and that sometimes you have to step outside of your comfort zone to achieve your dreams. And then came the Ace of Swords, bringing clarity, focus, and the power to cut through any confusion. You made those tough decisions. You stood up for what you believed in, and you took decisive action towards your goals. The Six of Wands is like saying, okay, I used my mind, my voice, and my actions to create a positive impact on the world. And now I'm being recognized for my efforts. It's like you recognize that knowledge is power, and that you have the ability to make a difference, which is going to be great. It is amazing to have the clarity you need in order to face the people that you need to face. After that, we got Strength, which is there to remind you that you need compassion and strength in order to be there for people. That is going to lead you to making your own choices. The Six of Wands is that victory after you have worked hard to get where you are at. The time and effort you are putting into the work you are doing is going to pay off, and you will be victorious in the end. To remember that you have been strong and that you are amazing. It is all part of you seeing yourself for who you are meant to be. and knowing that you can get there. You just have to keep moving forward. It is all there for you, ready for you to take. The Six of Wands wants to remind you that you are capable of anything. The victory that the Six of Wands brings with it is amazing, and you will feel like a true warrior. Strength showed up to tell you to not forget your heart on your journey to becoming your best version of yourself. To be strong and able to take the journey that you have planned. It is the only thing that is going to get you to what you really want. It is there for you, ready for you to reach out and grab it. How will you do that? What will you choose? The path is there, and you are going to get there. Let's not forget about the lovers as well. As people, we are social creatures. We work with others and have strong ties to our friends and family. Sometimes these ties can be good for us, and sometimes they can be bad for us. It is what it is. You can choose to do what you want, and chose to be with who you want. So don't let people hold you back. The strength that you have combined with the clarity and decisive nature of the Ace of Swords means you will know what is up and what you want to do. People can't hold you back. You need to use all your inner power to break free. You can use your social life to help your career, to take a path that is going to lead you to the top. It is what you deserve, and you will be amazing there. It is all waiting there for you, and now you just need to grab it. The Six of Wands is the reminder that the power is in your hands. The lovers are there to help, but they are not the end all be all. This isn't just about romantic partnership. It's about all kinds of connections, right? It's about aligning with people who share your values and support your vision. It's about building a community around you that celebrates your success and encourages you to keep going, even when things get tough. The Six of Wands is like saying, okay, I've found my tribe. I've built strong relationships. And now I'm sharing my success with the people I love. And it's so much more enjoyable to celebrate with others, right? It's about recognizing that you're not alone on this journey, and that together you can achieve even greater things. I think it is such a wonderful thing when communities come together to support each other. With all these cards combined, it's like you've gone on this incredible journey of self-discovery, transformation, and empowerment. You've faced your fears, you've healed your wounds, you've clarified your vision, you've taken bold action, and you've built strong relationships. And now, the Six of Wands is here to say, congratulations, you did it. You achieved your goals, you're being recognized for your efforts, and you're making a positive impact on the world. It's like the universe is applauding you, celebrating you, and showering you with blessings. It's your moment to shine, so own it, embrace it, and enjoy it. But what about the potential challenges, right? Because success doesn't always come easy. And even when you achieve your goals, there can still be obstacles along the way. Sometimes, the Six of Wands can bring with it feelings of arrogance or entitlement. You might start to think you're better than everyone else, or that you deserve all the credit for your success. It is important to have people keep you in check and not get stuck in your head. Or you might become afraid of losing your success, constantly worrying about what others think of you or how you can maintain your position at the top. You can use that strength you have inside of you to remember to be kind to others, and the Ace of Swords, so that you will not be in your head about things. All these cards are coming together in one beautiful ending, so you will feel powerful and be powerful. Sometimes the moon may be highlighting your underlying insecurities, reminding you that success is fleeting and that you're only as good as your last accomplishment. Remember that everything you do is up to you, and you will not let that get you down. Or the Four of Swords might be urging you to take another break, to step away from the spotlight and recharge your batteries before you burn out. The Ace of Cups can tell you, with love for yourself, to know when enough is enough. Don't let success go to your head and blind you. To just take a moment and chill. How can you avoid these pitfalls and stay grounded, grateful, and authentic, even when you're experiencing success? Well, I think it comes down to humility and gratitude. It's about remembering where you came from, acknowledging the people who helped you along the way, and staying connected to your values and your purpose. It's not about letting success define you. It's about letting your values define your success. Or the Strength card may show up to remind you that you need a bit more compassion in your life. What will you decide? It is all up to you in the end. Think of it like this. Imagine you win a major award for your work. It would be easy to let that go to your head, to start thinking you're a genius and that everyone should bow down to you. But instead, you could use that opportunity to thank the people who supported you, to share your knowledge and insights with others, and to inspire them to pursue their own dreams. It's about recognizing that your success is not just about you. It's about something bigger than yourself. The power of the Lovers is that you could also use that success to celebrate those around you. Or, let's say you achieve a major milestone in your business. You could become so focused on maintaining your success that you forget about your employees, your customers, or your community. But instead, you could use that opportunity to invest in your team, to give back to your community, and to create a business that's not just profitable, but also ethical and sustainable. What is that Ace of Cups telling you? Think about it and focus on it. Or, better yet, what does the Ace of Swords want you to do? It is going to be up to you, but be open to new ideas and new things that are coming your way, to combine what you are working on with your heart. You do not want to just blindly go forward like you learned with the Fool. So take the advice that you have learned and implement it into your life. You will not regret it, and it will make you stronger. It's like the Six of Wands is reminding you that true success is not just about achieving your goals. It's about becoming a better person along the way. It's about using your success to make a positive impact on the world and to inspire others to do the same. That is so important. With that energy from all these cards, why not bring others up with you? Now, how can the ruby raw crystal help you to amplify this energy of success and recognition, and to avoid those potential pitfalls? Well, remember, the ruby is all about transformation, igniting your potential, and embracing change. The ruby can help you to stay grounded in your values, to maintain your focus, and to attract even greater success into your life. What does the moon have to say in these times? Remember to listen. It's like the ruby is a magnet for abundance, attracting opportunities, resources, and connections that can help you to achieve even greater things. But it's not just about attracting external success. It's also about cultivating inner wealth, inner peace, and inner joy. The ruby can help you to connect with your passion, to ignite your creativity, and to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Think of it like this. Imagine you're feeling overwhelmed by all the attention and recognition you're receiving. The ruby can help you to ground yourself, to connect with your inner strength, and to remember what truly matters to you. It's about staying true to yourself, even when you're surrounded by external validation. Or, let's say you're feeling tempted to take shortcuts or to compromise your values in order to achieve even greater success. The ruby can help you to stay focused on your long-term goals, to make ethical and sustainable choices, and to build a legacy that you can be proud of. The decisions that you make do not have to just focus on today. Think about your long-term plans. That is something the Ace of Swords can help you with. It's like the ruby is reminding you that true success is not just about achieving your goals. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values and your purpose. So, what are some practical steps you can take to harness the energy of the Six of Wands and to connect with the transformative power of the ruby? I would suggest starting with gratitude. Take some time each day to appreciate all the good things in your life, both big and small. Acknowledge your accomplishments, celebrate your wins, and express gratitude for the people who support you. I think with all these cards, it is all about gratitude and taking a moment to reflect on all the great things that you have going on. You can't let these things consume you. You need to also give back to yourself. Remember that Ace of Cups. Give yourself some love. Make sure you are taking care of you. Next, I would suggest setting clear intentions. What do you want to achieve next? What kind of impact do you want to have on the world? Write down your goals, make them specific and measurable, and create a plan of action. Then, take consistent action towards your goals, one step at a time. The power of the Ace of Swords and strength is going to get you there. Take a step back when you need to, because you are so strong and will know when it is time. Next, I would suggest surrounding yourself with positive influences. Connect with people who inspire you, who support you, and who challenge you to grow. Create a community that celebrates your success and encourages you to keep going, even when things get tough. What kind of connections does the Lover's card bring to you? Ponder that and take that into consideration as well. Finally, I would suggest giving back to others. Use your success to make a positive impact on the world, to support causes you care about. and to inspire others to pursue their own dreams. Remember, true success is not just about what you achieve, it's about what you give back. You are amazing and powerful, and now it is time for you to be great. All these cards came together in one big reading to tell you that great things are in store for you, but only if you take what you have learned and move forward to something new and inspiring. This Six of Wands is so powerful and is going to bring great things to your life. Take a chance. The Six of Wands is like a reminder that you have everything you need inside of you to create a life that's filled with success, fulfillment, and joy. You just need to believe in yourself, to connect with your values, and to take action with courage, compassion, and gratitude. I think that the moon and that Four of Swords did really great with giving you the space to connect with yourself. And with the ruby raw crystal by your side, you have all the support and guidance you need to make your dreams a reality. So, are you ready to embrace your success? Are you ready to step into your power? Are you ready to create a life that's truly extraordinary? I think you are, and I am so incredibly excited to see what happens next. What can that Ace of Cups give you? You can have anything you want. I mean, we've gone on such an amazing journey together through these cards, right? From the initial uncertainty to the final victory, from the hidden fears to the shining success, from the quiet reflection to the public recognition. It's like we've seen you transform from the inside out, and it's been such a privilege to witness. You have gone through a lot to get where you are at. Think about that Four of Swords when you are feeling overwhelmed. And now, as we reach the end of this reading, I want you to know that I truly believe in you. I believe in your potential. I believe in your strength. And I believe in your ability to create a life that's filled with purpose, meaning, and joy. All the cards that have shown up have told you the same thing. This is what you are meant to do and meant to be. So, go out there and shine your light brightly. Share your gifts with the world. And never, ever forget how amazing you truly are. You have that all-powerful Ace of Cups and the Lovers in order to make sure you are protected and can be your true self. You can now do so without hurting anyone. You're going to go so far. All you have to do is remember to believe in yourself and stay aligned with your values. I think you're going to be okay, and it is going to get better and better. You're almost there. Okay, Aquamarine tree, everyone. So this crystal is all about empowering you and really helping you to align your actions with intention, which, couldn't be more perfect for our theme today. Flowing with purpose. Because this whole reading is about aligning your actions, with what you really intend to create in your life. And wow, look at these cards. We have the King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Empress. Immediately, what I'm seeing is this journey from stability to a period of surrender, and then blossoming into abundance. It's really powerful. So, let's start with the King of Pentacles. He represents, that really solid, grounded energy. Think of a successful business person, someone who's built a strong foundation, maybe in their career or their finances, or even just in their home life. It's that feeling of security, of having things under control. You've, worked really hard to get to where you are. You've built this empire, this foundation, and it's, solid. But, and this is a big but, sometimes, even when we achieve that level of stability, we can still feel unfulfilled. Maybe you've climbed the corporate ladder and you have the fancy car and the big house, but is that really what you want? Is that, truly feeding your soul? Or maybe you're just going through the motions, doing what you think you should be doing instead of what you actually want to be doing. And that's where the hanged man comes in. The hanged man is all about pausing, surrendering, seeing things from a different perspective. It's about letting go of control, even though that can be, super scary, especially when you're the King of Pentacles and you're used to being in charge. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've built this amazing foundation, but now it's time to, shake things up a little bit. Maybe you need to sacrifice something, to gain something even greater. And when I say sacrifice, I don't necessarily mean, giving up everything you own and living in a cave. It could be something smaller, like sacrificing your ego, or your need to be right all the time, or, your fear of failure. It's about releasing those old beliefs and patterns that are holding you back from truly stepping into your power. Think of it like this. You're standing on the top of a mountain, and you can see this whole beautiful valley below you, but you're so afraid of falling that you just stay put. The hanged man is asking you to trust that even if you stumble, even if you fall, you'll be okay. You might even discover something amazing along the way. And this connects so beautifully with the Aquamarine's energy. It's not about recklessly abandoning everything you've worked for. It's about making a conscious and empowered decision to align with your deeper purpose. It's about flowing with the current, trusting that the universe has your back, even when things feel uncertain. It's about letting go of what was to make space for what could be. And then we have the Empress. Oh my gosh, the Empress is just pure, unadulterated, creative energy. She's about nurturing, about creation, about abundance, about beauty. She's Mother Earth in card form. She represents your ability to create something amazing, something beautiful, something that truly reflects your soul's purpose. So after you've taken that leap of faith, after you've surrendered to the unknown, the Empress is there to greet you with open arms. She's saying, welcome. Now it's time to create. This could be anything, from starting a new business, to writing a book, to creating a family, to simply cultivating more joy and beauty in your life. It's about tapping into your innate creative power and bringing something new into the world. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Empress isn't just about creating something external. It's also about nurturing yourself, about loving yourself, about honoring your own needs. You can't pour from an empty cup, you know. So it's about taking care of yourself, both physically and emotionally, so that you have the energy and the inspiration to create. Think of it like planting a garden. You can't just throw some seeds in the ground and expect them to grow. You need to nurture them, water them, give them sunlight, protect them from pests. And it's the same with your creative projects. You need to give them the same kind of love and attention. So, like putting it all together, this is what I'm seeing. You've built this amazing foundation. You've achieved a certain level of success, but something is missing. You're feeling a little bit stuck. The universe is calling you to pause, to surrender, to look at things from a different perspective. It's asking you to release those old beliefs that are holding you back from truly embracing your creative potential. And it might be scary. It might feel like you're giving up something important. But trust that it's all part of the plan. Trust that the universe is guiding you towards something even greater. And when you finally take that leap of faith, the Empress will be there to greet you with open arms, ready to help you create something truly amazing. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is all about flowing with purpose, aligning your actions with your intentions. It's not about forcing things. It's about allowing them to unfold naturally. It's about trusting the process, even when you can't see the whole picture. It's about knowing that you are supported, that you are loved, and that you have the power to create the life of your dreams. Like, this is so exciting. It's like you're on the verge of a major transformation. You're ready to step into your power and create something truly beautiful. But it all starts with that moment of surrender, that willingness to let go of control and trust in the unknown. And you know what else? This could also be about a specific relationship in your life. Maybe you're in a relationship that feels stable and secure, King of Pentacles, but it's not really fulfilling you. Maybe you need to take a step back and reevaluate what you truly want, the Hanged Man. And maybe that will lead you to create a more loving and nurturing relationship, either with the same person or with someone new, the Empress. Or maybe it's about your relationship with yourself. Maybe you're so focused on achieving external success that you're neglecting your own needs. Maybe you need to take some time to nurture yourself, to reconnect with your passions, and to rediscover what truly brings you joy. The possibilities are endless, and that's what makes this so exciting. It's like you're at a crossroads, and you have the power to choose your own adventure. And with the Aquamarine's empowering energy, you can trust that you'll make the right choices for yourself. Okay, I feel like we've really laid the foundation here. We've explored the energies of the King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Empress, and we've connected it all back to the Aquamarine's empowering energy and the theme of flowing with purpose. I'm so excited to see what the rest of the reading reveals. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into the King of Pentacles, because I feel like there's more to unpack there. He's not just about stability. He's also about, mastery and competence, and being really, really good at what you do. He's earned his spot. He's put in the work. But sometimes that mastery can become a trap. You know, you get so good at something, you get so comfortable that you stop growing. You stop challenging yourself. You just keep doing the same thing over and over again, even if it's not really fulfilling you anymore. It's like you're a master chef, and you can cook this one dish perfectly every single time. Everyone loves it. Everyone raves about it, and you're making a lot of money doing it. But deep down, you're tired of cooking that same dish. You want to experiment with new flavors, new techniques, new cuisines. But you're afraid to, because you don't want to risk losing your success. And that's the challenge of the King of Pentacles. He's so good at what he does that he's afraid to step outside of his comfort zone. He's afraid to try something new because he might fail. But the Hanged Man is saying, it's okay to fail. It's okay to not be perfect. In fact, it's essential for your growth. It's about embracing the unknown, about being willing to take risks, about trusting that even if you stumble, you'll learn something valuable along the way. And this is where the Aquamarine energy comes in again. It's about having the courage to step outside of your comfort zone, to embrace the uncertainty, to flow with the current, even when you don't know where it's going to lead you. It's like you're a river, and you've been flowing in the same channel for so long that you've carved out this really deep, comfortable groove. But the river is calling you to explore new paths, to meander through new landscapes, to discover new sources of water. And it might be scary to leave that comfortable channel, but it's also incredibly exciting. And the Empress is waiting for you on the other side, ready to help you create something even more beautiful, even more fulfilling, even more aligned with your soul's purpose. So don't be afraid to let go of that mastery, that competence, that sense of control. Embrace the uncertainty, embrace the unknown, and trust that you're being guided towards something amazing. And you know what? This could also be about your relationship with money. Maybe you've been so focused on accumulating wealth that you've lost sight of what's truly important. Maybe you need to take a step back and reevaluate your relationship with money. Are you using money as a tool to create a better life for yourself and others? Or is money using you? Are you letting money control your decisions, your values, your priorities? The Hanged Man is asking you to surrender your attachment to money, to see it from a different perspective. It's not about being irresponsible with your finances. It's about recognizing that money is just a tool, and it's not the source of your happiness or your worth. And the Empress is reminding you that true abundance comes from within. It comes from nurturing yourself, from connecting with your passions, from creating something beautiful in the world. When you focus on those things, money will flow to you naturally. So, let go of your fear of scarcity. Let go of your need to control your finances, and trust that the universe will provide for you. Embrace the abundance that is already present in your life, and watch as it expands and grows. Okay, I feel like we're really getting to the heart of this now. we're exploring the deeper meanings of these cards, and we're connecting them back to your personal journey. I'm so excited to see what else we uncover. And thinking about the Hanged Man a little more, it's not just about surrendering. It's also about perspective. It's about seeing things from a completely different angle. It's about, literally turning your world upside down to gain new insights. Sometimes we get so stuck in our own way of thinking, our own patterns of behavior, that we can't see the forest for the trees. We're so close to the situation that we can't see it clearly. The Hanged Man is inviting you to step back, to detach from the situation, and to look at it from a new perspective. It's like you're watching a movie, and you're so caught up in the drama that you forget that it's just a movie. The Hanged Man is reminding you to take a step back and remember that you're the director of your own life. You have the power to change the story, to change the ending. And this is where the Aquamarine energy is so helpful. It helps you to see things clearly, to detach from your emotions, and to make empowered decisions. It helps you to flow with the current, to trust that you're being guided towards your highest good. It's like you're standing on the edge of a cliff and you're afraid to jump because you can't see what's on the other side. The Aquamarine is giving you the courage to take that leap of faith, to trust that you'll land safely, even if you can't see the ground below. And the Empress is waiting for you on the other side, ready to help you create a new reality, a reality that is more aligned with your soul's purpose. So, don't be afraid to turn your world upside down. Don't be afraid to challenge your beliefs, to question your assumptions, to see things from a different angle. It's in those moments of discomfort, those moments of uncertainty, that we truly grow. And you know what else? This could also be about your health. Maybe you've been neglecting your physical or emotional well-being. Maybe you need to take a step back and reevaluate your priorities. Are you putting your own needs first? Or are you constantly sacrificing yourself for others? Are you taking care of your body, your mind, and your spirit? The Hanged Man is asking you to surrender your old habits, your old patterns of behavior, and to adopt new ones that are more aligned with your well-being. It's about making a conscious choice to prioritize your health, to nourish yourself, to love yourself. And the Empress is reminding you that your body is a temple, and it deserves to be treated with respect and care. It's about listening to your body's needs, about giving it the rest, the nutrition, and the movement that it needs to thrive. So, take some time to reconnect with your body, to listen to its wisdom, and to honor its needs. Embrace a healthier lifestyle, and watch as your energy, your vitality, and your overall well-being soar. Okay, I feel like we're really diving deep now. We're exploring the many layers of these cards, and we're connecting them back to your personal journey in so many different ways. I'm so excited to see what else we discover. And thinking about the Empress even more, she's not just about creation, she's also about fertility. And when I say fertility, I don't just mean having bobbies. I mean the ability to bring forth new ideas, new projects, new possibilities. It's about having a fertile mind, a fertile heart, and a fertile spirit. She's about the potential that exists within you to bring forth the most magnificent version of yourself, you know. She's about the abundance of creativity, the abundance of love, and the abundance of joy that is available to you. But sometimes we block ourselves from that abundance. We tell ourselves that we're not creative enough, that we're not worthy of love, that we don't deserve joy. We put up walls around our hearts, and we prevent ourselves from receiving the gifts that the universe is trying to give us. The Empress is inviting you to break down those walls, to open your heart, and to allow yourself to receive the abundance that is your birthright. She's about tearing down those walls you put up, brick by brick, you know. And this is where the Aquamarine energy is so powerful. It helps you to release those limiting beliefs, to open yourself up to new possibilities, and to trust that you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. It's like you're standing in a field of wildflowers, but you're wearing blinders so you can't see their beauty. The Aquamarine is helping you to take off those blinders, to open your eyes, and to appreciate the beauty that surrounds you. And the King of Pentacles is there to help you cultivate that beauty, to nurture it, and to bring it forth into the world. He's the gardener, making sure everything has the resources it needs, you know. So, don't be afraid to embrace your creativity, to express your love, and to experience joy. You deserve it. You are worthy of it. And the universe is waiting to shower you with abundance. And you know what else? This could also be about your home environment. Maybe you're living in a space that doesn't feel nurturing or supportive. Maybe you need to create a more beautiful and harmonious environment for yourself. Are you surrounded by things that inspire you, that bring you joy, that make you feel good? Or are you living in a cluttered, chaotic, and uninspiring space? The Empress is inviting you to create a home that is a sanctuary, a place where you can relax, recharge, and reconnect with your soul. It's about creating a space that is filled with beauty, with love, and with positive energy. So, take some time to declutter your home, to organize your belongings, and to create a space that is truly reflective of your personality and your values. Surround yourself with things that inspire you, that bring you joy, and that make you feel good. And watch as your home becomes a source of comfort, inspiration, and renewal. Okay, I feel like we're really uncovering some powerful insights here. We're exploring the depths of these cards, and we're connecting them back to your personal journey in so many meaningful ways. I'm so excited to see what else we discover. And one more thing about the King of Pentacles that I think is really important. He's not just about material wealth. He's also about integrity. He's about being honest, ethical, and responsible in all of your dealings. He's a man of his word, you know. He keeps his promises, he pays his debts, and he treats others with respect. He understands that true success is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about building a reputation for honesty and integrity. But sometimes we can get so caught up in the pursuit of wealth that we compromise our values. We cut corners, we bend the rules, and we justify our actions by telling ourselves that it's all for the greater good. The Hanged Man is reminding you that true success is not worth sacrificing your integrity. It's about staying true to your values, even when it's difficult, even when it means sacrificing something in the short term. It's like, can you look yourself in the mirror, you know? And this is where the Aquamarine energy is so essential. It helps you to stay grounded, to stay connected to your values, and to make decisions that are aligned with your highest good. It's like you're walking through a dark forest and you're tempted to take a shortcut that might lead you astray. The Aquamarine is helping you to stay on the right path, to trust your intuition, and to make choices that are aligned with your integrity. And the Empress is there to reward you for your honesty and your integrity. She knows that true success is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a legacy of goodness, a legacy of love, and a legacy of service. So, don't compromise your values in the pursuit of wealth. Stay true to yourself, stay honest, and stay ethical. And trust that the universe will reward you for your integrity. And you know what else? This could also be about your career. Maybe you're working in a job that doesn't align with your values. Maybe you need to find a new career that is more fulfilling and more meaningful. Are you passionate about your work? Do you feel like you're making a positive contribution to the world? Or are you just going through the motions, counting down the minutes until the end of the day? The Hanged Man is inviting you to take a step back and reevaluate your career path. It's about finding a job that is not only financially rewarding, but also personally fulfilling. It's about surrendering to a new path, you know. And the Empress is reminding you that you have the power to create a career that is aligned with your values, your passions, and your purpose. It's about finding a job that allows you to express your creativity, to share your gifts, and to make a positive impact on the world. So, don't be afraid to make a change. Don't be afraid to pursue your passions. And don't be afraid to create a career that is truly aligned with your soul. Okay, I feel like we're really hitting some major themes here. We're exploring the depths of these cards, and we're connecting them back to your personal journey in so many profound ways. I'm just so excited to see what else is coming up. And you know what's so interesting? The King of Pentacles. He's often seen as this, solitary figure. This, self-made man who has achieved success all on his own. But that's not really the whole story, you know. He's also about community, about building strong relationships, and about sharing his wealth with others. He understands that true success is not just about individual achievement. It's about creating a thriving community, a community where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. He builds a kingdom, you know. But sometimes we can get so focused on our own goals that we forget about the importance of community. we isolate ourselves, we become competitive, and we forget that we're all in this together. The Hanged Man is reminding you that we're all connected, that we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. It's about surrendering your ego, about letting go of your need to be in control, and about recognizing that we're all interdependent. It's about sacrificing yourself for a greater good, And this is where the Aquamarine energy is so vital. It helps you to connect with others, to build strong relationships, and to create a sense of community. It's like you're standing on a mountaintop and you can see all the different valleys below. The Aquamarine is helping you to connect with the people in those valleys, to build bridges, and to create a sense of unity. And the Empress is there to help you nurture those relationships, to create a community that is filled with love, with support, and with abundance. She's the ultimate hostess, So, don't isolate yourself. Reach out to others, build strong relationships, and create a sense of community. And trust that you'll receive back even more than you give. And you know what else? This could also be about your friendships. Maybe you've been neglecting your friendships lately. Maybe you need to invest more time and energy into your relationships with your friends. Are you making time for your friends? Are you being supportive and understanding? Are you creating opportunities to connect and to have fun together? The Hanged Man is inviting you to take a step back and reevaluate your friendships. It's about recognizing the importance of these relationships and about making a conscious effort to nurture them. It's about seeing things from their perspective, And the Empress is reminding you that your friends are a source of love, support, and joy. They're the people who are there for you through thick and thin, the people who make you laugh, and the people who make you feel loved. So, don't take your friendships for granted. Invest time and energy into these relationships and watch as they blossom and grow. Okay, I feel like we're really uncovering some profound truths here. We're exploring the depths of these cards, and we're connecting them back to your personal journey in so many meaningful ways. I'm seriously so excited to see what else we uncover. And one last thought about the Hanged Man, because this card is just so rich with meaning. It's not just about surrendering and seeing things from a different perspective. It's also about trusting the process. It's about having faith that everything is happening for a reason, even when you can't see it. He's in that pose for a reason, He knows something we don't. Sometimes life throws us curveballs. We lose our jobs, our relationships end, or we experience unexpected setbacks. And it can be easy to get discouraged and to lose faith. The Hanged Man is reminding you that these challenges are not punishments. They're opportunities for growth. They're chances to learn, to evolve, and to become stronger. It's like a test, And this is where the Aquamarine energy is so comforting. It helps you to trust that you're being guided, that you're being supported, and that everything is working out for your highest good. It's like you're lost in the woods and you can't see the path ahead. The Aquamarine is giving you the courage to keep walking, to trust your intuition, and to know that you'll eventually find your way. And the Empress is waiting for you at the end of the path, ready to help you create a life that is even more beautiful and fulfilling than you ever imagined. She's there to celebrate your resilience, you know. So, don't give up hope. Trust the process, have faith, and know that everything is happening for a reason. And trust that you're being guided towards your highest good. And you know what else? This could also be about your spiritual path. Maybe you're feeling lost or disconnected from your spirituality. Maybe you need to reconnect with your inner wisdom and your higher power. Are you making time for meditation, for prayer, or for other spiritual practices? Are you listening to your intuition? Are you following your inner guidance? The Hanged Man is inviting you to take a step back and reevaluate your spiritual path. It's about surrendering your ego, about letting go of your need to control, and about trusting that you're being guided by a higher power. It's about finding what resonates, you know. And the Empress is reminding you that you are a divine being, that you are connected to all that is, and that you have the power to create your own reality. So, don't be afraid to explore different spiritual paths. Don't be afraid to question your beliefs. And don't be afraid to connect with your inner wisdom and your higher power. Okay, I feel like we've really explored all the major themes in these cards. We've connected them back to your personal journey in so many deep and meaningful ways. I'm so excited to see what else is here. Okay, Aquamarine tree, everyone. So, we have the Five of Wands. This is interesting, right? Because we've been talking about, surrendering and creating and flowing. And now we have conflict. The Five of Wands is all about, disagreements, competition, challenges, and sometimes even just feeling scattered and pulled in different directions. It's not necessarily a negative card, but it definitely brings a different energy to the reading, a different vibe, With the King of Pentacles, things were stable, maybe even a little too stable. With the Hanged Man, it was about pausing and reflecting. With the Empress, it was all about creation and abundance. But now, it's like everyone's got an opinion. Everyone's fighting for attention. And it's hard to, get a clear sense of direction. So, how does this fit in with the overall theme of flowing with purpose? Well, I think it's showing us that the path to purpose isn't always smooth, There are going to be obstacles. There are going to be challenges. There are going to be times when we feel like we're being pulled in a million different directions. But it's how we navigate those challenges that really matters. It's about how we handle the conflict, how we stay true to ourselves, and how we keep our eye on the prize, on our intention, even when things get chaotic. Maybe this is showing up because there are conflicting ideas about what you should be doing with this new creative energy from the Empress. Maybe you have all these different ideas swirling around in your head, and you're not sure which one to pursue. Or maybe you're getting conflicting advice from other people. and you're feeling pressured to go in a direction that doesn't feel right to you. You know what I mean? Or maybe, like, the conflict is internal. Maybe there's a part of you that's really excited about this new creative potential. But there's another part of you that's scared, that's doubting yourself, that's afraid of failure. And those two parts are, like, battling it out inside of you, creating this sense of inner turmoil. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about finding a way to, like, harmonize those conflicting energies, to find a way to navigate the chaos and stay true to your purpose. It's about not letting the external noise drown out your inner voice. Okay, so, like, let's dig a little deeper into the Five of Wands. What does this card really mean? What is it trying to tell us? Well, first of all, we have 5 figures, right? And they're all holding wands. And the wands in tarot represent fire energy. They represent passion, creativity, action, and will. So, like, everyone in this card is fired up about something. Everyone has a strong opinion, and everyone's trying to assert their will. But they're all clashing. They're not working together. They're all just kind of like hitting each other with their wands, creating this chaotic and disorganized scene. It's like a bunch of kids in a playground, all trying to be the leader, all trying to get their way. Or, maybe it's like a group of colleagues in a meeting, all trying to push their own agenda, all talking over each other, and nothing really gets accomplished. I've definitely been there. So the conflict in this card isn't necessarily, like, violent or aggressive, but it's definitely disruptive. It's preventing these people from working together, from achieving a common goal. It's creating confusion and frustration. And I think that's the key message of the Five of Wands. Conflict can be a major obstacle to progress. When we're constantly battling each other, when we're constantly trying to prove ourselves, when we're constantly feeling like we have to defend our ideas, it's really hard to move forward. It's hard to create something meaningful. It's hard to achieve our goals, and it's hard to live in alignment with our purpose. But here's the thing, and this is really important. The Five of Wands isn't all bad. Conflict can also be a catalyst for growth. It can challenge us to think differently, to question our assumptions, and to find new solutions. It can help us to clarify our values, to strengthen our resolve, and to become more resilient. Think about it like this. When you're faced with a challenge, you have 2 choices. You can either back down and give up, or you can step up and fight for what you believe in. The Five of Wands is encouraging you to choose the latter, to embrace the challenge, to stand your ground, and to fight for your vision. But it's important to fight fair, It's important to be respectful of others, even when you disagree with them. It's important to listen to their perspectives, to try to understand where they're coming from, and to find common ground. It's not about winning at all costs. It's about finding a solution that works for everyone. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about navigating the conflict with grace, with compassion, and with a clear sense of purpose. It's It's about staying true to your values, even when you're under pressure. It's about finding a way to harmonize the conflicting energies and to move forward in a way that is aligned with your highest good. Okay, so, how might this be playing out in your life right now? Where are you experiencing conflict? Where are you feeling challenged? Where are you feeling pulled in different directions? Well, let's start with your career. Maybe you're in a job where there's a lot of competition, where everyone's trying to climb the ladder, and where it feels like you have to constantly fight for recognition. Maybe you're dealing with difficult colleagues who are constantly undermining you, who are spreading rumors, or who are just generally unpleasant to be around. Maybe you're feeling burned out from all the drama, and you're wondering if it's even worth it. Or maybe the conflict is more about your career path. Maybe you're not sure what you want to do with your life, and you're feeling pressured to choose a career that is practical and stable, even though it doesn't really align with your passions. Maybe you're getting conflicting advice from your family, your friends, and your mentors, and you're feeling confused and overwhelmed. And the Five of Wands is saying, okay, this is a challenge, but you can handle it. It's encouraging you to stand up for yourself, to assert your boundaries, and to fight for what you believe in. It's about finding a way to navigate the competitive environment without compromising your values. It's about staying true to your passions, even when it's difficult. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about finding a career path that is aligned with your purpose, that allows you to use your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world. It's about flowing with the current, trusting that you're being guided towards your highest good, even when things feel chaotic. Okay, so, what about your relationships? Are you experiencing conflict in your relationships with your family, your friends, or your romantic partner? Maybe you're having disagreements about money, about parenting, about lifestyle choices, or about just about anything else. Maybe you're feeling misunderstood, unappreciated, or unsupported. Maybe you're wondering if these relationships are even worth the effort. Or maybe the conflict is more about your own internal struggles with relationships. Maybe you're afraid of intimacy. Maybe you're afraid of commitment. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt. And those fears are creating conflict in your relationships, preventing you from fully opening up and connecting with others. And the Five of Wands is saying, okay, relationships can be challenging, but they're also worth fighting for. It's encouraging you to communicate openly and honestly with your loved ones, to express your needs and your feelings, and to listen to their perspectives. It's about finding compromises, about setting boundaries, and about creating a relationship that is based on mutual respect and understanding. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about flowing with the ebb and flow of relationships, about accepting that there will be ups and downs, and about staying connected to your heart, even when things get difficult. It's about finding relationships that are aligned with your purpose, that support your growth, and that bring you joy. Okay, so, What about your finances? Are you experiencing conflict around money? Maybe you're struggling to make ends meet. Maybe you're in debt. Maybe you're feeling anxious about your financial future. Maybe you're having disagreements with your partner about how to spend money. Maybe you're feeling pressured to keep up with the Joneses, to buy things that you can't really afford. Or maybe the conflict is more about your own beliefs about money. Maybe you believe that money is evil. Maybe you believe that you don't deserve to be wealthy. Maybe you believe that you have to work really hard to earn money. And those beliefs are creating conflict in your financial life, preventing you from attracting abundance. And the Five of Wands is saying, okay, money can be a source of stress and conflict, but it doesn't have to be. It's encouraging you to take control of your finances, to create a budget, to pay off your debts, and to save for the future. It's about challenging your limiting beliefs about money and about opening yourself up to the possibility of abundance. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about flowing with the energy of money, about understanding that money is a tool that can be used for good, and about using your money in a way that is aligned with your values and your purpose. It's about attracting wealth by being of service to others and by creating value in the world. Okay, so, what about your health? Are you experiencing conflict in your body? Maybe you're dealing with chronic pain. Maybe you're struggling with a health condition. Maybe you're feeling tired and run down. Maybe you're having disagreements with your doctor about your treatment options. Maybe you're feeling frustrated with your body for not cooperating with you. Or maybe the conflict is more about your own relationship with your body. Maybe you're critical of your appearance. Maybe you're neglecting your health. Maybe you're not listening to your body's needs. And those behaviors are creating conflict in your body, preventing you from experiencing optimal health and well-being. And the Five of Wands is saying, okay, your body is not your enemy. It's your ally. It's encouraging you to listen to your body's signals, to nourish it with healthy food, to move it in ways that feel good, and to treat it with respect and kindness. It's about finding a healthcare provider who you trust and who listens to your concerns. It's about advocating for your own health and well-being. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about flowing with the natural rhythms of your body, about understanding that your body is a temple, and about treating it with the love and care that it deserves. It's about finding health practices that are aligned with your purpose, that support your vitality, and that bring you joy. Okay, so, what about your spirituality? Are you experiencing conflict in your spiritual life? Maybe you're questioning your beliefs. Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your higher power. Maybe you're struggling to find meaning and purpose in your life. Maybe you're having disagreements with others about religious or spiritual matters. Or maybe the conflict is more about your own internal struggles with spirituality. Maybe you're afraid of surrendering to a higher power. Maybe you're afraid of embracing your intuition. Maybe you're afraid of trusting the universe. And those fears are creating conflict in your spiritual life. preventing you from experiencing inner peace and connection. And the Five of Wands is saying, okay, spirituality is not about dogma or doctrine. It's about your personal connection to the divine. It's encouraging you to explore different spiritual paths, to question your beliefs, and to find what resonates with you. It's about trusting your intuition, about listening to your inner guidance, and about surrendering to the wisdom of the universe. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about flowing with the current of your spiritual journey, about understanding that you are a divine being, and about living your life in alignment with your highest purpose. It's about finding spiritual practices that are aligned with your values, that support your growth, and that bring you closer to the divine. Okay, so we've explored how the Five of Wands can show up in different areas of your life, and we've talked about how to navigate those challenges with the Aquamarine energy. But I want to shift the focus now to the positive potential of this card. Because, like I said earlier, conflict can be a catalyst for growth. It can be an opportunity to learn, to evolve, and to become stronger. Think about it like this. When you're faced with a conflict, you're forced to examine your beliefs, your values, and your priorities. You're forced to clarify what's really important to you and what you're willing to fight for. You're forced to develop new skills, new strategies, and new ways of thinking. Conflict can also help you to identify your weaknesses and your blind spots. When someone challenges you, when someone disagrees with you, when someone points out your flaws, it can be painful, but it can also be incredibly valuable. It can help you to see yourself more clearly and to identify areas where you need to grow. And conflict can also strengthen your relationships. When you go through a difficult experience with someone, when you work through a disagreement, when you find a way to compromise and to move forward together, it can create a deeper level of trust, understanding, and connection. So, how can you use the energy of the Five of Wands to create positive change in your life? How can you turn conflict into an opportunity for growth? Well, first of all, it's important to embrace the challenge. Don't shy away from conflict. Don't try to avoid disagreements. Don't pretend that everything is okay when it's not. Instead, step up to the plate and be willing to engage in difficult conversations. But it's also important to approach conflict with a constructive attitude. Don't go into the conversation with the intention of winning or of proving the other person wrong. Instead, go in with the intention of understanding their perspective, of finding common ground, and of working towards a solution that benefits everyone. It's also important to be respectful of others, even when you disagree with them. Avoid personal attacks, avoid name-calling, and avoid getting defensive. Instead, focus on the issues at hand and try to communicate your ideas clearly and calmly. And it's also important to be willing to compromise. Don't be rigid in your thinking. Be open to new ideas. Be willing to see things from a different perspective. And be willing to give up something in order to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. And finally, it's important to learn from your conflicts. After the conversation is over, take some time to reflect on what happened. What did you learn about yourself? What did you learn about the other person? What could you have done differently? How can you use this experience to grow and to become a better person? And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about navigating conflict with grace, with compassion, and with a clear sense of purpose. It's about staying true to your values, even when you're under pressure. It's about finding a way to harmonize the conflicting energies and to move forward in a way that is aligned with your highest good. It's about recognizing that every challenge is an opportunity to grow, to evolve, and to become more fully yourself. Okay, so we've really explored the Five of Wands in depth, and we've connected it back to the Aquamarine's energy and the overall theme of flowing with purpose. We've seen that conflict is a natural part of life, but it doesn't have to hold us back. In fact, it can be a catalyst for growth, innovation, and change. By embracing the challenges, by communicating openly and honestly, by being respectful of others, by being willing to compromise, and by learning from our conflicts, we can navigate the chaos and stay true to our purpose. We can use the energy of the Five of Wands to create positive change in our lives and to move forward with greater clarity and confidence. So, what's next? What other insights are waiting to be revealed? I'm so excited to find out. What is going to help us resolve this conflict and move towards that abundance that the Empress promised? Okay, get ready, because the next card is coming right up. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? Because oh my gosh, this is a big one, seriously big. We have the Emperor, the Emperor. Okay, wow. So, after all that talk about surrender with the Hanged Man, and then the creative abundance of the Empress, and then all that chaotic energy of the Five of Wands, we get the Emperor. Talk about a shift. This is total authority, total structure, total control. I'm getting Serious CEO vibes. Okay, so what does the Emperor even mean after all that, it could mean a few things, right? Maybe it's about, establishing order out of chaos. Maybe it's about taking charge of the situation and, being the boss of your own life. Or maybe it's a warning about being too rigid, too controlling, too stuck in your ways. With the Aquamarine, I'm thinking it's about finding the right balance between structure and flow, using your power and authority in a way that's aligned with your purpose, but also staying open to new ideas and perspectives. Okay, so the Emperor is the ultimate father figure, right? He's all about rules and boundaries and getting things done. Think of him as the architect of your life. He's the one who lays the foundation, builds the walls, and makes sure everything is solid and stable. He's not necessarily warm and fuzzy like the Empress, but he's definitely reliable and dependable. You can always count on him to keep things in order. But that can also be his downfall, you know. Sometimes he can be too strict, too inflexible, too unwilling to compromise. He can get so caught up in the rules that he forgets about the human element, that he forgets about the importance of compassion and understanding. And that's where the Five of Wands comes in, right? All those people clashing and disagreeing. Maybe the Emperor needs to step in and mediate, but maybe he's also part of the problem, you know. Like, maybe his need for control is actually stifling creativity and causing conflict. Okay, so, what are the key symbols in this card? What can they tell us about its deeper meaning? Well, first of all, we have the Emperor himself, sitting on his throne. He looks super serious and imposing, right? Like you wouldn't want to mess with him. His throne is made of stone, which symbolizes stability and strength. He's holding a scepter in one hand, which represents his power and authority, and an orb in the other hand, which represents his dominion over the world. He's basically saying, I'm in charge here, and what I say goes. But if you look closely, you'll notice that there's also a ram's head on his throne. And the ram is a symbol of Aries, which is the sign of the zodiac associated with the Emperor. Aries is all about action, initiative, and leadership. It's about being bold, courageous, and willing to take risks. So the Emperor isn't just about being a stickler for the rules. He's also about being a visionary, about having the courage to pursue your goals, and about inspiring others to follow your lead. But how do you balance those two energies, you know? How do you be a strong leader without being a tyrant? How do you maintain order without stifling creativity? That's the challenge of the Emperor. He has to find a way to use his power responsibly, to use it in a way that benefits everyone, not just himself. And that's where the Aquamarine comes in. It helps him to connect with his intuition, to listen to the needs of others, and to make decisions that are aligned with his highest good. It helps him to flow with purpose, to use his power in a way that's both effective and compassionate. It is like the water cools down the fire a little bit. You know. Okay, so let's talk about the colors in this card. The Emperor is often depicted wearing red robes, which symbolize his passion, his energy, and his will. Red is a very powerful color. It's the color of blood, of fire, and of life. It represents our primal instincts, our desires, and our drive to succeed. But red can also be a warning sign, you know. It can represent anger, aggression, and impulsiveness. So, the Emperor has to be careful not to let his passion turn into rage, not to let his desire for success cloud his judgment. He has to use his energy wisely, to channel it in a way that's productive and positive. And that is where the Hanged Man comes into play. Gotta surrender that impulse sometimes, right? He might also be wearing armor, which symbolizes his protection, his strength, and his readiness to defend his kingdom. Armor is like a shield. It protects us from harm, but it can also isolate us from others. The Emperor has to be careful not to let his armor become a barrier, not to let it prevent him from connecting with others on a deeper level. He has to be willing to take off his armor sometimes, to show his vulnerability, and to let others see the real person underneath, which is super hard for an emperor, you know. Okay, so, how does the emperor relate to the other cards in this reading? Well, we've already talked about how he relates to the Hanged Man, the Empress, and the Five of Wands. But let's dig a little deeper, okay? The King of Pentacles is all about stability, security, and material success. He's the one who builds the foundation for the kingdom. The Emperor is the one who rules the kingdom. He's the one who makes the laws, enforces the rules, and ensures that everything runs smoothly. So, they're both about power and authority, but they express it in different ways. The King of Pentacles is more about personal power, about building his own empire. The Emperor is more about societal power, about ruling over a collective. So, maybe this is about you stepping into a leadership role in your community, you know. Maybe it's about using your success to help others, to create opportunities for them to thrive. Or maybe it's about you becoming more involved in politics, about using your voice to advocate for change. The Hanged Man is all about surrender, sacrifice, and seeing things from a different perspective. He's the one who challenges the status quo, who questions the rules, and who encourages us to think outside the box. The Emperor is the one who upholds the status quo, who enforces the rules, and who tries to maintain order. So, they're often seen as opposites, but they can also complement each other. The Hanged Man can help the Emperor to see things from a new perspective, to be more open to new ideas, and to be more willing to compromise. The Emperor can help the Hanged Man to ground his ideas in reality, to turn his visions into concrete action, and to make a real difference in the world. So, maybe this is about you finding a way to balance your rebellious side with your responsible side, you know. Maybe it's about you using your creativity to challenge the system, but also about working within the system to create change. Or maybe it's about you learning to accept things as they are, while still striving to make the world a better place. The Empress is all about creativity, abundance, and nurturing. She's the one who brings beauty and joy into the world, who creates life, and who nourishes our souls. The Emperor is the one who provides structure and stability, who sets the boundaries, and who ensures that everything is safe and secure. So, they're both essential for a thriving society, but they have different priorities. The Empress is more about feelings and emotions. The Emperor is more about logic and reason. The Empress is more about intuition and creativity. The Emperor is more about planning and execution. So, maybe this is about you finding a way to balance your feminine energy with your masculine energy, you know. Maybe it's about you using your creativity to solve problems, but also about being organized and disciplined in your approach. Or maybe it's about you learning to trust your intuition, but also about backing it up with solid research and analysis. And the Five of Wands, like we said, is all about conflict, competition, and challenges. It's the one that disrupts the peace, that forces us to confront our differences, and that pushes us to grow. The Emperor is the one who tries to resolve the conflict, who imposes order, and who seeks to create harmony. So, they're often at odds, but they can also learn from each other. The Five of Wands can help the Emperor to see the flaws in his system, to be more aware of the needs of the people, and to be more open to change. The Emperor can help the Five of Wands to channel their energy in a productive way, to focus their efforts, and to achieve their goals. So, maybe this is about you learning to manage conflict effectively. Maybe it's about you finding a way to resolve disagreements peacefully, to negotiate compromises, and to create win-win situations. Or maybe it's about you learning to embrace conflict as an opportunity for growth, to use it to challenge yourself, to push yourself beyond your limits, and to become a better version of yourself. Okay, so, how might this card be playing out in your career? Well, maybe you're in a position of authority. Maybe you're a manager, a supervisor, or a CEO. And the Emperor is telling you to step into your power, to be a strong leader, and to take charge of the situation. But it's also reminding you to be fair, to be just, and to be compassionate. It's about using your power responsibly to create a positive work environment and to help your employees to thrive. Or maybe you're not in a position of authority. Maybe you're just starting out in your career, or maybe you're looking for a new job. And the Emperor is telling you to be ambitious, to set goals, and to work hard to achieve them. But it's also reminding you to be ethical, to be honest, and to be respectful of others. It's about building a solid reputation, about earning the trust of your colleagues, and about creating a career that is aligned with your values. So, maybe this is about you taking more initiative at work, Maybe it's about you volunteering for new projects, about taking on more responsibility, and about showing your boss that you're capable of more. Or maybe it's about you setting boundaries at work, about saying no to tasks that are outside of your job description, about protecting your time and energy, and about prioritizing your well-being. Or maybe it's about starting your own business, becoming your own emperor. Okay, so, what about your relationships? Well, maybe you're in a relationship where you feel like you're constantly being controlled, where you're not allowed to express yourself, or where your needs are not being met. And the Emperor is telling you to stand up for yourself, to assert your boundaries, and to demand respect. But it's also reminding you to be loving, to be kind, and to be understanding. It's about communicating your needs clearly, about listening to your partner's perspective, and about finding a way to create a relationship that is based on mutual respect and equality. Or maybe you're in a relationship where you're the one who's in control, where you're the one who makes all the decisions, and where you're not giving your partner enough space to be themselves. And the Emperor is telling you to let go of some of that control, to trust your partner's judgment, and to give them more freedom to express themselves. But it's also reminding you to be supportive, to be encouraging, and to be there for your partner when they need you. It's about creating a relationship that is based on trust, communication, and mutual support. So, maybe this is about you having a difficult conversation with your partner, Maybe it's about you expressing your needs, about setting boundaries, and about working through a conflict. Or maybe it's about you being more vulnerable with your partner, about sharing your feelings, about opening up about your fears, and about allowing them to see the real you. Okay, so, what about your finances? Well, maybe you're in a situation where you feel like you're constantly struggling to make ends meet, or you're in debt, or where you're worried about your financial future. And the Emperor is telling you to take control of your finances, to create a budget, to pay off your debts, and to save for the future. But it's also reminding you to be generous, to be charitable, and to use your money to help others. It's about being responsible with your resources, about creating financial security for yourself and your family, and about using your wealth to make a positive impact on the world. Or maybe you're in a situation where you have plenty of money, but you're not sure what to do with it. And the Emperor is telling you to invest wisely, to diversify your portfolio, and to create a financial plan that will help you to achieve your goals. But it's also reminding you to be mindful of your spending, to avoid impulsive purchases, and to use your money in a way that is aligned with your values. It's about being a good steward of your resources, about creating a sustainable financial future, and about using your wealth to create a legacy of goodness. So, maybe this is about you creating a budget, Maybe it's about you tracking your expenses, about identifying areas where you can cut back, and about creating a savings plan. Or maybe it's about you investing in yourself, about taking a course, about learning a new skill, and about increasing your earning potential. Okay, so, what about your health? Well, maybe you're in a situation where you're struggling with a chronic illness, where you're feeling tired and run down, or where you're not taking care of yourself properly. And the Emperor is telling you to take control of your health, to make healthy choices, and to prioritize your well-being. But it's also reminding you to be patient, to be kind to yourself, and to listen to your body's needs. It's about creating a healthy lifestyle, about eating nutritious foods, about exercising regularly, and about getting enough sleep. Or maybe you're in a situation where you're healthy and fit, but you're not feeling fulfilled. And the Emperor is telling you to use your energy to help others, to volunteer your time, and to make a positive impact on the world. But it's also reminding you to be mindful of your limits, to avoid burnout, and to take time for yourself to recharge. It's about creating a balanced lifestyle, about using your health to pursue your passions, and about living a life that is aligned with your values. So, maybe this is about you making an appointment with your doctor, Maybe it's about you getting a checkup, about discussing your health concerns, and about creating a treatment plan. Or maybe it's about you starting a new exercise routine, about joining a gym, about taking a yoga class, and about moving your body in ways that feel good. Okay, so, what about your spirituality? Well, maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling lost, disconnected, or confused about your spiritual path. And the Emperor is telling you to take control of your spiritual life, to define your beliefs, and to create a spiritual practice that is meaningful to you. But it's also reminding you to be open-minded, to be tolerant, and to respect the beliefs of others. It's about finding a spiritual path that resonates with you, about connecting with your higher power, and about living a life that is aligned with your values. Or maybe you're in a situation where you're deeply connected to your spirituality, but you're not sharing your gifts with the world. And the Emperor is telling you to use your spiritual gifts to help others, to teach, to heal, and to inspire. But it's also reminding you to be humble, to be authentic, and to avoid imposing your beliefs on others. It's about using your spirituality to make a positive impact on the world, about spreading love, and about living a life that is an example of your faith. So, maybe this is about you exploring different spiritual traditions, Maybe it's about you reading books, about attending workshops, and about connecting with other spiritual seekers. Or maybe it's about you starting a meditation practice, about spending time in nature, and about connecting with your inner wisdom. The Emperor is all about finding structure in your spiritual life, which can be so helpful. Okay, so, what's the positive potential of the Emperor? How can you use this energy to create positive change in your life? Well, the Emperor is all about taking control, about setting boundaries, and about creating structure. And these are all essential skills for creating a successful and fulfilling life. When you take control of your life, you're empowered to make choices that are aligned with your values, to pursue your goals with clarity and focus, and to create a life that is truly your own. When you set boundaries, you protect your time, your energy, and your well-being. You avoid burnout. You prevent others from taking advantage of you. And you create space for the things that are truly important to you. And when you create structure, you bring order to chaos. You increase your efficiency, and you create a foundation for long-term success. You develop good habits, you prioritize your tasks, and you create a routine that supports your goals. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about using your power responsibly, about setting boundaries with compassion, and about creating structure with flexibility. It's about finding the right balance between control and flow, about being strong and decisive, while also being open and adaptable, and about using your authority to create a positive impact on the world. It's like being a leader who inspires, not a dictator who demands, Okay, so, we've really explored the Emperor in depth, and we've connected it back to the Aquamarine energy and the other cards in the reading. We've seen that the Emperor is all about taking control, setting boundaries, and creating structure. And we've seen that this energy can be used to create positive change in all areas of your life, from your career to your relationships, to your health, to your spirituality. But there's still one card left, and I have a feeling that it's going to bring even more clarity and insight to this reading. So, are you ready to find out what it is? Because I know I am. Okay, deep breath. Here we go. Okay, here we go, everyone. So, we have the Page of Cups. Oh my gosh, what a sweet card. After all that, right? The Page of Cups, it's just so full of, gentle energy, It's all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings, especially in the realm of feelings. It's like a little breath of fresh air, especially after the Emperor's, super structured energy and the Five of Wands chaotic energy. I think that whatever has been, maybe a little bit blocked, or just needing to, soften and flow, is really ready to open up and just allow the flow of feelings to begin. This is really exciting. It feels like a moment of, real tenderness, of, finally allowing yourself to be vulnerable and to connect with your emotions, Not just a fraction of your heart, but all of your heart. The Page of Cups is the ultimate sensitive soul, right? He's the one who's always in touch with his feelings, who's always open to new experiences, and who's always willing to, follow his heart, He's not afraid to be vulnerable. He's not afraid to show his emotions, and he's not afraid to dream big, Think of him as, the dreamer, the artist, the poet, the one who sees the world through rose-colored glasses, He's not necessarily the most practical person, but he's definitely the most compassionate and the most intuitive. And that can be his strength, Sometimes it's good to get out of your head and into your heart, really feel what's going on, really listen to your intuition and really allow yourself to dream, It can open you up to all sorts of new possibilities. It might be all those feelings the Emperor represses, right? But that can also be his downfall, Sometimes he can be too sensitive, too naive, too easily hurt, He can get so caught up in his emotions that he loses sight of reality. He can get so lost in his dreams that he forgets to take action. And he can get so easily hurt that he closes himself off from the world. And that's where the other cards come in, right? The King of Pentacles can help him to stay grounded. The Hanged Man can help him to see things from a different perspective. The Empress can help him to nurture his creativity. The Five of Wands can help him to stand up for himself. And the Emperor can help him to take control of his life. The Page of Cups doesn't need to stay a page forever. Okay, so, what are the key symbols in this card? What can they tell us about its deeper meaning? Well, first of all, we have the Page himself holding a cup, right? And the cup in tarot represents water energy. It represents emotions, intuition, and relationships. So, the Page is holding a cup. He's holding his emotions. He's holding his intuition. And he's holding his relationships. All these gentle forces, He's not necessarily in control of them, but he's definitely aware of them, and he's definitely open to them. It is being offered to him. He's like ready to receive, ready to feel, and ready to connect. But if you look closely, you'll notice that there's a fish popping out of the cup, right? And the fish is a symbol of, like, the subconscious, of our hidden emotions, and of our deepest desires. So, like, the fish popping out of the cup is like a reminder that our emotions are always bubbling beneath the surface, that our intuition is always guiding us, and that our desires are always seeking expression. You know, the fish wants to swim free. The page is letting it peek out. The fish is like a symbol of potential, of the unlimited possibilities that exist within us. It's like a reminder that we're all capable of so much more than we realize, that we all have hidden talents and gifts that are just waiting to be discovered, you know. This whole reading is about potential, right? It's also like a reminder that we're all connected to something bigger than ourselves, that we're all part of a vast ocean of consciousness, and that we're all influenced by the currents of the universe. It's like, it's really important to, like, pay attention to your dreams, to your feelings, and to your intuition, because they're all trying to tell you something, all the time. The universe is always communicating. It's about understanding the language. The Aquamarine helps to understand it. Aquamarine helps you to trust those feelings. Okay, so, like, let's talk about the colors in this card. The page is often depicted wearing, like, blue robes, right? Which symbolize his, like, peace, his serenity, and his connection to the divine. Blue is a very calming color. It's the color of the sky, of the ocean, and of the heavens. It represents our higher self, our intuition, and our spiritual connection. But blue can also be, like, a little bit passive, a little bit detached, a little bit unrealistic, you know. So the page has to be careful not to get too lost in his dreams, not to let his spirituality disconnect him from the real world, and not to become too passive in the face of challenges. Gotta act. The page might also be standing by the ocean, which symbolizes his emotions, his intuition, and his subconscious, like we were just saying. The ocean is a vast and powerful force. It's always changing, and it's always full of surprises. It represents our emotional depths, our intuitive insights, and our hidden desires. But the ocean can also be, like, a little bit dangerous, a little bit overwhelming, a little bit unpredictable, you know. So the page has to be careful not to get swept away by his emotions, not to let his intuition lead him astray, and not to become overwhelmed by the challenges of life, like the Five of Wands keeps warning. Okay, so, like, how does the Page of Cups relate to the other cards in this reading? Well, we've already talked about how he relates to the King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, the Empress, the Five of Wands, and the Emperor. But let's dig a little deeper, okay? I feel like there is so much to unpack, so much to understand with these cards. The King of Pentacles, like we said, is all about stability, security, and material success. He's the one who builds the foundation for the kingdom, the practical man. The Page of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who brings the heart to the kingdom. So, they're both about value, but they express it in different ways. The King of Pentacles is about material value, about building wealth and security. The Page of Cups is about emotional value, about creating love and connection. The Hanged Man, that surrender we keep talking about, is all about sacrifice, surrender, and seeing things from a different perspective. He's the one who challenges the status quo, who questions the rules, and who encourages us to think outside the box. The Page of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who feels the need for change, who intuits the right path, and who inspires us to take action. The Empress is all about creativity, abundance, and nurturing, the mother. She's the one who brings beauty and joy into the world, who creates life, and who nourishes our souls. The Page of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who feels the creative urge, who intuits the potential for abundance, and who inspires us to nurture our dreams. That pairing is so powerful, right? Especially after all this talk about, building and ruling and working hard. Gotta make space for that creative energy. The Five of Wands is all about conflict, competition, and challenges. It's the one that disrupts the peace, that forces us to confront our differences, and that pushes us to grow. The Page of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who feels the tension, who intuits the solutions, and who inspires us to find common ground. The Emperor is all about authority, structure, and control. He's the one who sets the rules, who enforces the boundaries, and who tries to maintain order. The Page of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who feels the need for change, who intuits the potential for growth, and who inspires us to break free from the limitations. Phew, it is all linked. So, maybe this is about you finding a way to balance your emotions with your responsibilities, Maybe it's about you using your intuition to guide your decisions, but also about being practical and realistic. Or maybe it's about you learning to trust your feelings, but also about setting boundaries and protecting yourself from harm. The Hanged Man is about trusting your intuition, which this card represents. It's about surrendering. Okay, so, how might this card be playing out in your career? Well, maybe you're in a job where you don't feel valued, where you don't feel appreciated, or where you don't feel like you're making a difference. And the Page of Cups is telling you to listen to your heart, to follow your passions, and to find a career that is more fulfilling. The Emperor might be in the wrong career. So crazy. But it's also reminding you to be patient, to be kind to yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. Or maybe you're in a job where you're feeling burned out, where you're feeling stressed, or where you're feeling overwhelmed. And the Page of Cups is telling you to take a break, to recharge your batteries, and to reconnect with your joy. But it's also reminding you to be responsible, to be professional, and to honor your commitments. So that is where you need that Emperor energy. You really need to work with that to make the best choices. It's like finding a path with heart, you know. So, like, maybe this is about you exploring new career options, you know. Maybe it's about you taking a class, about learning a new skill, or about networking with people in your field. The Page is so about learning. Or maybe it's about you setting boundaries at work, you know. We were talking about that, about saying no to extra work, about taking time for yourself, and about prioritizing your well-being. Those things really go hand in hand. Okay, so, like, what about your relationships? This is so exciting because it could really go anywhere. Well, maybe you're in a relationship where you're not feeling emotionally connected, where you're not feeling understood, or where you're not feeling loved. And the Page of Cups is telling you to open your heart, to express your feelings, and to be vulnerable with your partner. But it's also reminding you to be patient, to be understanding, and to listen to your partner's needs. Or maybe you're in a relationship where you're feeling smothered, where you're feeling controlled, or where you're feeling like you can't be yourself. And the Page of Cups is telling you to set boundaries, to assert your independence, and to create space for yourself. But it's also reminding you to be loving, to be supportive, and to communicate your needs clearly and respectfully. So, like, maybe this is about you having a heart-to-heart with your partner, you know. Maybe it's about you sharing your feelings, about expressing your needs, and about working through any issues that you're facing. Or maybe it's about you taking some time for yourself, you know. Maybe it's about you doing something that you enjoy, about connecting with your friends, or about pursuing your hobbies. That time to yourself will really help. Okay, so, like, what about your finances? Well, maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling anxious about money, where you're feeling stressed about your debts, or where you're feeling uncertain about your financial future. And the Page of Cups is telling you to trust your intuition, to follow your gut, and to make decisions that feel right to you. But it's also reminding you to be responsible, to be practical, and to create a budget. Or maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling generous with your money, where you're feeling inspired to give back, or where you're feeling called to support a cause that you believe in. And the Page of Cups is telling you to follow your heart, to give generously, and to make a difference in the world. But it's also reminding you to be mindful, to be discerning, and to ensure that your giving is aligned with your values. It's about creating a flow, giving and receiving. So, like, maybe this is about you creating a financial plan, you know. Maybe it's about you setting goals, about tracking your expenses, and about making a budget that works for you. Or maybe it's about you donating to a charity, you know. Maybe it's about you volunteering your time, or about supporting a cause that you care about. Okay, so, like, what about your health? Maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling disconnected from your body, where you're not listening to its needs, or where you're not taking care of yourself properly. And the Page of Cups is telling you to reconnect with your body, to listen to its signals, and to treat it with love and respect. The Empress reminds us of this, right? But it's also reminding you to be patient, to be gentle, and to allow your body to heal at its own pace. Or maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling inspired to improve your health, where you're feeling motivated to make positive changes, or where you're feeling excited about the possibilities. And the Page of Cups is telling you to follow your intuition, to try new things, and to find what works best for you. But it's also reminding you to be consistent, to be disciplined, and to stick with your plan. It's about that balancing act. So, maybe this is about you starting a new exercise routine, Maybe it's about you joining a gym, or about taking a class, or about going for a walk in nature. Or maybe it's about you changing your diet, Maybe it's about you eating more fruits and vegetables, about cutting back on processed foods, or about drinking more water. Okay, so, what about your spirituality? Wow, this is the heart of it all. Well, maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling lost, where you're feeling confused, or where you're feeling disconnected from your spiritual path. And the Page of Cups is telling you to trust your intuition, to follow your heart, and to explore different spiritual paths. But it's also reminding you to be open-minded, to be discerning, and to find what resonates with you. Or maybe you're in a situation where you're feeling deeply connected to your spirituality, where you're feeling inspired to share your gifts, or where you're feeling called to help others. And the Page of Cups is telling you to use your voice, to express your truth, and to make a difference in the world. But it's also reminding you to be humble, to be respectful, and to honor the beliefs of others. That is very important. So, maybe this is about you meditating, Maybe it's about you praying, or about you spending time in nature, or about you connecting with your higher power. Or maybe it's about you joining a spiritual community, Maybe it's about you attending a workshop, about reading books, or about connecting with other spiritual seekers. Find that connection, that heart. Okay, so, what's the positive potential of the Page of Cups? How can you use this energy to create positive change in your life? Well, the Page of Cups is all about emotional openness, about intuition, and about new beginnings. And these are all essential qualities for creating a life that is full of love, joy, and fulfillment. When you're emotionally open, you're able to connect with others on a deeper level, to share your feelings, and to receive love and support. When you trust your intuition, you're able to make decisions that are aligned with your values, to follow your passions, and to create a life that is truly your own. And when you embrace new beginnings, you're able to let go of the past, to embrace the future, and to create a life that is full of possibilities. Gotta release to receive, right? And with the Aquamarine energy, This is about using your emotions to empower yourself, about trusting your intuition to guide you, and about embracing new beginnings with courage and confidence. The Aquamarine helps clear emotional blocks, which can be really hard. It's about finding the flow, about aligning your actions with your intentions, and about creating a life that is in harmony with your soul's purpose. It's like being true to yourself and trusting that everything is working out for your highest good, you know. Okay, so we've really explored the Page of Cups in depth, and we've connected it back to the Aquamarine energy and the other cards in the reading. We've seen that the Page of Cups is all about emotional openness, intuition, and new beginnings. And we've seen that this energy can be used to create positive change in all areas of your life. This energy can help you build the life of your dreams for real, and you deserve that so much. But there's still one card left, and I have a feeling that it's going to bring even more clarity and insight to this reading. So get ready. You're doing so good, and I am so excited to see what we find out. Okay, oh my gosh, everyone. Wow. Seriously, wow. After all of that energy, all of that building and clashing and feeling, we've got the Four of Swords. Seriously, can we all just breathe for a second? Because this card is all about rest, recovery, and just finding some freaking peace and quiet. You know, after the Page of Cups being so open and so emotional and so in touch with all those new feelings, it's yeah, girl, you need a nap. You need to step away from the world for a hot minute and just recharge. It's so interesting coming right after the Emperor too, because he's all about action and structure and getting things done, but even he needs to take a break, you know. Even the most powerful people need to unplug and disconnect and just chill for a minute. This is so important and beautiful. It's the universe is saying, okay, you've been working so hard, you've been feeling so much, you've been dealing with so much drama. Now it's time to just stop. Just stop and breathe. Just stop and rest. Just stop and recover. This is so needed, I feel it. With the Aquamarine, it's even more important to find that inner peace, you know. Because the Aquamarine is all about flowing with purpose. But you can't flow if you're completely depleted and exhausted. You need to take the time to refill your cup, to reconnect with your inner self, and to just find that stillness within. You're gonna need it before you can truly tap into what's calling you forward. So the Four of Swords isn't just about being lazy, you know. It's not just about avoiding your responsibilities. It's about intentionally creating space for rest and recovery so that you can come back stronger and more focused, with more clarity and more energy to actually keep flowing. It is so vital. Okay, so what are the key symbols in this card? What can they tell us about its deeper meaning? Well, first of all, we have the figure lying down right. And they're lying down on what looks like a tomb or an altar. It's not actually death, you know. It's not about being dead. It's about being still. It's about being quiet. It's about being at peace, finally. They're not struggling. They're not fighting. They're not even thinking, really. They're just like resting. They're just being. And that's so powerful. I feel like the fact that they're above the world shows that they have already worked through so many things. I feel like this is earned, you know. And then we have the swords, right? There are 4 of them, and they're all hanging on the wall above the figure. The swords represent thoughts, actions, and words, you know. They're like the tools that we use to navigate the world, but they can also be the things that cause us the most stress and anxiety. These swords aren't being used right now, you know. They're just hanging there. They're like a reminder that you don't always have to be doing something. You don't always have to be thinking about something. And you don't always have to be saying something. Sometimes it's okay to just put down your swords and rest, you know. Give yourself a break. And then, if you look closely, you'll notice that there's a stained glass window in the background, right? And the stained glass window represents hope, faith, and inspiration. It's like a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always light to be found. Even when you're feeling completely exhausted and depleted, there's always hope for a better future. And that's so comforting, you know. It's like, even when you're taking a break, you're still connected to something bigger than yourself. You're still connected to the divine. It's not just rest. It is active meditation. You are still working. Okay, so let's talk about the colors in this card. The colors are often muted and calming, right? Like blues, grays, and whites. These colors represent peace, serenity, and tranquility. They're like a visual representation of the feeling that you get when you're finally able to relax and let go of all your worries, you know. It is the most wonderful feeling. You know what I mean? And that's so needed after all that chaos. So, the 4 of Swords is all about finding that inner peace, about creating space for rest and recovery, and about reconnecting with your hope and inspiration. It's like a reminder that you can't pour from an empty cup, and that you need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. You deserve that time, you know. You really, really do. Gotta remember that. Okay, so, how does the 4 of Swords relate to the other cards in this reading? Well, we've already talked about how it relates to the Page of Cups and the Emperor. But let's dig a little deeper, okay? I feel like it all connects. The King of Pentacles is all about stability, security, and material success, right? He's the one who's built this solid foundation, but he's also the one who's probably been working his butt off to get there. And that's why he needs the 4 of Swords, you know. He needs to take a break from all that hard work and just, recharge his batteries. He needs to remember that there's more to life than just work, you know. He needs to reconnect with his inner self and find some joy and fulfillment outside of his career. The Hanged Man is all about sacrifice, surrender, and seeing things from a different perspective. He's the one who's, willingly given up control But that can also be really draining, you know. It can be really hard to just, let go and trust the universe. It takes a lot of energy. And that's why he needs the Four of Swords, you know. He needs to take a break from all that surrendering and just, ground himself. He needs to reconnect with his body and find some stability and security after all that letting go. The Empress is all about creativity, abundance, and nurturing. She's the one who's bringing all this beauty and joy into the world. But she's also the one who's giving so much of herself, you know. It can be really easy to burn out when you're constantly giving to others and not really filling yourself up. And that's why she needs the Four of Swords, you know. She needs to take a break from all that nurturing and just, nurture herself for a change. She needs to reconnect with her own needs and find some time for self-care. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. The Five of Wands is all about conflict, competition, and challenges. It's the one that's disrupting the peace and causing all this stress and anxiety. And that's why you need the Four of Swords, you know, to recover from it. You need to take a break from all that fighting and just, find some peace and quiet. You need to reconnect with your inner self and remember that you're stronger than you think. You can get through this. The Emperor is all about authority, structure, and control. He's the one who's setting the rules and enforcing the boundaries. But that can also be really isolating, you know. It can be really hard to be the one in charge all the time. And that's why he needs the Four of Swords, you know. He needs to take a break from all that responsibility and just, let go for a minute. He needs to reconnect with his emotions and remember that he's human too. And the Page of Cups is all about emotional openness, intuition, and new beginnings. He's the one who's feeling all the feels and connecting with all the people. But that can also be really overwhelming, you know. It can be really hard to process all those emotions and to stay grounded when you're constantly being bombarded with new experiences. And that's why he needs the Four of Swords, you know. He needs to take a break from all that feeling and just, quiet his mind. He needs to reconnect with his inner self and find some clarity and peace. All that feeling has to go somewhere. So, maybe this is about you finding a way to balance your action with your rest, you know. Maybe it's about you learning to say no to things that are draining your energy and yes to things that are filling you up. Or maybe it's about you creating a daily routine that includes time for both work and relaxation. It's all about finding what you need, always. Okay, so, how might this card be playing out in your career? Well, maybe you're feeling burned out at work. Maybe you're feeling stressed about your workload. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need a break, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to listen to your body, to take some time off, and to recharge your batteries. Maybe it's time to use some of those vacation days. But it's also reminding you to be responsible, to communicate your needs to your boss, and to ensure that your work is covered while you're gone. You can be responsible and still take care of yourself. It is okay. Or maybe you're not feeling burned out, but you're feeling stuck in a rut. Maybe you're feeling like you're not growing or learning. Or maybe you're just feeling bored, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to reflect on your career goals, to identify what's important to you, and to create a plan for moving forward. It's also reminding you to be patient, to trust the process, and to know that you're on the right path. So, maybe this is about you taking a vacation, you know. Maybe it's about you taking a sabbatical, or about you just taking a few days off to relax and recharge. Or maybe it's about you setting some boundaries at work, you know. Maybe it's about you saying no to extra projects, about delegating tasks, or about creating a more manageable workload. It will really help. Okay, so, what about your relationships? Well, maybe you're feeling drained by your relationships. Maybe you're feeling like you're giving too much and not receiving enough. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need some space, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time for yourself, to disconnect from your relationships, and to reconnect with your inner self. But it's also reminding you to be communicative, to express your needs to your loved ones, and to ensure that they understand why you need some time alone. It's so important to do that. Or maybe you're not feeling drained, but you're feeling lonely. Maybe you're feeling like you're not connecting with your loved ones. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need some more meaningful relationships, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to reflect on your relationships, to identify what's important to you, and to create a plan for building stronger connections. It's also reminding you to be patient, to be open, and to trust that you'll find the right people to share your life with. So, maybe this is about you taking a solo trip, you know. Maybe it's about you spending some time in nature, or about you just spending some time alone at home, doing things that you enjoy. Or maybe it's about you setting some boundaries with your loved ones, you know. Maybe it's about you saying no to social obligations, about creating more space for yourself, or about communicating your needs more effectively. It might feel awkward, but it will make a difference. Okay, so, what about your finances? Well, maybe you're feeling stressed about your finances. Maybe you're feeling like you're not making enough money. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to take a break from all the financial stress, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to reflect on your financial goals, to create a budget, and to develop a plan for achieving financial stability. But it's also reminding you to be patient, to be kind to yourself, and to know that you're doing the best you can. You really are. Finances are hard. Or maybe you're not feeling stressed, but you're feeling uninspired. Maybe you're feeling like you're not using your money in a way that aligns with your values. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to find some more joy in your financial life, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to reflect on your values, to identify what's important to you, and to create a plan for using your money in a way that makes you happy. It's also reminding you to to be generous, to give back to your community, and to use your money to make a positive impact on the world. It's what the emperor would want, right? So, maybe this is about you creating a budget, you know. Maybe it's about you tracking your expenses, about identifying areas where you can cut back, or about creating a savings plan. Or maybe it's about you donating to a charity, you know. Maybe it's about you supporting a cause that you believe in, or about you using your money to help others. It all depends on what your intuition is telling you. Okay, so, what about your health? Well, maybe you're feeling exhausted. Maybe you're feeling run down. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to take better care of yourself, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to listen to your body, to get some rest, and to prioritize your well-being. It's like a big flashing sign that says, take care of yourself. But it's also reminding you to be proactive, to schedule a doctor's appointment, and to address any health concerns that you may have. Don't ignore it. Or maybe you're not feeling exhausted, but you're feeling disconnected from your body. Maybe you're feeling like you're not appreciating your health. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to find some more joy in your physical life, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to reconnect with your body, to appreciate its strength and resilience, and to find ways to move your body that feel good. It's also reminding you to be grateful for your health, to nourish your body with healthy food, and to practice self-care regularly. So, maybe this is about you getting more sleep, you know. Maybe it's about you going to bed earlier, about creating a relaxing bedtime routine, or about getting more rest during the day. Or maybe it's about you starting a new exercise routine, you know. Maybe it's about you going for a walk, about taking a yoga class, or about dancing around your living room. Whatever makes you happy and takes care of your body. Okay, so, what about your spirituality? This is all coming together so beautifully. Well, maybe you're feeling disconnected from your spiritual path. Maybe you're feeling like you're not growing or learning. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to reconnect with your higher power, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time for reflection, to meditate, and to reconnect with your spiritual self. But it's also reminding you to be patient, to trust the process, and to know that you're always connected to something bigger than yourself. The Aquamarine is there to remind you that you're not alone, no matter what. Or maybe you're not feeling disconnected, but you're feeling overwhelmed by your spiritual practices. Maybe you're feeling like you're not doing enough. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to simplify your spiritual life, you know. And the Four of Swords is telling you to take some time to simplify your practices, to focus on what's truly important to you, and to release anything that's not serving you. It's also reminding you to be gentle with yourself, to be kind to yourself, and to know that you're doing the best you can. So, maybe this is about you starting a meditation practice, you know. Maybe it's about you finding a quiet space, about focusing on your breath, or about using a guided meditation app. Or maybe it's about you simplifying your spiritual practices. You know, maybe it's about you releasing some of your commitments, about focusing on what's truly important, or about creating a more sustainable spiritual routine. There's no one right answer. It's all about you. Okay, so, what's the positive potential of the Four of Swords? How can you use this energy to create positive change in your life? Well, the Four of Swords is all about rest, recovery, and contemplation. And these are all essential for creating a life that is balanced, fulfilling, and meaningful. When you prioritize rest, you're able to recharge your batteries, to improve your health, and to increase your productivity. When you prioritize recovery, you're able to heal from past wounds, to release negative emotions, and to create space for new growth. And when you prioritize contemplation, you're able to gain clarity, to make better decisions, and to live a more intentional life. When you have those things, you can do anything. You can be anything. And with the Aquamarine energy, this is about using your rest to flow with purpose, about using your recovery to align your actions with your intentions, and about using your contemplation to create a life that is in harmony with your soul's purpose. You need to be able to listen. It's like the world's best recipe for an incredible life, you know. It's just so exciting to see all of these cards coming together, and I am so excited to keep going. I can't wait to see what's next, and I hope you're as excited as I am. Okay, Aquamarine tree friends, can you believe we've reached the final card? This has been such a journey, right? We started with the King of Pentacles, feeling that sense of stability, maybe even a little stuck in that comfort zone, you know. Like, you've built this amazing foundation. You've achieved a certain level of success, but something's missing. Then we had the Hanged Man, that invitation to pause, to surrender, to see things from a different perspective. It's that moment of willingly giving up control and trusting that the universe has your back, even when things feel uncertain. It's about releasing those old beliefs that are holding you back. And then the Empress showed up with all that creative energy, all that potential for abundance, all that nurturing love. It's like, once you've taken that leap of faith, once you've surrendered to the unknown, the Empress is there to greet you with open arms, ready to help you create something truly amazing. But then, bam, the Five of Wands crashes the party with all that conflict, all that competition, all that feeling pulled in a million different directions, right? It's like the path to purpose isn't always smooth. There are going to be challenges. There are going to be obstacles, and you're going to feel like you're losing it. And then the Emperor comes in with all that authority and structure, trying to bring order to the chaos, but maybe being a little too rigid, a little too controlling, you know. It is about using your power responsibly, about setting boundaries with compassion, and about creating structure with flexibility. And then the Page of Cups brings that sweet, gentle energy, that reminder to connect with your emotions, to trust your intuition and to embrace new beginnings with an open heart. It's all about getting back in touch with the magic within you. And then the Four of Swords, that much-needed invitation to rest, to recover, to just find some freaking peace and quiet after all that intensity, right? It's so important to remember that you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. It's the most important thing. And now, drum roll please, we have the Star. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful card. It's like, after all that, you finally arrived at a place of hope, of healing, and of inspiration. You found your inner light, and you're ready to shine it out into the world. You're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so, what does the Star even mean after all that we've been through? What is she all about? Well, first of all, she's about hope, right? She's about believing in the possibility of a better future, even when things look bleak. She's about knowing that you're not alone, that the universe is supporting you, and that everything is working out for your highest good. This is a huge message. Think of it like this. You've been wandering in the dark for so long. You've lost your way. You've lost your faith. And you've started to believe that you're never going to find your way out. But then you look up and you see the Star shining brightly in the sky. And you remember that there's always hope, even in the darkest of times. You know, the Star gives you that feeling of comfort, like a warm blanket on a cold night. Even when you don't know how things are going to work out, you know that you're going to be okay. And she's also about healing, you know. She's about releasing the past, about forgiving yourself and others, and about moving forward with a renewed sense of wholeness. It's about those wounds from the Five of Wands. Gotta heal those. She's about those old beliefs that we talked about with the Hanged Man. Gotta shake them off. Think of it like this. You've been carrying around all this baggage for so long. You've been holding on to all this pain, and you've been letting it weigh you down. But then, the Star comes along, and she helps you to release all that baggage, to let go of all that pain, and to feel lighter and freer than you felt in years. It's like she helps you to see that the past doesn't define you, that you're not a victim of your circumstances, and that you have the power to create a new future for yourself. You can take charge of your life and go forward with strength. You can be the emperor of yourself. And she's also about inspiration, right? She's about connecting with your inner muse, about tapping into your creative potential, and about finding your unique voice. It's like time to live the Empress. Think of it like this. You've been feeling uninspired for so long. You've lost touch with your passions, and you've forgotten what it's like to feel truly alive. But then the Star comes along, and she reawakens your creativity. She reignites your passions, and she reminds you of all the things that make you unique and special. It's like she helps you to see that you have something important to offer the world, that your voice matters, and that your creativity can make a real difference. You are one of a kind. Don't ever forget that. Let that freak flag fly. And with the Aquamarine, the star is even more powerful, right? Because the Aquamarine is all about flowing with purpose, about aligning your actions with your intentions, and about creating a life that is in harmony with your soul's purpose. It's all about bringing the star down to earth. Gotta take that magic and make it real. So the star is showing you that you're on the right path, that you're moving in the right direction, and that you're exactly where you need to be, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. That's the Hanged Man's lesson, right? It's all coming back. She's encouraging you to keep going, to keep trusting, and to keep believing in yourself, even when things get tough. The Five of Wands isn't going to last forever. It's just a phase. And she's reminding you that you have the power to create your own reality, that you have the ability to manifest your dreams, and that you have the potential to live a life that is truly extraordinary. I feel like all the cards were leading to this message. It's really, really awesome. Okay, so let's dig a little deeper into the symbolism of the star, because there's so much to unpack in this card, you know. First of all, we have the naked woman, right? And she's kneeling by the water, pouring water from two pitchers. Now, some people might see this as a symbol of vulnerability, of exposure, or of being unprotected, but I see it as a symbol of authenticity, of transparency, and of being comfortable in your own skin. Gotta own who you are, always. She's not hiding anything. She's not trying to be someone she's not. And she's not afraid to show the world her true self. And that's so powerful, you know. It's like she's saying, "This is me, take it or leave it." It's about that emperor energy working for you, right? You're choosing it. You're not trapped by it. It's also a reminder that you don't need to be perfect to be loved, that you don't need to be flawless to be worthy, and that you don't need to hide your imperfections to be accepted. Everyone has flaws, everyone has scars, and everyone has moments of insecurity. The nakedness isn't sexual, it's pure. It's like Adam and Eve before the fall, you know. It's innocence. The heart is open, the soul is bare. It's about embracing those flaws, about accepting those scars, and about loving yourself unconditionally, just as you are. Remember the creative potential of the Empress. Gotta love yourself to really set it free. So amazing. And then we have the water, right? And she's pouring it out onto the earth. Now, the water represents emotions, intuition, and the subconscious, like we said with the Page of Cups. And the earth represents practicality, grounding, and the physical world, like the King of Pentacles. So the fact that she's pouring the water onto the earth is like a symbol of integrating your emotions with your actions, of grounding your intuition in reality, and of bringing your subconscious desires into the physical world. It's about making those dreams real. It's about finding a way to balance your feelings with your logic, your intuition with your practicality, and your dreams with your responsibilities. The Page of Cups and the Emperor working together. It's also a reminder that you need to nurture your emotions, that you need to listen to your intuition, and that you need to pay attention to your subconscious desires, because they're all trying to tell you something. And then we have the stars, right? There are 8 of them, and they're shining brightly in the sky. Now, the stars represent hope, inspiration, and guidance. They're like a reminder that you're not alone, that you're being supported by the universe, and that you're always being guided towards your highest good. So important. The number 8 is all about abundance and infinity, you know. It's that emperor energy bringing abundance into your life in a way that is aligned with the joy of the empress and the heart of the page. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. It's also a reminder that you need to have faith, that you need to trust the process, and that you need to believe in yourself, even when things get tough. Gotta push past that 5 of Wands energy, you know. And then we have the bird, right? It's perched on a tree in the background, and the bird represents freedom, liberation, and transcendence. Gotta release that hanged man. It's like it never ends, does it? But that's a good thing, because we're always growing. It's a reminder that you have the power to break free from your limitations, to transcend your challenges, and to soar to new heights. You gotta free the fish from the cup. It's also a reminder that you need to let go of your fears, that you need to trust your wings, and that you need to believe in your ability to fly. So incredible. Okay, so how can you embody the energy of the star in your daily life? How can you bring this hope, this healing, and this inspiration into your everyday experiences? Well, let's start with your career, you know. Maybe you're feeling stuck in a dead-end job. Maybe you're feeling uninspired by your work. Or maybe you're just feeling like you're not living up to your full potential, like we talked about with the King of Pentacles. And the star is telling you to reconnect with your passions, to identify what you truly love to do, and to find a way to incorporate those things into your work. It's about channeling the heart of the page, the career of the emperor, and the vision of the empress. It's about finding a career that is aligned with your values, that allows you to use your gifts and talents, and that makes a positive impact on the world. It's also about believing in yourself, about knowing that you have something valuable to offer, and about trusting that you can create a career that is both fulfilling and successful. Push past that 5 of Wands, and you can do anything. Maybe you can start a side hustle. Maybe you can volunteer your time. Or maybe you can just start looking for a new job that is a better fit for you. The emperor doesn't have to be in charge. He can guide you. He can support you. And maybe you can ask for a promotion, you know. Or maybe you can take on a new project that excites you, that inspires you, and that allows you to shine your light. Amazing things happen when you bring your whole self to work. It's about finding the place that wants the true you. And then there's your relationships, right? Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your loved ones. Maybe you're feeling lonely or isolated. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to create more meaningful connections. Remember what we were saying about building community. It's time to free the hanged man from that isolation and really find some deep connections. And the star is telling you to open your heart, to express your love, and to be vulnerable with the people you care about. It's about letting those walls down and letting people in. Gotta release that emperor's need for control. It's about creating relationships that are based on authenticity, on trust, and on mutual respect. It's also about forgiving those who have hurt you, about releasing any resentment or anger that you may be holding on to, and about moving forward with a renewed sense of compassion and understanding. So, maybe you can reach out to a friend or family member that you haven't spoken to in a while. Maybe you can tell them how much you appreciate them. Or maybe you can just offer them a listening ear. Or maybe you can join a club or a group that aligns with your interests. Maybe you can volunteer your time. Or maybe you can just attend a local event and meet new people. And then there's your health, right? Maybe you're feeling run down. Maybe you're feeling stressed or anxious. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to take better care of yourself, like we talked about with the Four of Swords. And the star is telling you to prioritize your well-being, to listen to your body's needs, and to create a lifestyle that supports your physical, emotional, and spiritual health. It's about nourishing your body with healthy food, about moving your body in ways that feel good, and about getting enough rest and relaxation. It's also about practicing self-care, about setting boundaries, and about creating a support system that can help you through tough times. So important. You are worth it. Remember the Empress. So, maybe you can start a new exercise routine, Maybe you can go for a walk in nature. Or maybe you can take a yoga class. Or maybe you can start a meditation practice, Or maybe you can create a relaxing bedtime routine. Anything that helps is great. And then there's your finances, right? Maybe you're feeling stressed about money. Maybe you're feeling like you're not making enough. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to find more financial security. You want to be that King of Pentacles, but you don't want it to control you. You want it to come from the heart. And the star is telling you to trust your ability to manifest abundance, to believe in your worthiness to receive, and to align your spending with your values. It's about creating a budget that works for you, about saving for the future, and about investing in your dreams. It's also about giving back to your community, about supporting causes that you believe in, and about using your money to make a positive impact on the world. So, maybe you can create a financial plan, Maybe you can track your expenses, or maybe you can set some financial goals. Or maybe you can donate to a charity, Or maybe you can volunteer your time to a cause that you care about. All these little things can help. And then there's your spirituality, right? Maybe you're feeling disconnected from your spiritual path. Maybe you're feeling lost or confused. Or maybe you're just feeling like you need to reconnect with your higher self. Time to really let that aquamarine energy flow. And the star is telling you to trust your intuition, to follow your inner guidance, and to connect with the divine in whatever way feels authentic to you. It's about spending time in nature, about meditating, about praying, or about connecting with your spiritual community. It's whatever calls to you. It's also about practicing gratitude, about appreciating the blessings in your life, and about living in alignment with your values. So, maybe you can start a journal, Maybe you can write down things that you're grateful for each day. Or maybe you can spend some time in nature, Just soak up the beauty and the wonder of the natural world. Whatever works. Okay, Aquamarine tree friends, we've reached the end of this reading, and I just want to say, you've got this. You really, really do. You're on the right path, you're moving in the right direction, and you have the power to create a life that is truly extraordinary. All the cards aligned for this, and that is amazing. The combination of the King of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, the Empress, the Five of Wands, the Emperor, the Page of Cups, and the Four of Swords have all led you to the point that you are at right now. Now is your time to step into the star. Trust your intuition, follow your heart, and never give up on your dreams. That Hanged Man's surrender is the answer, the secret ingredient. And remember, the Aquamarine is always there to empower you, to help you flow with purpose, and to align your actions with your intentions. It's like you're not alone in this journey. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. I am here for you too, remember that. So go out there and shine your light, Aquamarine tree friends. Shine your light brightly for the world to see, because you have something special to offer, and the world needs you. Remember all that amazing creative energy that we talked about. Time to use it. Don't hold back. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. It's been an honor to read for you, and I can't wait to see what amazing things you create. Remember, you are loved, you are supported, and you are capable of anything you set your mind to. Have faith, and always, always trust yourself. Bye for now. Okay, so you picked the Labradorite pyramid. Labradorite is all about grounding, which is perfect because the theme of this reading is anchoring your vision and building a stable foundation for your dreams. So, think of this reading as a way to really solidify what you want and figure out how to make it real. Keep it grounded. All right, so the first card we have is the World. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. The World is like the ultimate completion card, right? It's that feeling of everything coming together. You've reached the top of the mountain. You've finished the cycle. And now you're ready to, start a new one. But with all this wisdom that you've gained. It's that feeling of absolute fulfillment. Like you've achieved a major goal. And you're just basking in the glory of it all. You've put in the work. You've overcome the challenges. And now you're seeing the fruits of your labor. And it's just amazing. It's like you've climbed the highest mountain. You've run the longest race. And you've finally crossed that finish line. And it's like, yes, I did it. So, the World, it represents a really significant accomplishment, a major milestone, sense of wholeness, of integration. It's that feeling of being completely aligned with your purpose, knowing that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. It's like the universe is giving you a big thumbs up, saying, "You got this. You're on the right path." And it's just like so validating and affirming, you know. And like, this could be anything from like finishing a big project at work, graduating from school, starting a new business, writing a book. It's anything where you've like really dedicated yourself to something and you've seen it through to the end. And now you're reaping the rewards. But like, it's not just about the external success. It's also about the internal growth that you've experienced along the way. You've learned so much about yourself. You've developed new skills. You've become stronger and more resilient. And that's like the real treasure, you know. And so with the world, it's also about seeing the bigger picture. You're not just focused on the details anymore. You're able to see how everything fits together, how all the pieces of your life are connected. It's like you're standing on top of that mountain, and you're looking out at the entire landscape, and you're seeing how everything is interconnected. And it's just like breathtaking, you know. It's like you're finally understanding the grand plan, the divine order of things. And it's just like so reassuring and comforting. And the world also represents like travel and adventure. It's about expanding your horizons, exploring new cultures, seeing new places. It's about breaking out of your comfort zone and experiencing something different. It's like you're packing your bags and you're setting off on a journey, and you don't know exactly where you're going, but you're excited to find out. It's like you're embracing the unknown, and you're trusting that the universe will guide you. And like the world, it's also about celebrating your successes, taking time to appreciate everything that you've accomplished. It's about throwing a party, inviting your friends and family, and just enjoying the moment. It's like you're raising a glass and you're toasting to your achievements, and you're feeling so grateful and blessed. And like, it's so important to take that time to celebrate, because it's what fuels you. It's what keeps you going when things get tough. But here's the thing, the world isn't just about the ending. It's also about the beginning. It's about recognizing that every ending is just a new beginning in disguise. It's like you're closing one chapter of your life, but you're also opening a new one. And like, the possibilities are endless. You could go in any direction. You could do anything you want. And it's just like so exciting and liberating. So the world is saying, you've done it. You've reached the finish line. Now it's time to celebrate, to appreciate everything that you've accomplished. But don't get too comfortable, because there's always more to learn, more to explore, more to experience. The journey never ends. And like, that's such an amazing message, you know. It's like you're never really done. You're always growing, always evolving, always becoming more of who you're meant to be. And that's just like so inspiring and motivating. So yeah, the world. It's all about completion, fulfillment, wholeness, integration, celebration, travel, adventure, and new beginnings. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding the grand plan, and trusting that the universe is guiding you. It's about knowing that you're exactly where you're supposed to be and that you're on the right path. But, like sometimes, even when we've reached that point of completion, we can still feel stuck. We can still feel like something's holding us back. And that's where these next two cards come in. Because, oh boy, we have the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords. So, like, the energy shifts a little bit here, right? Because the world is like, yes, you've made it. And then the Swords cards are like, not so fast. So, let's dive into the Two of Swords first. Okay, so the Two of Swords, this card is all about, like, indecision, right? It's about being at a crossroads, having to make a choice, but not knowing which way to go. It's like you're standing in the middle of a forest, and there are two paths in front of you, and you have no idea which one to take. And it's like both paths look equally appealing and equally scary, and you're just paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong decision, you know. You're just like stuck in this state of analysis paralysis, where you're overthinking everything, weighing all the pros and cons, and just driving yourself crazy. And like the Two of Swords, it often represents like a situation where you're avoiding conflict, where you're trying to keep the peace, but at the expense of your own happiness. It's like you're biting your tongue. You're holding back your true feelings because you don't want to rock the boat. You don't want to upset anyone. And it's like you're putting everyone else's needs before your own, and you're just feeling resentful and unfulfilled. And like, this card also represents like a need for balance and objectivity. It's like you're trying to see both sides of the story. You're trying to be fair and impartial, but it's making it even harder to make a decision. Because it's like you can see the merits of both options, and you can also see the drawbacks. And it's just like so confusing and frustrating. So the Two of Swords is all about like being stuck in your head, overthinking things, avoiding conflict, and trying to be too balanced and objective. It's about feeling like you're in a stalemate, like you can't move forward because you're just too afraid of making the wrong choice. You know. And it's like you're wearing this blindfold, which represents like a lack of clarity, a refusal to see the truth. It's like you're deliberately blocking yourself from the answers that you need. And like sometimes, the Two of Swords can also indicate like a need to trust your intuition more. It's like you're ignoring your gut feeling. You're dismissing your inner voice because you're too focused on logic and reason. And it's like your intuition is trying to guide you, but you're just not listening. You know, you're just so caught up in your head that you can't hear what your heart is telling you. And like, this can manifest in so many different ways, right? Like maybe you're trying to decide whether to take a new job, or end a relationship, or move to a new city. Or maybe it's something smaller, like deciding what to have for dinner, or what to wear to a party. But like, no matter how big or small the decision is, the feeling is the same. You're stuck, you're indecisive, and you're just not sure what to do. And like, the Two of Swords can also represent like a situation where you're being presented with two equally appealing options, and you just can't choose between them. It's like you're being offered two different flavors of ice cream, and you love them both, and you just can't decide which one you want. And it's like you're so afraid of missing out on something good that you just end up not choosing anything at all. And like, sometimes the Two of Swords can also indicate that you're being too rigid in your thinking, that you're not open to new ideas or perspectives. It's like you've made up your mind about something, and you're not willing to consider any other possibilities. And it's like you're so stuck in your own way of thinking that you can't see the bigger picture. And like, the Two of Swords can also represent like a situation where you're being forced to make a decision against your will. It's like you're being pressured by someone else to choose a certain path, and you don't want to do it, but you feel like you have no choice. And it's like you're feeling trapped and powerless, like you have no control over your own life. So, yeah, the Two of Swords is all about indecision, avoidance, balance, objectivity, and a lack of clarity. It's about feeling stuck, paralyzed, and unable to move forward. It's about being too focused on logic and reason and ignoring your intuition. And it's about feeling pressured and trapped, like you have no control over your own life. So, like, it's not the greatest card to see, especially after the world right. But okay, it gets even more interesting, because then we have the Eight of Swords. So, like, if the Two of Swords is about feeling stuck, the Eight of Swords is about feeling completely trapped. It's like you're surrounded by walls, you're tied up with ropes, and you can't see any way out. It's like you're in a prison of your own making, and you're convinced that you're completely helpless. You know, and like the Eight of Swords, it often represents like feelings of anxiety, fear, and self-doubt. It's like you're constantly worrying about what might go wrong. You're constantly criticizing yourself, and you're just feeling overwhelmed and hopeless. And it's like you're so focused on all the negative possibilities that you can't see any of the positive ones. And like, this card also represents like feelings of powerlessness and victimhood. It's like you believe that you're at the mercy of circumstances, that you have no control over your own life. And it's like you're blaming everyone else for your problems, and you're not taking any responsibility for your own actions. So the Eight of Swords is all about like feeling trapped, helpless, and powerless. It's about being consumed by anxiety, fear, and self-doubt. It's about blaming others for your problems and not taking responsibility for your own actions. You know, and it's like you're blindfolded, just like in the Two of Swords. But this time, the blindfold is even tighter, and it's even harder to see anything at all. And it's like you're surrounded by swords, which represent like all the obstacles and challenges that you're facing. But here's the thing, the swords aren't actually touching you. They're just surrounding you. And and the ropes that are tying you up aren't actually that strong. You could break free if you really wanted to, but you don't believe that you can. You're so convinced that you're trapped that you don't even try to escape. And like sometimes, the Eight of Swords can also indicate like a situation where you're being manipulated or controlled by someone else. It's like you're being told what to do, how to think, and how to feel. And it's like you're losing your sense of self. You're becoming a puppet, and you're just doing whatever you're told, even if it goes against your own values and beliefs. And like, this can manifest in so many different ways, right? Like, maybe you're in a toxic relationship where your partner is constantly putting you down and controlling your every move. Or maybe you're working in a job where your boss is a micromanager and you're not allowed to make any decisions on your own. Or maybe you're just surrounded by negative people who are constantly telling you that you're not good enough. And like, the Eight of Swords can also represent like a situation where you're being too hard on yourself, where you're setting unrealistic expectations, and you're constantly criticizing yourself for not meeting them. It's like you're holding yourself to an impossible standard, and you're just beating yourself up when you fall short. And it's like you're never giving yourself any credit for your accomplishments. You're always focusing on your flaws and shortcomings. And like sometimes, the Eight of Swords can also indicate that you're being too judgmental of others, that you're constantly criticizing them and finding fault with them. It's like you're projecting your own insecurities onto other people, and you're using them as a scapegoat for your own problems. And it's like you're creating a negative and toxic environment, and you're pushing people away. And like, the Eight of Swords can also represent like a situation where you're being too passive, where you're not standing up for yourself, and you're letting other people walk all over you. It's like you're afraid of confrontation. You're afraid of speaking your mind, and you're just letting people take advantage of you. And it's like you're losing your voice. You're becoming invisible, and you're just feeling resentful and unfulfilled. So, yeah, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped, helpless, and powerless. It's about being consumed by anxiety, fear, and self-doubt. It's about blaming others for your problems and not taking responsibility for your own actions. It's about being manipulated and controlled, being too hard on yourself, being too judgmental of others, and being too passive. It's about feeling like you're in a prison of your own making, and you can't see any way out. Okay, so like, we've gone from this amazing energy of the world, where everything is possible, to these Two Swords cards that are just like slamming the brakes on everything, right? But like, don't worry, it's not all doom and gloom. Because like, the fact that these cards came up together means that you have the power to overcome these challenges. You have the ability to break free from these limitations, and you have the potential to create the life that you truly desire. So, like, the key here is to understand how these cards are connected, how they're working together to create this situation. And like, the first thing to recognize is that the Two of Swords is feeding into the Eight of Swords. Because, like, the indecision and avoidance of the Two of Swords is leading to the feelings of being trapped and powerless in the Eight of Swords. You know, it's like, because you're so afraid of making the wrong choice, you're just not making any choices at all. And that's leading you to feel like you have no control over your own life. And like, the blindfold in both cards is really significant. It's like you're deliberately blocking yourself from seeing the truth. You're refusing to acknowledge your own power, and you're just letting your fears and anxieties control you. You know, it's like you're so focused on all the negative possibilities that you can't see any of the positive ones. So, like, the first step to overcoming this is to take off the blindfold, to start seeing the truth about yourself and your situation. And like, that means acknowledging your fears, recognizing your limitations, and taking responsibility for your own actions. It means stop blaming others for your problems and starting to take control of your own life. And like, the second step is to start making choices, to stop avoiding decisions, and to start trusting your intuition. And like, that doesn't mean that you have to make all the right choices all the time. It just means that you have to start making choices, even if they're not perfect. Because, like, every choice you make is a step forward. It's a step towards taking control of your own life. And it's a step towards breaking free from the prison of the Eight of Swords. And, like, the third step is to start challenging your negative thoughts and beliefs. To start questioning the stories that you're telling yourself about yourself and your situation. And like, that means recognizing that you're not helpless, you're not powerless, and you're not trapped. You have the power to change your life. You have the ability to create the reality that you want. And you have the potential to achieve your dreams. So, like, how do you actually do that? Like, how do you take off the blindfold, start making choices, and challenge your negative thoughts? Well, like, that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because, like, Labradorite is all about grounding. It's about connecting you to the earth. It's about helping you to feel safe and secure. And it's about helping you to see the truth. You know, it's like Labradorite is like a little anchor that keeps you grounded, even when you're feeling overwhelmed and anxious. It's like a little flashlight that helps you to see the way forward, even when you're feeling lost and confused. And it's like a little shield that protects you from negative energy, even when you're surrounded by negativity. So, like, to use the Labradorite, you can just hold it in your hand, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths. And like, as you're breathing, imagine that you're connecting to the earth, that you're drawing energy from the ground, and that you're feeling safe and secure. And like, as you're holding the Labradorite, ask yourself, what is one small step that I can take today to take off the blindfold, to start making choices, and to challenge my negative thoughts? And like, listen to your intuition. Pay attention to the thoughts and feelings that come up, and trust that you'll receive the answers that you need. And like, also use the Labradorite to meditate. Just find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Sit comfortably. Hold the Labradorite in your hand and focus on your breath. And as you're breathing, visualize the Labradorite radiating a warm and comforting light. And imagine that this light is filling your entire body, dissolving all the fear, anxiety, and self-doubt. And as you're meditating, repeat affirmations like, I am safe, I am secure, I am grounded, I am powerful, I am capable, I am worthy, I am loved. And you can also keep the Labradorite with you throughout the day. Carry it in your pocket, wear it as jewelry, or place it on your desk. And whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or stuck, just touch the Labradorite, take a few deep breaths, and remind yourself that you're safe, you're secure, and you're grounded. So the combination of the world, the Two of Swords, and the Eight of Swords, together with the Labradorite, is telling you that you have the potential to achieve your dreams. But you need to overcome your indecision, your fears, and your negative thoughts. You need to take off the blindfold, start making choices, and challenge your limiting beliefs. And you need to ground yourself, connect to the earth, and trust your intuition. And if you do that, you'll be able to break free from the prison of the Eight of Swords, and you'll be able to create the life that you truly desire. And that's so exciting, right? To think that you have that power within you. So, yeah, that's the reading for these 3 cards. I hope that it resonated with you, and that it gave you some clarity and guidance. And remember, you're not alone. You're supported by the universe, and you have the power to create your own reality. Okay, so are you ready to see what other cards we have? I'm so excited to see what's next. Okay, so are you ready for the next card? Oh my gosh, I'm seriously so excited, because this could totally change everything, or totally confirm what we already suspect. Okay, here we go. And we have the Hierophant. Oh my God. Okay, the Hierophant, right. So, on the surface, the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, established systems. It's about learning from the experts, following the rules, and respecting authority. It's going to church, following a set of guidelines that were presented before you, or getting a degree, joining a professional organization, or even just following the advice of your elders. It's about finding comfort and security in established structures and beliefs. And sometimes that's exactly what we need, right? We need that sense of order and stability. We need to feel like we're part of something bigger than ourselves. We need to have guidelines to help us navigate the world. But the Hierophant can also represent a need to conform, to fit in, to suppress your individuality in order to be accepted. It's sacrificing your own beliefs and values in order to please others or to avoid conflict. And that can be really damaging, right? Because it can lead to feelings of resentment, unhappiness, and a loss of your true self. So, yeah, the Hierophant It's like the ultimate traditionalist. He's the pope, he's the guru, he's the headmaster. He's the person who upholds the status quo, who teaches the conventional wisdom, and who expects everyone to follow the rules. He's all about structure, order, and conformity, and he believes that there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. And that can be really helpful in some situations, like when you're learning a new skill or when you're trying to navigate a complex system. But it can also be really limiting, especially when you're trying to express your creativity or when you're trying to challenge the status quo. It's like the Hierophant is saying, this is how things have always been done, and this is how they should continue to be done. And it's up to you to decide whether you agree with that or not. You know, and the Hierophant often represents a mentor, a teacher, or a spiritual advisor. Someone who can guide you on your path, who can share their wisdom and experience with you, and who can help you to connect with something larger than yourself. But it's important to remember that even the wisest mentors are still just human beings, and they're not always right. So you need to be discerning. You need to trust your own intuition, and you need to make your own decisions about what's right for you. Because, ultimately, you're the only one who can truly know what's best for you. And the Hierophant can also represent a set of beliefs, a code of ethics, or a moral compass. Something that guides your actions, that helps you to make decisions, and that gives your life meaning and purpose. But it's important to make sure that your beliefs are your own, that they're not just something that you've inherited from your family or your culture. You need to examine your beliefs. You need to question them. And you need to make sure that they align with your own values and experiences. Because, if you're just blindly following someone else's beliefs, you're not really living your own life. You're just being a puppet, a sheep, a conformist. And that's not what you're here to do. You're here to be yourself, to express your individuality, and to create your own unique path. And the Hierophant can also represent a formal ceremony, a ritual, or a tradition. Something that marks a significant transition in your life, that celebrates a special occasion, or that connects you with your community. But it's important to make sure that these ceremonies are meaningful to you, that they're not just empty gestures. You need to participate fully. You need to be present in the moment, and you need to connect with the symbolism and the energy of the ritual. Because, if you're just going through the motions, you're not really getting anything out of it. You're just wasting your time. And the Hierophant can also represent a need for structure and order in your life. A need for rules and regulations, for routines and rituals, for a sense of predictability and stability. But it's important to make sure that this structure doesn't become too rigid, that it doesn't stifle your creativity, or that it doesn't prevent you from taking risks. You need to find a balance between structure and freedom, between order and chaos, between tradition and innovation. Because Because, life is all about balance. And, the Hierophant can also represent, a fear of change, a resistance to new ideas, a clinging to the past, a belief that the old ways are always the best ways, and that anything new is inherently dangerous or wrong. But it's important to remember that change is inevitable, that the world is constantly evolving, and that you need to adapt to survive. You need to be open to new ideas. You need to be willing to experiment, and you need to embrace the unknown. Because, if you're too afraid of change, you're going to get left behind. And the Hierophant can also represent, a feeling of being trapped by tradition, a feeling of being confined by expectations, a feeling of being unable to break free from the rules, a sense that you're living someone else's life, that you're not living your own truth, and that you're not fulfilling your own potential. But it's important to remember that you always have a choice. You can always break free from the rules. You can always challenge the expectations, and you can always create your own path. It might not be easy, it might be scary, and it might require you to make some sacrifices. But it's always possible. And the Hierophant can also represent, a need to seek guidance from a higher power, a need to connect with your spirituality, a need to find meaning and purpose in your life, a sense that there's something more to life than just the material world, that there's a divine plan, and that you're a part of it. But it's important to remember that your spirituality is your own, that it's not something that you can find in a book, or in a church, or in a guru. You need to explore your own beliefs. You need to connect with your own intuition, and you need to find your own way to connect with the divine. Because, ultimately, your spirituality is a personal journey. So yeah, the Hierophant is all about tradition, institutions, mentors, beliefs, rituals, structure, and spirituality. But it's also about conformity, expectations, limitations, and the need to break free from the rules. It's a complex card, and it can mean different things in different situations. But the key is to understand the energy of the card and to apply it to your own life in a way that's meaningful and helpful to you. Okay, so, how does this connect to the world, the Two of Swords, and the Eight of Swords? Oh my gosh, this is where it gets really interesting. Because, the world is all about completion, right? It's about reaching the end of a cycle, achieving your goals, and feeling a sense of fulfillment. But the Hierophant is saying, okay, you've reached the end of this cycle, but what are you going to do now? Are you going to just rest on your laurels? Or are you going to use your knowledge and experience to create something new? Are you going to follow the traditional path? Or are you going to forge your own way? You know, it's the world is the graduation ceremony, and the Hierophant is the question of what comes next. Do you get a job in your field, or do you backpack through Europe? Do you settle down and start a family, or do you pursue your dreams of becoming a rock star? It's the possibilities are endless, but the Hierophant is reminding you that there there are also expectations. There are also responsibilities. And there are also consequences to your choices. And that's where the Two of Swords comes in. Because, the Two of Swords is all about indecision, right? It's about being at a crossroads, not knowing which way to go, and feeling paralyzed by fear. And the Hierophant is adding to that indecision by presenting you with all these different options, all these different expectations, and all these different consequences. It's like the Hierophant is saying, you could do this, but you should do that. You could go here, but you should go there. And it's making it even harder to make a decision because you're so worried about making the wrong choice. It's like the Two of Swords is the feeling of being lost in the forest, and the Hierophant is the signpost that points in a dozen different directions, each with its own set of rules and warnings. And it's making you feel even more lost and confused because you don't know which way to turn. And that's where the Eight of Swords comes in. Because, the Eight of Swords is all about feeling trapped, feeling helpless, and feeling powerless. And the Hierophant is contributing to that feeling by reinforcing the rules, by emphasizing the expectations, and by highlighting the consequences. It's like the Hierophant is saying, you can't do that because it's against the rules. You shouldn't do that because it's not what's expected of you. And you'll regret it if you do that because there will be consequences. And it's making you feel even more trapped because you feel like you have no options, like you have no control, and like you have no way out. It's like the Eight of Swords is the prison cell, and the Hierophant is the warden who's constantly reminding you of the rules, who's constantly telling you what you can't do, and who's constantly threatening you with punishment if you break the rules. And it's making you feel even more hopeless because you feel like you're completely at his mercy. But here's the thing. The Hierophant isn't necessarily trying to trap you, or to control you, or to make you feel bad. He's just trying to guide you, to protect you, and to help you to make the right choices. He believes that the rules are there for a reason, that the expectations are there for a reason, and that the consequences are there for a reason. And he's just trying to help you to avoid making mistakes, to avoid getting hurt, and to avoid straying from the path. But the problem is that the Hierophant's perspective is limited. He's only seeing things from his own point of view, and he's not taking into account your own unique experiences, your own unique needs, and your own unique desires. He's assuming that what's best for him is also best for you, and that's not always the case. It's like the Hierophant is the well-meaning parent who's trying to steer you towards a safe and secure career, but he's not realizing that you're actually passionate about art or music or writing. He's just trying to protect you from the uncertainty and the risk of pursuing your dreams, but he's actually stifling your creativity and preventing you from fulfilling your potential. So the key here is to find a balance between the Hierophant's wisdom and your own intuition, to listen to his advice, to respect his experience, and to learn from his mistakes, but also to trust your own gut, to follow your own heart, and to make your own decisions about what's right for you. Because, ultimately, you're the only one who can truly know what's best for you. And the Hierophant is also reminding you that you don't have to reject tradition altogether. You don't have to throw out the baby with the bathwater. You can still respect the rules. You can still honor the expectations. And you can still learn from the past. But you can also challenge the rules. You can also question the expectations. And you can also create your own future. It's like the Hierophant is saying, you can still be a good person, even if you don't follow all the rules. You can still be successful, even if you don't meet all the expectations. And you can still be happy, even if you don't live the way everyone else expects you to. So, how do you actually do that? How do you find that balance between tradition and intuition? How do you respect the Hierophant's wisdom without getting trapped by his limitations? Well, that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because, Labradorite is all about grounding. It's about connecting with your intuition, and it's about seeing the truth. It's like the Labradorite is helping you to stay grounded, even when the Hierophant is trying to pull you in different directions. It's helping you to connect with your intuition, so you can hear your own inner voice, even when the Hierophant is trying to drown it out with his rules and expectations. And it's helping you to see the truth, so you can understand the Hierophant's limitations, and so you can make your own decisions about what's right for you. It's like the Labradorite is the compass that helps you to navigate the forest, even when the signpost is pointing in a dozen different directions. It's the key that unlocks the prison cell, even when the warden is telling you that there's no way out. And it's the light that guides you on your path, even when the Hierophant is trying to keep you in the dark. And to use the Labradorite in this situation, you can start by just holding it in your hand and taking a few deep breaths. And as you're breathing, imagine that you're connecting with the earth, that you're feeling grounded and stable, and that you're drawing strength from the earth's energy. And as you're holding the Labradorite, ask yourself, what are the rules and expectations that are trapping me? What are the traditions that are holding me back? And what are the beliefs that are limiting me? And listen to your intuition. Pay attention to the thoughts and feelings that come up, and trust that you'll receive the answers that you need. And once you've identified the rules, expectations, traditions, and beliefs that are holding you back, you can start to challenge them. You can ask yourself, are these rules really necessary? Are these expectations really reasonable? Are these traditions really meaningful? And are these beliefs really true? And as you're questioning these things, remember to be kind to yourself, to be compassionate, and to be understanding. Because, it's not easy to challenge the rules, to question the expectations, to break the traditions. and to change your beliefs. It takes courage, it takes strength, and it takes a lot of self-love. But it's worth it, because it's the only way to truly live your own life. And you can also use the Labradorite to connect with your own inner wisdom, to tap into your intuition, to listen to your heart, and to trust your own gut. It's like the Labradorite is helping you to remember that you already have all the answers you need inside of you. You don't need to rely on the Hierophant. You don't need to follow the rules, and you don't need to meet the expectations. You just need to trust yourself, to believe in yourself, and to follow your own path. And to do that, you can just close your eyes, hold the Labradorite in your hand, and ask yourself, what do I truly want? What am I truly passionate about? And what am I truly meant to do? And listen to the answers that come up and trust that they're guiding you in the right direction. Because your intuition is always right. It's always guiding you towards your highest good. And it's always helping you to create the life that you're truly meant to live. So, yeah, the Hierophant is a complex card, but it's also a powerful card. It's reminding you that you have the power to choose your own path, to create your own rules, and to live your own truth. You don't have to be trapped by tradition. You don't have to be confined by expectations, and you don't have to be limited by beliefs. You can break free from the rules. You can challenge the expectations, and you can change your beliefs. You just need to trust yourself, to believe in yourself, and to follow your own heart. And the Labradorite is there to help you every step of the way, to ground you, to connect you with your intuition, and to help you to see the truth. So, use it wisely and trust that you're on the right path. Okay, so, that's the Hierophant. Oh my gosh, I feel like this is really starting to come together. Are you feeling it? I am feeling it. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see what the next card is gonna be. Okay. So, are you ready? Seriously, this could be the key to unlocking everything. Okay, here we go. Deep breath, and we have the King of Swords. Whoa. Okay, so, the King of Swords. This is a serious dude, right? He's all about intellect, logic, clarity, and making tough decisions. He's not messing around with feelings or emotions. He's all about, what's the most logical, rational course of action? What is the truth? So, the King of Swords, he represents, a mastery of the mind, the ability to see through illusions, to cut through the BS, and to get to the heart of the matter. He's the ultimate truth seeker, and he's not afraid to speak his mind, even if it's unpopular. It's he's the judge, the lawyer, the CEO, the scientist, anyone who's in a position of authority and who relies on their intellect to make decisions. And he's not necessarily a warm and fuzzy kind of guy, right? He can be seen as cold, detached, and even intimidating. But he's also fair, just, and impartial. He's not going to let his personal feelings cloud his judgment. He's going to make the decision that's best for everyone. even if it's not what everyone wants to hear. You know? So yeah, the King of Swords is all about, like, intellect, logic, clarity, truth, authority, and justice. But like, he also has a shadow side, right? Because, like, if he's not careful, he can become, like, too rigid, too dogmatic, and too detached. He can become so focused on logic that he ignores his intuition. And he can become so focused on the truth that he forgets about compassion. You know, it's like he can become the kind of person who's always right, but who's also always alone. And like, that's not a good place to be. So like, the King of Swords, he's a powerful figure, but he needs to be balanced. He needs to temper his intellect with compassion, and he needs to use his authority wisely. And like, when he does that, he can be a force for good in the world. So, like, the King of Swords, he's often depicted sitting on a throne, holding a sword, right? And like, the sword represents his intellect, his ability to cut through illusions and to see the truth. And like, the throne represents his authority, his position of power and influence. And like, he's usually wearing, like, armor, which represents his, like, mental strength and his ability to protect himself from, like, negative influences. But like, even though he's wearing armor, he's not invulnerable. He's still human, and he still has his own weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And like, that's important to remember, because like, even the strongest people need to be, like, open to feedback, willing to learn, and like, humble enough to admit when they're wrong. You know? So, like, the King of Swords, he's not just about, like, intellect and authority. He's also about, like, integrity and justice. He's about doing what's right, even when it's difficult. He's about standing up for what you believe in, even when you're facing opposition. And like, he's about using your power to help others, not to exploit them. And like, that's why he's such a respected figure, because he embodies these qualities that we all admire. So, like, how does this relate to you right now? Well, like, the King of Swords could be showing up to tell you that you need to, like, tap into your own inner authority, to start making decisions based on logic and reason, rather than on your emotions. It's like you've been letting your feelings cloud your judgment, and it's time to, like, step back, take a deep breath, and look at the situation objectively. You know, it's like you need to put on your own armor, protect yourself from negative influences, and start making choices that are in your best interest. And like, that might mean making some tough decisions, decisions that are unpopular, or decisions that hurt other people's feelings. But like, sometimes you have to do what's right, even if it's not easy. And like, the King of Swords can give you the strength and the courage to do that. So, like, the King of Swords could also be showing up to tell you that you need to be more assertive, to start speaking your mind, and to stand up for what you believe in. It's like you've been holding back, afraid of rocking the boat, afraid of upsetting people. But like, it's time to, like, stop being a doormat and start using your voice. You know, it's like you have valuable insights and opinions, and you deserve to be heard. And like the King of Swords can help you to find the confidence to express yourself, even when you're facing opposition. And like, that doesn't mean that you have to be like aggressive or confrontational. It just means that you have to be clear, direct, and honest. And like, when you do that, you'll be surprised at how much respect you gain. So like, the King of Swords could also be showing up to tell you that you need to be more disciplined, to start setting goals, and to start working towards them. It's like you've been drifting, letting life just happen to you. But like, it's time to like take control, to start creating your own reality. You know, it's like you have the potential to achieve great things, but you need to be focused, determined, and persistent. And like, the King of Swords can help you to develop those qualities. And like, that means like setting realistic goals, breaking them down into smaller steps, and then like taking action every day, even when you don't feel like it. And like, it also means like eliminating distractions, avoiding procrastination, and staying focused on what's important. And like, it's not easy, but it's worth it. Because like, when you achieve your goals, you'll feel a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that you've never felt before. So like, the King of Swords could also be showing up to tell you that you need to be more objective, to start looking at things from a detached perspective. It's like you've been too emotionally involved in the situation, and it's clouding your judgment. But like, you need to like step back, take a deep breath, and look at the facts. You know, it's like you need to separate your feelings from the situation, and then like make a decision based on what's best for everyone involved. And like, that might mean making a decision that's not popular, or a decision that hurts someone's feelings. But like, sometimes you have to do what's right, even if it's not easy. And like, the King of Swords can help you to see things clearly and to make the best decision possible. So like, the King of Swords could also be showing up to tell you that you need to be more honest, to start telling the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. It's like you've been avoiding telling the truth because you're afraid of hurting someone's feelings, or because you're afraid of the consequences. But like, it's time to like be honest, to be upfront, and to be transparent. You know, it's like the truth will set you free, and it will also set the other person free. And like, the King of Swords can give you the courage to tell the truth, even when it's difficult. And like, that doesn't mean that you have to be like brutal or insensitive. It just means that you have to be clear, direct, and honest. And like, when you do that, you'll be surprised at how much trust you gain. So like, the King of Swords could also be showing up to tell you that you need to be more responsible, to start taking ownership of your actions. It's like you've been blaming other people for your problems, or you've been making excuses for your mistakes. But like, it's time to like take responsibility, to admit when you're wrong, and to learn from your experiences. You know, it's like you can't control what happens to you, but you can control how you react to it. And like the King of Swords can help you to develop that sense of responsibility. And like that means like owning your mistakes, apologizing when you're wrong, and then like taking steps to correct the situation. And like it also means like learning from your experiences so you don't make the same mistakes again. And like it's not easy, but it's worth it. Because like when you take responsibility for your actions, you'll feel a sense of power and control over your life. So like the King of Swords, he's not always like a positive card, right? He can also represent like being too critical, too judgmental, too detached, too controlling, too rigid, too dogmatic. It's like you can become so focused on logic and reason that you forget about compassion and empathy. You know, it's like you can become the kind of person who's always right, but who's also always alone. And like, that's not a good place to be. So like, you need to be careful not to let the King of Swords take over your life. You need to balance his energy with other qualities, like compassion, empathy, and intuition. And like, when you do that, you can harness his power for good. So like, how does this connect back to the other cards, right? Okay, so like, we've got the World, which is all about completion and new beginnings. And then we've got the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords, which are all about indecision and feeling trapped. And then we've got the Hierophant, which is all about tradition and institutions. So, like, where does the King of Swords fit in? Well, like, the King of Swords can help you to break free from the indecision and the feeling of being trapped. He can help you to see things clearly, to make decisions based on logic and reason, and to take control of your life. But like, he can also reinforce the limitations of the Hierophant if you're not careful. He can become too rigid, too dogmatic, and too focused on the rules. You know, it's like the King of Swords can help you to navigate the world, but he can also blind you to the possibilities. So, like, the key is to find a balance, to use the King of Swords' intellect and authority to break free from the limitations of the Two of Swords, the Eight of Swords, and the Hierophant, but also to temper his energy with compassion and intuition. And like, when you do that, you can create a life that's both successful and fulfilling. So like, the world is like, you've reached the top of the mountain, you've achieved your goals, and you're ready to start a new chapter. The King of Swords is like, okay, now what? What's your plan? How are you going to use your knowledge and experience to create something new? Are you going to follow the traditional path, or are you going to forge your own way? You know, it's like the King of Swords is challenging you to step into your own power, to take control of your life, and to create the future that you want. And like, that can be scary, but it's also exciting. Because like, you have the potential to achieve great things, but you need to be willing to take risks, to make decisions, and to stand up for what you believe in. So, like, the Two of Swords is like you're at a crossroads. You don't know which way to go, and you're afraid of making the wrong decision. The King of Swords is like, stop overthinking it. Analyze the situation, weigh the pros and cons, and then make a decision based on logic and reason. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. You know, it's like the King of Swords is helping you to see things clearly, to cut through the confusion, and to make a decision that's in your best interest. And like that might mean making a tough decision, a decision that's unpopular, or a decision that hurts other people's feelings. But like sometimes, you have to do what's right, even if it's not easy. So like the Eight of Swords is like you're feeling trapped, helpless, and powerless. The King of Swords is like you're not trapped. You have the power to change your situation. You just need to take control of your mind, to challenge your negative thoughts, and to start taking action. You know, it's like the King of Swords is helping you to break free from the prison of your own mind. He's helping you to see that you're not a victim, that you're a powerful creator, and that you have the ability to change your life. And like that might mean making some difficult choices, choices that require courage and determination. But like you can do it. You have the strength and the power within you to overcome any obstacle. So like the Hierophant is like you need to follow the rules, respect tradition, and conform to expectations. The King of Swords is like, yeah, but don't be afraid to question the rules, to challenge tradition, and to break free from expectations. Don't let anyone tell you what you can and can't do. You know, it's like the King of Swords is helping you to find a balance between tradition and innovation, between conformity and individuality. He's helping you to see that you can respect the past, but you don't have to be bound by it. You can create your own future, and you can live your life on your own terms. So, like, how does the Labradorite fit into all of this, right? Well, like, the Labradorite is all about grounding, intuition, and transformation. It's helping you to stay grounded, even when the King of Swords is pushing you to take risks and to challenge the status quo. It's helping you to connect with your intuition so you can make decisions that are aligned with your soul's purpose. And it's helping you to transform your life, to break free from limitations, and to create a future that's filled with joy, abundance, and fulfillment. You know, it's like the Labradorite is your anchor, your compass, and your guide. It's helping you to navigate the world with confidence, clarity, and grace. And like when you combine the power of the King of Swords with the grounding energy of the Labradorite, you become unstoppable. You can achieve anything you set your mind to. So like the King of Swords is like a mental powerhouse. He's like the master of logic, reason, and clear thinking. But sometimes, like, he can get so caught up in his head that he forgets about his heart. You know? And like, that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because, like, the Labradorite is all about intuition, and it helps you to connect with your inner wisdom. So, like, when you're faced with a tough decision, the King of Swords can help you to analyze the situation and weigh the pros and cons. But the Labradorite can help you to tap into your gut feeling and to make a decision that feels right for you, even if it doesn't make logical sense. You know, it's like the Labradorite is helping you to balance your head with your heart and to make decisions that are both smart and soulful. So the King of Swords is like a natural leader. He's confident, assertive, and decisive. But sometimes, he can be a little bit intimidating or even arrogant, you know? And that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because the Labradorite is all about empathy, and it helps you to connect with other people on a deeper level. So, when you're leading a team, the King of Swords can help you to set goals, to delegate tasks, and to hold people accountable. But the Labradorite can help you to create a supportive and collaborative environment where everyone feels valued and respected. You know, it's like the Labradorite is helping you to be a leader who inspires rather than a leader who commands. So the King of Swords is like a truth seeker. He's always searching for the facts, and he's not afraid to challenge conventional wisdom. But sometimes, he can be a little bit too critical or even cynical, you know? And that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because the Labradorite is all about optimism, and it helps you to see the good in everything. So, when you're investigating a problem, the King of Swords can help you to identify the root cause and to find a solution. But the Labradorite can help you to see the potential for growth and transformation, and to find a way to turn the problem into an opportunity. You know, it's like the Labradorite is helping you to be a truth seeker who's also a hope bringer. Okay, so I feel like this is really coming together, you know? We're seeing how all these cards are connected and how they're all working together to tell a story. And the story is all about breaking free from limitations, taking control of your life, and creating a future that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And that's so exciting. So are you ready to see what the final card is? I'm seriously on the edge of my seat. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I have a feeling that it's going to be the perfect ending to this reading. Or maybe it's not an ending, maybe it's just a continuation. You know, because life is a journey, not a destination. And this reading is just one step on that journey. So whatever the final card is, I know that it's going to be exactly what you need to hear right now. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Okay, so where do we go from there, right? King of Swords is intense. So let's see what the universe wants to add to this crazy mix. Drum roll, please. And we have the Six of Wands. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the Six of Wands. This is a good one, right? This is victory, success, public recognition. You're riding high. You've achieved something amazing, and everyone is celebrating you, you know. It's that feeling of finally getting the applause you deserve. So yeah, the Six of Wands. It's like pure, unadulterated success energy. It's about achieving a goal, overcoming obstacles, and finally getting the recognition you deserve. It's like you've worked so hard. You've put in the time, the effort, the sweat, and the tears. And now, finally, you're seeing the fruits of your labor. And it's not just about the personal satisfaction, although that's definitely a big part of it. It's also about the external validation, the acknowledgement from others that you've done something truly special. You know, it's like getting that promotion you've been working towards, winning that award you've been nominated for, or finally launching that project you've been pouring your heart and soul into. It's that moment when you realize that all your hard work has paid off, and it's just like the best feeling ever. And like the Six of Wands, it's not just about the achievement itself. It's also about the journey you took to get there. It's about all the challenges you overcame, all the obstacles you navigated, and all the lessons you learned along the way. It's like you've grown so much. You've become stronger, more resilient, and more confident in your abilities. And that's something to be really proud of. You know, so yeah, the Six of Wands. It's all about victory, success, recognition, achievement, accomplishment, and celebration. It's about feeling proud of yourself, feeling confident in your abilities, and feeling grateful for all the support you've received along the way. But it's also about staying humble, remembering where you came from, and using your success to help others. Because, that's what true success is all about, right? It's not just about personal gain. It's about making a positive impact on the world. And like the Six of Wands, it often depicts a figure riding a horse, carrying a wand adorned with a laurel wreath, right? And like the horse represents strength, power, and forward movement. It's like you're riding high, you're in control, and you're moving towards your goals with confidence and determination. And like the wand represents creativity, passion, and inspiration. It's like you're using your talents and abilities to create something amazing, to make a difference in the world. And like the laurel wreath represents victory, honor, and achievement. It's like you've earned your stripes, you've proven yourself, and you're being recognized for your accomplishments. You know, so the Six of Wands is also about leadership, right? It's about inspiring others, motivating them to achieve their goals, and leading them to victory. It's like you're not just focused on your own success. You're also focused on the success of your team, your community, or even the world. And that's what makes you a true leader. Your ability to inspire others to be their best selves. And the Six of Wands can also represent a public event, a celebration, or a gathering. It's like you're being recognized in front of a crowd. You're being applauded for your achievements, and you're sharing your success with others. It's like a graduation ceremony, an awards show, or a fundraising gala. It's a time to celebrate, to connect with others, and to feel grateful for for all the blessings in your life. And like sometimes, the Six of Wands can also indicate like a boost in confidence, a surge of energy, or a renewed sense of purpose. It's like you're feeling inspired, you're feeling motivated, and you're feeling ready to take on the world. It's like you've overcome a major obstacle and now you're feeling unstoppable. And like this can manifest in so many different ways, right? Like maybe you're finally getting over a fear, maybe you're starting a new hobby, or maybe you're just feeling more positive and optimistic about the future. But like, no matter how it manifests, it's a sign that you're on the right track and that you're moving towards your goals with confidence and determination. And like, the Six of Wands can also represent like a time of peace and harmony, a time when things are flowing smoothly and effortlessly. It's like you're in alignment with your purpose, you're surrounded by supportive people, and you're feeling grateful for all the good things in your life. And like, this can be a really wonderful time to relax, to enjoy your success, and to appreciate all the blessings in your life. But like, it's also important to stay grounded, to remember where you came from, and to use your success to help others. Because, like, the Six of Wands is not just about personal gain. It's about making a positive impact on the world. And like sometimes, the Six of Wands can also indicate that you're being too focused on external validation, that you're seeking approval from others, and that you're not trusting your own inner guidance. It's like you're relying too much on other people's opinions, and you're not listening to your own intuition. And like, this can lead to feelings of insecurity, anxiety, and a loss of your true self. So, it's important to remember that true success comes from within, that it's about aligning with your purpose, and that it's about trusting your own inner wisdom. And like sometimes, the Six of Wands can also represent that you're letting success get to your head, that you're becoming arrogant, boastful, or conceited. It's like you're forgetting where you came from. You're looking down on others, and you're not being grateful for all the blessings in your life. And like, this can alienate you from others. It can damage your relationships, and it can ultimately lead to your downfall. So, it's important to stay humble, to remember your roots, and to use your success to help others. Because, like, true success is about service. It's about giving back, and it's about making a positive impact on the world. So yeah, the Six of Wands is all about victory, success, recognition, achievement, accomplishment, and celebration. But it's also about humility, gratitude, service, and making a positive impact on the world. It's about using your talents and abilities to create something amazing, to inspire others, and to leave the world a better place than you found it. Okay, so, like, that's the Six of Wands in a nutshell, right? But, like, how does it connect to all the other cards we've pulled? Oh my gosh, this is where it gets really interesting. Because, like, the world is all about completion, right? It's about reaching the end of a cycle, achieving your goals, and feeling a sense of fulfillment. And like the Six of Wands is like the victory parade after you've conquered the world. It's like you've not only finished the race, but you've won, and everyone is cheering you on. You know, it's that feeling of like, yes, I did it, and everyone knows it. So like, the world sets the stage for success, and the Six of Wands is the celebration of that success. But like, it's important to remember that the world is also about new beginnings, right? It's about starting a new cycle, taking on new challenges, and continuing to grow and evolve. And like, the Six of Wands can sometimes make you feel like you've made it, like you've reached the top, and like there's nothing left to achieve. And like, that can be a dangerous place to be, because it can lead to complacency, stagnation, and a loss of motivation. So, it's important to remember that even after you've achieved great success, there's always more to learn, more to explore, and more to experience. And like, the Six of Wands should be a stepping stone, not a final destination. It should be a source of inspiration, not a reason to rest on your laurels. You know, so like, then we've got the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords, right? Which are all about indecision and feeling trapped. And like, how does the Six of Wands fit into that mess? Well, like, the Six of Wands can be a light at the end of the tunnel. It can be a sign that even though you're feeling stuck and confused right now, you have the power to overcome those challenges and to achieve your goals. It's like a reminder that you're not helpless, you're not powerless, and you're not trapped. You have the strength, the skills, and the resources to break free from those limitations and to create the life you truly desire. You know, it's like the Six of Wands is saying, don't give up. You're closer than you think. Keep pushing forward, and you will achieve victory. But like, it's also important to remember that the Six of Wands is not a magic bullet. It's not going to solve all your problems overnight. It's just a sign that success is possible, but it's still up to you to take the necessary steps to make it happen. You can't just sit around and wait for victory to fall into your lap. You have to be proactive. You have to be persistent. And you have to be willing to work hard to achieve your goals. And like, sometimes, the Six of Wands can actually make the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords even worse. Because, like, if you're feeling stuck and indecisive, and then you see someone else achieving great success, it can make you feel even more inadequate, insecure, and jealous. You know, it's like you're comparing yourself to others. You're focusing on what you don't have, and you're forgetting to appreciate all the good things in your own life. So it's important to avoid that trap, to focus on your own journey, and to celebrate your own successes, no matter how small they may seem. And like, the Six of Wands is not about comparing yourself to others. It's about recognizing your own unique talents and abilities and using them to create a life that's meaningful and fulfilling for you. And like, then we've got the Hierophant, which is all about tradition and institutions. And like, how does the Six of Wands play into that? the Six of Wands can represent success within a traditional framework. It can be about achieving recognition in your chosen field, following the established rules, and climbing the corporate ladder. It's like you've played the game, you've won the prize, and you're being rewarded for your conformity and obedience. You know, it's like getting that PhD, landing that prestigious job, or being elected to that important position. It's about achieving success within the system and being recognized for your contributions to that system. But like the Six of Wands can also represent breaking free from those traditional constraints and achieving success on your own terms. It can be about challenging the status quo, defying expectations, and creating your own unique path to victory. It's like starting your own business, creating your own art, or leading your own movement. It's about achieving success outside the system and being recognized for your innovation, creativity, and independence. You know, it's about being a total rebel and succeeding anyway. It's about rewriting the rules, redefining success, and creating a world that's more aligned with your values and your vision. And like the Hierophant can sometimes try to tell you that you have to follow the traditional path to achieve success, that you have to conform to the established rules, and that you have to seek approval from the authorities. But like the Six of Wands is reminding you that you have the power to create your own path, to challenge the rules, and to define success on your own terms. You don't have to be a sheep. You don't have to be a conformist. And you don't have to sacrifice your individuality to achieve your goals. You can be yourself. You can express your creativity. And you can create a life that's authentic and fulfilling for you. And like then, of course, we have the King of Swords. And oh my gosh, this is where things get really interesting. Because, like, the King of Swords is all about logic, intellect, and authority. And like the Six of Wands is all about success, recognition, and celebration. So, like, how do these two cards work together? Well, like, the King of Swords can help you to achieve success by providing you with the clarity, focus, and discipline you need to reach your goals. He can help you to analyze the situation, to identify the obstacles, and to develop a plan of action. He can help you to stay objective, to avoid emotional distractions, and to make rational decisions. And like the King of Swords can also help you to maintain your success by providing you with the strength, courage, and integrity you need to stay on top. He can help you to defend your position, to protect your interests, and to stand up for what you believe in. He can help you to stay humble, to avoid arrogance, and to use your power wisely. But like the King of Swords can also sabotage your success by making you too rigid, too critical, and too detached. He can make you so focused on logic that you ignore your intuition, so focused on the facts that you forget about the feelings, and so focused on the rules that you stifle your creativity. And like the King of Swords can also make you arrogant, condescending, and judgmental. He can make you believe that you're better than everyone else, that that you know all the answers and that you're entitled to special treatment. And like, this can alienate you from others. It can damage your relationships, and it can ultimately lead to your downfall. So it's important to remember that the King of Swords is just one aspect of your personality, and that you need to balance his energy with other qualities, such as compassion, empathy, and humility. You need to use your intellect to achieve your goals, but you also need to use your heart to connect with others, to understand their needs, and to make a positive impact on the world. You know, it's like the King of Swords can help you to climb the mountain, but you need to remember to bring your heart with you. And like, the Six of Wands can also amplify the negative aspects of the King of Swords. Because, like, if you're already prone to being arrogant, boastful, or conceited, then achieving great success can just make those qualities even worse. You know, it's like you're letting the power go to your head. You're believing your own hype, and you're losing touch with reality. And like, this can be a really dangerous situation because it can blind you to your own flaws. It can make you insensitive to the needs of others, and it can ultimately lead to your downfall. So it's important to stay grounded, to remember your roots, and to use your success to help others. Because, like, true success is about service. It's about giving back, and it's about making a positive impact on the world. And like with the Labradorite, we can really harness the positive aspects of the Six of Wands while mitigating some of the potential downsides. You know, because like, the Labradorite is all about grounding, intuition, and transformation. It's like, it's helping you to stay connected to the earth, to your inner wisdom, and to your true self. And like, that's exactly what you need when you're riding high on the Six of Wands energy. You need to stay grounded so you don't get carried away by the hype. You need to listen to your intuition so you don't make rash decisions. And you need to stay true to yourself so you don't lose sight of your values. And like, to use the Labradorite in this situation, you can start by just holding it in your hand and taking a few deep breaths. And like, as you're breathing, imagine that you're connecting with the earth, that you're feeling grounded and stable, and that you're drawing strength from the earth's energy. And like, as you're holding the Labradorite, ask yourself, what does success truly mean to me? How can I use my success to make a positive impact on the world? And how can I stay humble, grateful, and true to myself, even when I'm being celebrated by others? And like, listen to your intuition. Pay attention to the thoughts and feelings that come up, and trust that you'll receive the answers that you need. You know, and like, you can also use the Labradorite to meditate on the qualities of humility, gratitude, and service. You can visualize yourself using your success to help others, to inspire others, and to make the world a better place. And like, you can also repeat affirmations like, I am grateful for all the blessings in my life. I use my success to make a positive impact on the world. I am humble, compassionate, and kind. And like, you can also keep the Labradorite with you throughout the day as a reminder to to stay grounded, to listen to your intuition, and to stay true to yourself. You can carry it in your pocket, wear it as jewelry, or place it on your desk. And whenever you're feeling overwhelmed by the Six of Wands energy, just touch the Labradorite, take a few deep breaths, and remind yourself of your values, your purpose, and your connection to the earth. The Six of Wands is a really powerful card, but it's important to understand its potential pitfalls and to use the Labradorite to stay grounded, connected, and true to yourself. Because, true success is not just about achieving your goals. It's about becoming the best version of yourself and making a positive impact on the world. Okay, so are you ready for the final card? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I have a feeling that it's going to tie everything together and give us a clear direction for the future. This reading has been such a roller coaster, right? We've gone from the high of the world to the lows of the 2 and 8 of Swords, then the expectations of the Hierophant, the sharp intellect of the King of Swords, and now the victory of the Six of Wands. What could possibly be next? I seriously can't wait to find out. Okay, here we go. Okay. Are you ready for this? Seriously, this could be the final piece of the puzzle. Or, maybe not final because, life is a journey, right? But a really important piece, Okay, here we go. And we have the Page of Swords. Whoa. Okay, so the Page of Swords, right? This is fresh energy, new ideas, a thirst for knowledge, but also a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of restlessness, It's you're eager to learn, you're excited to explore, but you're also a little bit unsure of yourself, a little bit afraid of the unknown. It's you're standing at the edge of a new adventure, and you're not quite sure whether to jump in or to turn around and run away, the Page of Swords. It's pure, unadulterated intellectual curiosity, right? It's about being eager to learn new things, to explore new ideas, and to challenge the status quo. It's you're full of questions, you're constantly seeking answers, and you're not afraid to ask the tough questions, even if they make people uncomfortable. It's you're a truth seeker, a knowledge gatherer, and a bit of a rebel, all rolled into one, And it's not just about, accumulating information. It's also about, sharing your knowledge with others, communicating your ideas effectively, and using your intellect to make a positive impact on the world. It's about being a clear and articulate communicator, a persuasive debater, and a passionate advocate for your beliefs. The Page of Swords is all about, curiosity, eagerness, communication, and intellectual exploration. But, it's also about, being a little bit scattered, a little bit impulsive, and a little bit prone to overthinking. It's you're so excited about all the possibilities that you have a hard time focusing on one thing at a time. And you're so eager to share your ideas that you sometimes blurt them out without thinking. And it's like you're so caught up in your head that you sometimes forget to listen to your heart. And like the Page of Swords often depicts a young person holding a sword, standing in a windy landscape, right? And like the sword represents intellect, logic, and the power of communication. It's like you're armed with your mind, you're ready to defend your ideas, and you're capable of cutting through illusions and seeing the truth. But like the wind represents change, uncertainty, and the unpredictable nature of life. It's like you're facing challenges, you're dealing with unexpected events, and you're learning to adapt to new situations. And like the young person represents inexperience, enthusiasm, and a thirst for knowledge. It's like you're just starting out on your journey, you're eager to learn and grow, and you're full of potential. So like the Page of Swords is all about potential. It's about possibility, and it's about the journey of learning and discovery. It's about being open to new ideas, challenging your assumptions, and constantly seeking knowledge and understanding. But like, it's also about being aware of your limitations, recognizing your inexperience, and being willing to learn from your mistakes. It's like you're not expected to have all the answers right now. You're just expected to be curious, to be engaged, and to be willing to put in the work to learn and grow. And like the Page of Swords can also represent like a message, a piece of information, or a new idea that's coming your way. It's like you're receiving a communication that's going to challenge your thinking, expand your horizons, and open up new possibilities. It's like reading a thought-provoking article, having a stimulating conversation, or attending a fascinating lecture. It's something that sparks your curiosity, ignites your imagination, and inspires you to learn more. And like sometimes, the Page of Swords can also indicate like gossip, rumors, or misinformation. It's like you're hearing things that may not be true, and you need to be careful about what you believe and what you share with others. It's important to fact check, to verify your sources, and to avoid spreading false information. Because, like, words have power, and you need to use them responsibly. And like, the Page of Swords can also represent, like, a need to be more assertive, to speak your mind, and to stand up for your beliefs. It's like you're holding back, you're afraid to express your opinions, and you're letting others walk all over you. And like, it's time to find your voice, to speak your truth, and to defend your ideas with confidence and conviction. But like, it's also important to be respectful, to be open-minded, and to listen to other people's perspectives. Because like, communication is a two-way street, and you need to be willing to listen as well as to speak. And like, the Page of Swords can also represent like a tendency to be argumentative, to be confrontational, and to enjoy debating for the sake of debating. It's like you're always looking for a fight. You're always trying to prove yourself right, and you're not really interested in understanding other people's viewpoints. And, this can alienate you from others. It can damage your relationships, and it can prevent you from learning and growing. So it's important to be mindful of your communication style, to be respectful of others, and to focus on finding common ground rather than on winning arguments. And the Page of Swords can also represent a fear of failure, a fear of criticism, and a fear of not being good enough. It's like you're afraid to try new things. You're afraid to express your ideas, and you're afraid of being judged by others. And this can hold you back from reaching your full potential. It can prevent you from pursuing your dreams, and it can lead to feelings of insecurity and inadequacy. So it's important to challenge those fears, to embrace your imperfections, and to remember that everyone makes mistakes. Because, failure is just a learning opportunity, and criticism is just a chance to grow. So, yeah, the Page of Swords is all about potential, curiosity, communication, and intellectual exploration. But it's also about being mindful of your communication style, challenging your fears, and embracing your imperfections. It's about being a lifelong learner, a passionate communicator, and a responsible user of the power of words. Okay, so, that's the Page of Swords in a nutshell, right? But, how does it connect to all the other cards we've pulled? Oh my gosh, this is where it gets really interesting. Because, the world is all about completion and new beginnings, right? It's about reaching the end of a cycle, achieving your goals, and feeling a sense of fulfillment, but also about preparing to start something new. And the Page of Swords is the eager student, ready to absorb all the knowledge and wisdom that the world has to offer, It's you've graduated, you've finished the course, but now you're stepping out into the real world, and you're ready to apply what you've learned, and to learn even more. It's that feeling of okay, I've got the basics. Now let's see what I can really do. So the world provides the foundation, and the Page of Swords is the eagerness to build upon that foundation. But it's also important to remember that the Page of Swords is just starting out, right? It's inexperienced, it's still learning, and it's prone to making mistakes. So it's important to be patient with yourself, to be willing to ask for help, and to learn from your failures. Because, the journey of learning and discovery never ends, and even the world, the card of completion, was at one point a Page of Swords. It's every expert was once a beginner, and every master was once a student. So embrace the journey, enjoy the process, and don't be afraid to make mistakes along the way. So then we've got the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords, which are all about indecision and feeling trapped, right? And how does the Page of Swords fit into that? Well, the Page of Swords can represent a way out of that stuckness. It's you're feeling lost and confused, you're not sure which way to turn, and you're feeling trapped by your own fears and limitations. And like the Page of Swords is saying, okay, stop overthinking it. Start exploring. Start gathering information. Start communicating. And start challenging your assumptions. It's like you're not going to find the answers by sitting around and worrying about it. You need to take action. You need to engage with the world. And you need to start learning and growing. You know, it's like the Page of Swords is the antidote to analysis paralysis. It's the reminder that action is the best way to overcome fear, that knowledge is power, and that communication is key to unlocking your potential. But it's also important to remember that the Page of Swords can be a little bit impulsive, a little bit scattered, and a little bit prone to overthinking, right? So you need to be careful not to jump to conclusions, to avoid spreading misinformation, and to stay grounded in reality. Because, the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords are reminding you that there are real challenges and limitations, and that you need to be mindful of those challenges as you move forward. You can't just blindly charge ahead without considering the consequences. You need to be thoughtful. You need to be responsible. And you need to be aware of the potential pitfalls. And the Page of Swords can also represent the very thoughts that are causing the indecision and the feeling of being trapped, right? The internal chatter, the constant questioning, the endless analysis. It's like your mind is racing. You're bombarded with information, and you're feeling overwhelmed by all the possibilities and all the potential problems. And in that case, the Page of Swords is a reminder to quiet your mind, to focus on the present moment, and to trust your intuition. You don't need to have all the answers right now. You just need to be present, to be aware, and to be open to guidance. You know, it's like the Two of Swords and the Eight of Swords are calling for stillness, for reflection, and for inner peace. And the Page of Swords, in that case, is a reminder to find that stillness amidst the chaos, to trust your inner wisdom, and to let go of the need to control everything. Then we've got the Hierophant, which is all about tradition and institutions, right? And how does the Page of Swords interact with that energy? Well, the Page of Swords can represent a challenge to the Hierophant, a questioning of established norms, and a desire to break free from traditional constraints. It's like you're looking at the old ways of doing things, and you're thinking, is there a better way? Is there a more efficient way? Is there a more just way? And you're not afraid to challenge the status quo, to question authority, and to propose new and innovative solutions. You know, it's like the Page of Swords is the rebel, the innovator, and the change agent. It's the one who's always asking why and what if. And this can be a really positive force because it can lead to progress, to innovation, and to a more just and equitable society. But it can also be disruptive. It can be destabilizing. and it can create conflict. So, it's important to be respectful of tradition, to acknowledge the wisdom of the past, and to avoid throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You can challenge the status quo without being disrespectful. You can question authority without being rebellious. And you can propose new solutions without dismissing the old ways entirely. And like the Page of Swords can also represent a new way of learning and a new way of communicating within the context of the Hierophant, right? It's like you're finding new ways to connect with the wisdom of the past. You're exploring new technologies, and you're using your communication skills to share your knowledge with others in innovative and engaging ways. You know, it's like you're creating online courses, you're writing blog posts, you're making videos, and you're using social media to spread your message to a wider audience. And like, this can be a really powerful way to connect with people, to share your knowledge, and to make a positive impact on the world. But like, it's also important to be responsible, to be ethical, and to avoid spreading misinformation. Because, like, the internet is a powerful tool, but it can also be used for harm. So you need to be mindful of the messages you're sending, the information you're sharing, and the impact you're having on others. Then we have the King of Swords, which is all about logic, intellect, and authority, right? And, like, how does the Page of Swords interact with that energy? Well, like, the Page of Swords can represent the raw potential that the King of Swords has already mastered. It's like you're seeing the king's skills and abilities in their nascent form, full of promise, but still needing development and refinement. You know, it's like the page is the student and the king is the master. The page is the apprentice and the king is the mentor. And the page can learn so much from the king by observing his actions, by listening to his advice, and by emulating his strengths. But like, the page also has something to offer the king, right? The page can bring new ideas, new perspectives, and a fresh approach to problem solving. The page can challenge the king's assumptions, question his methods, and inspire him to think outside the box. And like, this can be a really valuable partnership because it can lead to innovation, to growth, and to a more dynamic and effective approach to leadership. The king provides the wisdom and experience, and the page provides the energy and enthusiasm. And like, together, they can achieve great things. But like, it's also important to be aware of the potential for conflict, right? The king can be too rigid, too dogmatic, and too resistant to new ideas. And the page can be too impulsive, too scattered, and too disrespectful of authority. So, it's important to find a balance, to respect each other's strengths and weaknesses, and to communicate openly and honestly. The king needs to be willing to listen to the page, and the page needs to be willing to learn from the king. And like, when they can find that balance, they can create a really powerful and effective team. And like, the Page of Swords can also represent the King of Swords' shadow side, right? potential for intellectual arrogance, for cutting remarks, and for a lack of empathy. It's like the king, in his pursuit of truth and logic, can sometimes forget about the human element, can become too critical of others, and can lose sight of the importance of compassion and understanding. And like the page, in its raw and unfiltered expression, can reflect those negative qualities back to the king, forcing him to confront his own shadow side and to strive for greater balance and integration. It's like the page is holding up a mirror to the king, showing him what he needs to work on and inspiring him to become a more complete and well-rounded leader. And like finally, we get to the Six of Wands, all about victory and public recognition. So, where does the page fit in? Well, think of it like this. The Six of Wands is the graduation ceremony, right? You've worked hard, you've achieved your goals, and you're being recognized for your accomplishments. And the Page of Swords is the valedictorian, giving the speech, sharing their insights, and inspiring their classmates to go out and make a difference in the world, you know. It's that feeling of like, okay, we did it. Now let's use what we've learned to create a better future. So like, the Six of Wands is the celebration of success, and the Page of Swords is the call to action, the reminder that success is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It's about using your talents, your skills, and your knowledge to make a positive impact on the world, to help others, and to create a more just and equitable society. You know, it's like the page is saying, okay, we've achieved our goals, but there's still so much work to be done. Let's get out there and make a difference. But like, it's also important to remember that the Page of Swords is just starting out, right? They're inexperienced, they're still learning, and they're prone to making mistakes. So it's important to be humble, to be grateful, and to acknowledge the contributions of others. You can't just take all the credit for yourself. You need to recognize the support you've received along the way, and you need to give back to the community that helped you succeed. You know, it's like the page is saying, okay, we've achieved success, but we didn't do it alone. Let's thank the people who helped us get here, and let's support others who are on their own journey to success. And like, the Six of Wands can sometimes lead to arrogance, to boastfulness, and to a sense of entitlement, right? You've achieved success. You're being recognized for your accomplishments, and you start to believe that you're better than everyone else. And like, the Page of Swords can be a corrective force in that situation, a reminder to stay humble, to stay grounded, and to stay focused on the real goals. It's like the page is saying, okay, we've achieved success, but let's not let it go to our heads. Let's stay true to our values. Let's remember where we came from, and let's use our success to help others. So, like, with all of these cards together, it's like you're on this journey from completing a major cycle, to feeling stuck and confused, to challenging tradition and finding your own path, to embracing your intellect and achieving success. And now, with the Page of Swords, You're being called to share your knowledge, to inspire others, and to use your success to make a positive impact on the world. It's like you're not just meant to enjoy your own success, you're meant to use it to help others succeed as well. And that's a really powerful message, because it reminds you that you have a responsibility to give back, to contribute to the greater good, and to use your talents and abilities to make the world a better place. So, how does the Labradorite fit into all of this, right? Well, the Labradorite is all about grounding, intuition, and transformation. And that's exactly what you need when you're dealing with the Page of Swords energy. You need to stay grounded so you don't get carried away by your enthusiasm and excitement. You need to trust your intuition so you don't get led astray by misinformation or bad advice. And you need to be open to transformation so you can learn from your mistakes and continue to grow and evolve. It's like the Labradorite is your anchor, your compass, and your guide. It's helping you to navigate the world with confidence, clarity, and grace. So the Page of Swords can be so eager to learn, so excited to communicate, and so passionate about their ideas that they can sometimes forget to listen to their own inner wisdom. They can get caught up in the external world, seeking validation from others and neglecting their own intuition. And that's where the Labradorite comes in. Because the Labradorite helps you to connect with your inner voice, to trust your gut feeling, and to discern the truth from the falsehood. It's the Labradorite is helping you to tune into your own inner guidance system so you can make decisions that are aligned with your soul's purpose. So to use the Labradorite in this situation, you can start by just holding it in your hand and closing your eyes. And take a few deep breaths and imagine that you're connecting with the earth, that you're feeling grounded and stable, and that you're drawing strength from the earth's energy. And as you're holding the Labradorite, ask yourself, what is my inner wisdom telling me right now? What is the truth that I need to hear? And how can I use my knowledge and skills to make a positive impact on the world? And listen to your intuition. Pay attention to the thoughts and feelings that come up, and trust that you'll receive the answers that you need. And you can also use the Labradorite to meditate on the qualities of discernment, clarity, and truth. You can visualize yourself seeing through illusions, cutting through the BS, and speaking your truth with confidence and compassion. And you can also repeat affirmations like, I trust my intuition. I am a clear and effective communicator. I use my knowledge and skills to make a positive impact on the world. And you can also keep the Labradorite with you throughout the day as a reminder to stay grounded, to listen to your intuition, and to stay true to yourself. You can carry it in your pocket, wear it as jewelry, or place it on your desk. And whenever you're feeling overwhelmed by information, confused by conflicting opinions, or tempted to spread gossip or misinformation, just touch the Labradorite. take a few deep breaths and remind yourself to stay grounded, to listen to your intuition, and to speak your truth with compassion and responsibility. Yeah, the Labradorite is a really valuable tool for navigating the energy of the Page of Swords, because it helps you to stay grounded, to trust your intuition, and to use your knowledge and skills to make a positive impact on the world. And like when you combine the energy of the Page of Swords with the grounding energy of the Labradorite, you become a powerful force for good in the world. You can use your intellect, your communication skills, and your passion to inspire others, to challenge the status quo, and to create a more just and equitable society. Okay, so, that's the Page of Swords. And how it connects to all the other cards. Oh my gosh, I feel like this is really starting to come together, you know? We're seeing how all these cards are connected and how they're all working together to tell a story. And the story is all about completing a cycle, overcoming challenges, embracing your intellect, achieving success, and then using that success to make a positive impact on the world. It's so exciting. This reading has taken us on a journey, right? And now, we're at the precipice. We're at this turning point where we can really see everything coming together, and we're ready to move forward. But, there's still one card left, right? And it's what's that final piece of advice? What's that final nudge from the universe that's going to help you really integrate all of this and move forward with confidence and clarity? I am seriously on the edge of my seat. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I have a feeling that it's going to be the perfect ending to this reading. Or maybe it's not an ending. Maybe it's just a continuation. You know? Because, life is a journey, not a destination. And this reading is just one step on that journey. So whatever the final card is, I know that it's going to be exactly what you need to hear right now. So are you ready? Are you really ready? Because this is it. This is the moment of truth. Okay, deep breaths. Here we go. Okay, so wow, right. What a journey. We started with the world, this amazing feeling of completion, of having achieved something huge. But then, bam, we hit those swords cards, the 2 and the 8, all that indecision, all that feeling trapped and powerless, you know. It was wait, what? I thought I was done. And then, the Hierophant shows up with all his rules and traditions, telling you how things should be. And it's even more pressure, right? Am I doing this right? Am I following the path? But then, thank goodness, the King of Swords comes along, bringing that clarity, that logic, that ability to cut through the BS, you know. He's okay, let's get real. Let's make some tough decisions. Let's take control. And then, finally, the 6 of Wands, that victory, that recognition, that feeling of yes, I did it. People see me. But even then, there's that little voice, that Page of Swords, saying, okay, what's next? How can I use this success to make a difference, to learn more, to explore new things, you know? It's like the journey never really ends, does it? It just keeps evolving. And through it all, we've had that Labradorite, that grounding force, that reminder to stay connected to your intuition, to your inner wisdom, you know. It's been like this anchor, keeping you steady through all the ups and downs, the twists and turns. And that's so important, because life is a roller coaster, right? But the key is to stay centered, to stay true to yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path, even when you can't see where it's leading. You know, so now, with all that in mind, we get to the final card, and oh my gosh, I'm so excited to share this with you, because it really does tie everything together, you know. And that card is the moon. Okay, the moon. So this card is all about intuition, dreams, the subconscious, right? It's about the hidden things, the things that aren't always obvious, the things that are lurking beneath the surface. It's about mystery, illusion, and the power of your own inner world. And like the moon, it's often depicted as this kind of shadowy landscape, with a moon hanging in the sky, casting this eerie light, you know. There's often a wolf or a dog howling at the moon, and there's usually a crayfish or some kind of creature emerging from the water. And all of these symbols are telling you something. They're telling you that there's more to the story than meets the eye. They're telling you that you need to trust your intuition, to pay attention to your dreams, and to explore your subconscious mind in order to find the answers you're seeking. So, the moon, it's not always an easy card to see, right? It can be a little bit scary, a little bit unsettling, because it's forcing you to confront your fears, your insecurities, and your hidden desires. But it's also a really powerful card, because it's giving you access to a wealth of wisdom, creativity, and insight. You know, it's like the moon is shining a light on the things that you've been trying to ignore, the things that you've been pushing down, the things that you've been afraid to face. And by bringing those things to the surface, it's giving you the opportunity to heal, to grow, and to transform. It's really about going within, okay? And the moon is all about cycles, too. It's about ebb and flow, about the tides of your own emotions and experiences, you know. So just like that Labradorite pyramid you picked that provides grounding, with the moon, it's about finding the silver lining in those ebbing moments. It's about the hidden aspects that you can use as a strength. It's about embracing change and really moving forward instead of resisting. Okay, so how does the moon connect to those 2 and 8 of swords? That feeling of being stuck, indecisive, and trapped. Well, the moon is saying that the reason you're feeling so stuck is because you're not trusting your intuition. You're not listening to your inner voice. You're not paying attention to your dreams, you know. You're so caught up in your head, in your logic, in your fears, that you're completely disconnected from your heart, from your soul. And that's why you can't see a way out. That's why you can't make a decision. That's why you feel so powerless, you're not accessing the most powerful tool you have, you. So, like, the moon is urging you to go within, to explore your subconscious mind, to uncover your hidden fears and desires, and to start trusting your intuition. It's saying that the answers you're seeking are not out there, in the external world. They're in here, inside of you. You know, you just need to be willing to look, to listen, and to trust what you find. And like, that can be scary, right? Because the subconscious mind is a wild and untamed place, full of shadows and mysteries. But it's also a place of incredible power, creativity, and wisdom. And like, by exploring that inner world, you can unlock your full potential and break free from the limitations that are holding you back. And the moon is reminding you that those fears, those insecurities, those feelings of being trapped, they're not real. They're illusions, they're projections of your own mind, they're shadows that you're creating yourself. And like, by recognizing them as such, you can start to dissolve them, to release them, and to step into your own power. You know, it's like the moon is shining a light on those shadows, revealing them for what they are, and giving you the opportunity to transform them. The waters aren't necessarily murky. Maybe you just need to dive in. It's kind of a know thyself moment, right? Like, think about your dreams, right? Do you even remember your dreams? If not, start keeping a dream journal. Write down whatever you can remember as soon as you wake up, you know. Because your dreams are a direct line to your subconscious mind. They're messages from your soul. They're clues to your hidden desires and fears. And like, by paying attention to your dreams, you can start to understand yourself on a deeper level, and you can start to make choices that are more aligned with your true self. Like, what are the recurring themes in your dreams? What are the symbols that keep showing up? What are the emotions that you're experiencing? All of those things are telling you something, and it's up to you to figure out what it is. And even the nightmares are telling you something. And like, think about your intuition, right? How often do you ignore your gut feeling, your inner voice, your hunches? How often do you override your intuition with logic, with reason, with other people's opinions? And like, the moon is saying, stop doing that. Start trusting your intuition. Start listening to your inner voice. Start paying attention to your gut feelings. Because, like, your intuition is always right. It's always guiding you towards your highest good, and it's always protecting you from harm. So even when it doesn't make sense, even when it goes against logic, even when other people disagree, trust your intuition, because it knows what's best for you. And like, the moon is also reminding you to be patient with yourself, to be compassionate with yourself, to be kind to yourself, especially when you're dealing with difficult emotions or challenging situations. Because, like, exploring your subconscious mind is not always easy. It can be painful. It can be scary. It can bring up a lot of stuff that you've been trying to avoid. So, it's important to be gentle with yourself, to give yourself time and space to process your emotions, and to seek support from trusted friends family members, or therapists if you need it. You know, you're not alone in this, and there are people who care about you and want to help you. And the moon is also reminding you that everything is temporary, that everything changes, that everything is in a constant state of flux. So even when you're feeling stuck, even when you're feeling trapped, even when you're feeling powerless, remember that it's not going to last forever, that things will eventually shift, and that you have the power to create change in your own life. You know, you're not a victim of your circumstances. You're a creator of your own reality, and you have the ability to transform your life in any way you choose. Okay, so, how does the moon relate to the Hierophant and all those expectations and traditions? Well, the moon is saying that a lot of those expectations, those traditions, those rules, they're not really yours, you know. They're just things that you've absorbed from your family, from your culture, from society. And you've been living your life according to those expectations without ever really questioning them, without ever really asking yourself if they're truly aligned with your own values and desires. So, the moon is urging you to question those expectations, to challenge those traditions, to break free from those rules, and to start living your life according to your own truth, according to your own intuition, according to your own soul's purpose. It's saying that you don't have to conform, you don't have to fit in, you don't have to please everyone else. You just need to be true to yourself, and the rest will fall into place. You know, and that can be scary, right? Because it means going against the grain. It means disappointing people. It means taking risks, and it means stepping outside of your comfort zone. But it's also incredibly liberating, because it means living your life on your own terms. It means expressing your authenticity, and it means fulfilling your own potential. And the moon is reminding you that the Hierophant's wisdom, the tradition, the institution, is all based on a certain perspective, a certain way of seeing the world, and that there are other perspectives out there, other ways of seeing the world, and that you have the right to choose which perspective resonates with you, which way of seeing the world feels most true to you. You know, you don't have to blindly follow the Hierophant's teachings. You can question them, you can challenge them, and you can create your own set of beliefs and values that are more aligned with your own experiences and your own intuition. And the moon is also reminding you that the Hierophant's expectations are often based on fear, on insecurity, on a desire to control, and that those expectations are not always in your best interest. You know, the Hierophant may be trying to protect you from harm, but he may also be limiting your potential, stifling your creativity, and preventing you from living your full and authentic life. So, it's important to discern between the expectations that are truly helpful and the expectations that are harmful, and to break free from the ones that are holding you back. Maybe your family expects you to go to law school, but your soul is calling you to be an artist. Or maybe your culture expects you to get married and have children, but you're not sure if that's what you really want. Or maybe your religion expects you to follow a certain set of rules, but you don't agree with all of those rules. The moon is saying, it's okay to question those expectations. It's okay to challenge those traditions. And it's okay to create your own path, even if it goes against the grain. You know, you don't have to live your life according to someone else's expectations. You can live your life according to your own truth. And like the moon is also reminding you to trust your own inner guidance, to listen to your own intuition, and to follow your own heart, even when it goes against the Hierophant's teachings. Because, you have all the answers you need inside of you. You just need to be willing to listen. You know, you don't need someone else to tell you what to do. You don't need someone else to validate your choices. And you don't need someone else to give you permission to be yourself. You have the power to create your own life, to make your own decisions, and to follow your own path. And the moon is here to support you every step of the way. Okay, so, how does the moon work with that King of Swords? That intellect, that logic, that authority? Well, the moon is saying that the King of Swords' intellect is a valuable tool. But it's not the only tool you have, you know. It's important to use your mind, to think critically, to analyze situations, and to make rational decisions. But it's also important to balance your intellect with your intuition, with your emotions, and with your creativity. Because, the mind is a powerful servant, but it's a terrible master. And the moon is reminding you that the King of Swords' logic is not always the best guide, that sometimes you need to rely on your intuition, on your gut feelings, and on your inner wisdom, even when it doesn't make sense, even when it goes against logic, and even when other people disagree. Because, life is not always logical, it's not always rational, and it's not always predictable. And sometimes, the only way to navigate the complexities of life is to trust your intuition and to follow your heart. And the moon is also reminding you that the King of Swords' authority is not absolute, that you have the right to question authority, to challenge power, and to make your own decisions, even when they go against the established order. Because, authority is not always right, it's not always just, and it's not always in your best interest. And sometimes, the only way to create change is to challenge the status quo, to stand up for what you believe in, and to fight for justice. The King of Swords can help you analyze the situation. He can help you weigh the pros and cons, and he can help you make a logical decision. But the moon is saying, don't forget to also check in with your heart, to listen to your intuition, and to ask yourself what feels right, what feels true, and what feels aligned with your soul's purpose. Because, the most important decisions in life are not made with the head, they're made with the heart. And the moon is reminding you to be mindful of your emotions, to acknowledge them, to feel them, and to learn from them rather than trying to suppress them, to ignore them or to control them. Because, emotions are a valuable source of information. They're telling you what you need, what you want, and what you're afraid of. And by paying attention to your emotions, you can make better decisions. You can build stronger relationships, and you can live a more fulfilling life. So the moon actually helps to ground the King of Swords, because otherwise, the King of Swords will be all suppress those feelings. They're not logical. Okay, so with the Page of Swords, how can the moon influence this eagerness? Well, with the moon being mysterious and a little shadowy, it's don't just jump into every new idea without checking it out. Really consider what you're doing. That eagerness needs to be tempered by caution, but not be stifled. Just think it through first, The Page is all about asking questions, exploring new ideas, and communicating those ideas effectively. The moon helps you to go deeper, to explore the subconscious roots of those ideas, and to communicate them with greater depth and understanding. It's you're not just sharing information, you're sharing wisdom, you're sharing insights, and you're sharing your soul. So with all of these cards together, it's you're on this journey of self-discovery, of breaking free from limitations, of embracing your potential, and of creating a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And the moon is here to guide you, to support you, and to illuminate your path. And through all of this, that Labradorite pyramid you picked is helping to ground that moon energy. Labradorite, it's great for intuition, but also protects you so you don't get swept away. So, it really is the perfect crystal. You are on the verge of something amazing. I can feel it. This whole reading is like a recipe for a magical life, just waiting for you to add your own special ingredient, your authentic self. It's not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about embracing your flaws, learning from your mistakes, and never giving up on your dreams. So, trust yourself, trust your intuition, and trust that the universe is conspiring to help you succeed. You've got this. You really, really do. Thank you, okay?